real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggRid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AggGrid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to day number 2. We have just advanced to the next day, and I'm super stoked to see what's coming up today with this amazing lineup of speakers we have. Super happy.
I loved what you did there. We've just advanced to day 2. It was a great day on Friday, and we hope you joined us in person or online.
Yeah, it was some advanced punning right there.
But allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Nathaniel Okenwa, and I am a developer evangelist at a company called Twilio. So we do telecommunications APIs. Maybe you've used us, maybe you've heard of us. If so, little wink to you. And if not, check us out.
And I am MC number 2 for the day. My name is Metin Brzezinski. It's the second time I'm joining React Advanced, and it's one of my favorite events to be at. I'm joining you from the Netherlands, where I work as a developer experience engineer at Miro. Did you know you can make plugins for Miro? If you say no now, then I'll talk to our developer advocates. I'm going to be here all day, so I hope you like my puns. Otherwise, you're in for a bad day.
Yeah, so you're in the Netherlands, I'm in London, but we have people joining us from around the world. We try to take the geography of people signing up and just seeing all of the different people from all of these different locations joining us. We are so grateful for all of you remote folks uniting together in this remote event.
Yeah, it's something that I really love that we have as a leftover from the pandemic. These events are just so much more accessible to people all over the world, and knowledge sharing is then available to everyone. So it's super nice.
For sure.
Yeah. So I want to take a moment to give a shout out to our program committee. If you're not familiar with what they do, they make the program for today and the in-person day. So people send proposals to give a talk here at React Advanced, and the program committee goes through all the proposals and try to make a nice, advanced, diverse program for you. So I want to take a moment to thank Konstantinos, Vandana, Lens, Saravana, Pavel, and Obina. So thanks a lot. If you see them around on the Discord channel, be sure to thank them also.
And this wonderful program committee got a wonderful agenda that you can see if you go and check it out on the website, reactadvanced.com. If you want to watch the live stream, just press watch the live stream and you'll see this interactive page. You may be watching from this interactive page right now. If this is your first time, just let me tell you about it. There are 2 tabs underneath with the 2 tracks. That's the Piccard and the Van Dover track. They have a video player and a timeline underneath so you can see what's happening and when. And just click on the activity you'd like to do and you will get into the right place immediately. But we'll also have discussion rooms that you can join directly from the timeline as well, and we'll explain what those are in a little bit.
If you're watching remotely, like everyone is, you can do so also on the website, but also you can do it on Spatial Chat. And Spatial Chat is kind of like a top-down view of a virtual room where you can walk around. And the cool thing is that if you move closer to someone else's avatar, you'll hear their audio more loud, just like in real life. And that way you can watch the talk with someone and discuss it in real time, which is a super nice experience. So I advise you all to check it out.
All right, so remember those discussion rooms I talked about earlier? You can definitely check them out. Or if you're in the Spatial Chat, they actually have a special door that you can walk through to get to the discussion rooms. We have ones on the framework area. We've got career advice and accessibility. So make sure you try to join at least one of them. Pick the one that you think is best for you. And our awesome speakers are going to be there too.
All right, but there's more and more networking opportunities. We also want you to at least join the Discord server, because this is where you have the option to ask questions to our speakers. So be sure to at least join the community track, the Q&A Piccard track, and the Q&A Van Dover track. These are the 3 most important channels, but there are a lot more to check out. After every speaker is done, we will be going through the Q&A channels of the appropriate track and asking the best questions. So you need to be in there if you want to ask any questions.
And don't just get involved on the Discord. We'd also like to see where you are joining from on Twitter. So grab a photo of
Twitter?
wherever you're sitting, your setup, maybe some of your snacks, and send it to us. Tweet it with the hashtag ReactAdvance, and we're going to be looking out for those tweets. And there's a prize in it for you because we're going to be doing a raffle of multi-passes to GitNation conferences and some t-shirts for some of you who are tweeting. So use the hashtag ReactAdvance for a chance to win. Really excited. Some really, really cool t-shirt designs that you can get.
You mentioned something Twitter. What is that?
Oh, my bad. X.
Cool. So if you have bought a ticket here today and like what you're seeing, you can get a lot more of this great content from the same organization. The company that's organizing React Advance is called GitNation, and they are offering multi-passes. This is like an event subscription where you can get a very, very, very nice price to go to all the events that they are organizing. So we have, of course, today React Advanced. There is Test.js Summit, DevOps.js, React Summit, US coming up in New York next month or 2 months. Where are we? And GitNation and React Summit in Amsterdam coming up. And there's even more. So be sure to check it out. You can go to portal.gitnation.com/multipass to see all about the GitNation multipass.
I'm so excited to go to so many of those conferences, but they wouldn't be possible, and this conference wouldn't be possible without the help and support of our amazing sponsors and partners. Thank you to all of them. We want to shout out SourceGraph, AG Grid, Content, Contentful, Storyblock, Sentry, Ably, and many, many more. Thank you so much. We also do want to give a shout out to our media partners. Thank you for spreading the word about the conference and getting so many people in person and virtually here together.
And in this event, even though you're at your own place, in your own home or in your office watching with your colleagues, we want everyone to have a good time and feel safe. So that's why we've set up a code of conduct. You can read all about it at gitnation.org/COC or scan the QR code, of course. Basically, it means treat others like you want to be treated yourselves, be nice to each other. And this goes for all of our channels. So Spatial Chat, X or Twitter or the Discord server, Spatial Chat. I've set them all right now. So anywhere we want people to have a good time. If you feel like there's been a violation, you can send an email to coc@gitnation.org and we will be taking care of it right away.
Absolutely. Now, if you are looking for your next job, your next gig, we have some amazing sponsors with some job offers. So check out reactadvance.com/jobs or get your phone out and quickly scan the QR code on the screen. There are all sorts of front-end developer jobs out there, especially some React ones. So check them out. Maybe you'll get a new gig.
I'm just looking for... Oh, it's recorded. I was not doing anything. We have some offers from our sponsors. So there are some discount tokens for their products and all sorts of cool stuff that will be shipped to your house. There's some gift cards you can win. So be sure to check out the offerings from our sponsors at reactadvance.com/perks.
But for us, we want to make this event as good as possible. And your feedback is so important to us in doing that. It helps us make the event better and better. So we have a form available for you to fill out at reactadvance.com/feedback. Take your time, leave your feedback and your thoughts there. Tell us how much we can get better. And you can fill it out throughout the event. So you can maybe, if you have some ideas now, put them in, or maybe later when we have finished. But we are going to be diving deep today, and we're ready to start the program with the first two speakers of the day. All right, so we're about to split into our two tracks. The Piccard track will be opened by Misko Hevery, and Metin will be going over to the Van Dover track, and he'll be presenting a talk from Ben Holmes. So bye, Metin. I'll see you on the other side. Have a blast. Have a good day.
Will do. See you later, Nathaniel.
All right, so thank you, folks, for sticking around on the Piccard track. It's now time for me to introduce our first speaker. They are going to be talking about how you can speed up your React app with less JavaScript. I am really, really curious to find out what this is all about. As a CTO, Misko oversees the technology division that powers the Builder.io applications and software. And he's also created open source platforms for Google, including Angular, AngularJS, and was the co-creator of Karma. He has a lot to say. They have a lot to say. So go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and make some noise, leave some virtual applause for Misko. Take the stage.
Let's talk about Quick React and specifically how to speed up your React application with less JavaScript. Hi, my name is Miško Hebery. I'm a CTO at Builder.io, and I've built these previous projects called Angular, and today I'm working on a project called Quick, and I want to specifically show you how Quick can be used to make React applications into smaller islands and load faster. So I work for Builder.io. Builder.io is a headless visual CMS. What it means is that you can take your existing React application and do npm install builder into it. And once you install builder, you can register existing React components in your applications that you have. And that allows your marketing team to have a visual editor, and they can drag and drop your components onto the page. And from the components, they can change things, schedule when things go live, publish, and send data to the website. So you don't have to, as an engineer, be involved in every single small change. We have an awesome team of open source contributors. First of all, Builder loves open source. So in addition to Quick, we have Partytown, which provides a way to run third-party code, such as Google Analytics, inside of the web worker, which frees up the main thread to handle the application, make the application more responsive. We also have mitosis, which allows you to write your components in one style, and then those components get translated into all of the existing frameworks. So if you have a company where there are many teams using different frameworks and you want to have a common design systems across everybody, mitosis is a way to do it. The thing to understand about mitosis is not a wrapper over a existing like web components or anything like that. It actually generates idiomatic code for all different frameworks. And of course, we have these three awesome gentlemen who are working on the open source: Adam Bradley, who's creator of Ionic; Manu Martinez Almeida, who also worked on Ionic and Jin, and finally Sam Jabber, who's working on mitosis. Now, the thing I want to talk to you about is that our web is awesome, but it's not as fast as it should be. And Google cares about this, and they see that the users leave sites that don't perform as well. And so Google scores websites, and they have something called Core Web Vitals. And this is actually recorded on what kind of a user experience people have when they use the Chrome browser. And as you can see, that most websites actually get scored in the red. Only the websites that spend the most amount of time and energy can get yellow, and almost no website actually that I've seen in production that have real traffic are managing to get green. So what is going on? Why is it so difficult to get good performance? Well, if you look at the amount of JavaScript that has been shipped to the client over the years, you can see that it's steadily increasing. And the reason for this increase is because the applications of today are a lot more interactive, a lot more rich than they were 10, 20 years ago. And so we would expect that this particular trend would continue. Now, unsurprisingly, I've picked a couple of frameworks on the left and show you what is their average performance that Google sees on the website. And on the right-hand side, I'm showing you how much code these frameworks are shipping to the client. And notice that the frameworks that perform the best in terms of a Lighthouse score also ship the least amount of code. Again, this shouldn't be surprising because it basically tells you that, hey, the less code you ship, the easier it is for the browser to interpret it, execute it, and make the website interactive. Now, the problem is that we need to ship code. We need to ship code in order to make the application interactive. And so we do this through this process called hydration. And the way hydration works is it starts with HTML, which essentially is a blank page first. I will talk about server-side rendering in a second. The JavaScript loads. The JavaScript then executes, then causes a rendering. And at this point, you actually have an actual interactive website. And it is at this point where you can go and click on it and perform operations. Now, the problem is that we have this blank page at the very, very beginning. And so people started to do server-side pre-rendering. And so with server-side pre-rendering or SSR or SSG, you end up with HTML, and the HTML now has an image.
that you can go and look at, but you can't really interact with it, right? And so there is a appearance of it being faster because the page actually appears faster for the user, and so that provides a better user experience. But it still has to download all of the JavaScript, it still has to execute all of the application, and it still has to render the application, except now we don't call it rendering, we call it reconciliation, because we're trying to reuse as many DOM elements as possible inside of the UI. And so it is only at this point that the application becomes interactive. And notice what's actually happening is that the interactivity is actually slower. Have you said no content at the beginning at all? And so it's a bit of a dichotomy that, we appear faster where we're actually slower. And the reason for that is because we're actually sending more information. We're sending duplicates amount of information. If you think about it, if you take a string like visually built on your tech stack that you see in the image, that string actually appears twice. Once in HTML and once in JavaScript. And so this duplication actually means that you have to send more stuff to the client has to process more stuff, and the end result is that there is that it takes longer for the application to wake up. Now, hydration, if you think about it, what it is that you start at a root component. And as this new root component gets processed and executed, the framework learns about other components, in this case, these three. And so it recursively goes and executes these components and learns about more components. And as it does so, it learns about the listeners. And it's the listeners that we actually care about. Listeners, state, and the boundaries of the components is the information that we need in order to make the application interactive. And so because this takes a lot of time and all the application has to be present, people are looking for alternatives to hydration. And so there are different variations on it. One is called the partial hydration, in which case you turn everything into islands. And so the idea is that you recognize that this particular island is not interactive and therefore there's no need to download and execute it on the client. Whereas this island is super small and can be woken up so quickly that maybe you can do it just on click interaction. Maybe this island is a little bigger, and so you have to do it on idle or on visible so to get the best possible performance. But by breaking the application into islands, it allows you to not overwhelm the browser all at the beginning, and it gives a better user experience. Another form of this is React Server Components, which if you think about it, are kind of like islands, except that instead of being treated as independent applications, they're actually treated as one unified application, because some of the VDOM is computed on a server and never sent and just sent to the client, and therefore the client doesn't have to re-execute that portion of the components, and the only thing that the client has to execute are the components that are actually interactive. So we have kind of extremes, right? On one extreme, we have just basic hydration, which Angular and React and other frameworks do. And on the other extreme, we have this idea of resumability, which we'll talk about it a little more. And frameworks like Quick have popularized it, but Quick by no means is the first one. Google has a framework called Wiz that has been doing resumability for about the past 10 years. And Marco has eBay has a framework called Marco, which in the latest version 6, they also provide resumability for your applications as well. And all of that means that the applications essentially get to start up faster. But there is this middle ground, which is basically islands. And islands says, hey, I can basically still do resumability, which means I don't have to change my framework. I have to do still hydration, which means I don't have to change my framework and still do what I have done before. But instead of doing a hydration on the whole thing, as I said, we can do a smaller chunks. Now, this has been popularized by frameworks such as Astro and currently a framework called Fresh. But what I want to show you is that you can also get island architecture for your React application with Quick. And so that's what we're going to talk about in a second. Now, resumability is a bit different than hydration in that resumability starts with HTML. You get a page, but the page already has all of the information needed for the framework. Now, it doesn't mean that it has all of the code of the application. That would be too large to serialize into the page, but it has information about where the listeners are and what code needs to be downloaded when you go and interact with one of these listeners. And so as a result, the page is immediately interactive. Now, it not only does it appear faster, it actually is faster, and you immediately start downloading the JavaScript that if the user goes and interacts, there will be no delay on interaction. I notice that the amount of JavaScript you download is much, much smaller, and that because you resume, you don't have to re-execute all the components. Most of these components can be removed because they're actually duplicate information. And so with resumability, you don't need to you don't have the double download problem that exists in hydration. And as a result, there is no need to re-execute the application or do any sort of reconciliation. The application simply just continues where it left off. So let me give you a demo. So let's start off by installing Quick. So you do npm create Quick at latest. This contains a meta framework, which we called Quick City. So let's install Quick City in there as well. Install all the dependencies, Git, and so on, and you're ready to go. The second step is to install Quick React. So this is the wrapper that allows Quick to use React components. As you can see, we can install Quick and add a React integration, go through all the steps and set everything up, and now we're ready to go and build something in Quick. So let's build a hello world to see what kind of hello world looks like. On the right hand side, I have a React component that you can see. Notice at the top there is a pragma that says JSX import source React. This tells the compiler that, hey, this is a React code, make sure you deal with JSX in the way that React likes it. And we create a basic component using the function greetings. Now the thing that Quick adds is that it allows you to take the greetings component and run through a quickify function to get a quick version of this particular component. Now this is a runtime wrapper. This is not a translation, so you'll get the same exact behavior as before. You don't have to worry about compatibilities or anything of that sort. But in practice, what it means is that it turns the component into an island. So because Quick is resumable, it essentially can start up with zero cost, but now your greetings component has cost that under some conditions, you will have to execute and hydrate. In this particular case, the greetings actually never hydrates because there's no signal to Quick to tell it that, hey, it has to be hydrated. And if you think about it, this makes perfect sense because in this case, greetings is indeed non-interactive, and therefore there's no need to do anything with it. Now let's do something more complicated. Let's build a counter. So let's build a counter in React, and you can see you have a button and you can click on it, which changes the state and updates the count. And again, we're going to go and quickify the counter to get a component and then embed it inside of a larger application. So we create an island of React inside of an existing application. Now, if you go and click on it, notice nothing happens. And that is because the code isn't hydrated. So you need to tell the system like, hey, under which conditions does this particular island have to be hydrated? And the way you do that is through this eagerness property. So in this particular case, we have the same piece of code. And now we're saying, hey, when you hover over this particular button, which means you're very likely about to click on it. By the way, there's other ways of doing it. Go ahead and hydrate the component. So if you look at what's happening is there is now React going on. When you hover, you can see that the React dev tools have been downloaded and they have initialized. And we have downloaded the necessary code. And because it has initialized, you can see that the React counter has been rendered. And now that it's rendered and hydrated, you can go and interact with it and everything works exactly as you would expect. Now, one of the important things about islands is that you need to solve the inter-island communication problems. These islands are effectively independent React applications, and they need to be able to talk to each other. So what I'm going to show you here is that you have two islands. One is a button and another one is a display. In a button case, we are going to, again, quickify it by running it through quickify function. And we're going to specify eagerness hover, which means that as soon as I hover over the particular button, I want the button to hydrate. Now, in the case of a display, we're not specifying any sort of hydration at all. Now, what happens on the client side is that because we need to have a state that transitions from both the button and the display. And the state, because it is owned, it needs to be in a way that it's two separate islands, it really has to be owned by Quick. So Quick now has a state, and this state is passed both to the button, which is hydrated on hover, but also to the display. And notice what happens in here. When I go and hover over the button, you can see the DevTools come up and the React button is being rendered. But now when I go and I click on it, the actual act of clicking, first there is just a button, and if you go back and you click on it now you can see that, hey, the React display had hydrated and executed as well. And so now we have this lazy hydration situation where the button hydrates eagerly, but the display only hydrates when the inputs or the props of it change. Now, if you think about it, this is exactly how React works underneath it, but we're emulating the same exact thing with signals and islands as well. And just to point out, hover is not the only way to wake up the system. You can do it on load, idle, visible, clicking on click are parameters. And when you wake up things, you can also wake things up using signals or property changes, as we have shown. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I hope you see how you can use the existing React technology to turn the React application into islands and build up large-scale applications with inter-island communication that is provided by Quick.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I really enjoyed learning all of that amazing stuff. That's JavaScript. I still can't get over it. All right, let us continue. So before I present the next speaker, I do want to remind you about the discussion room on the framework era, which is going to start in just a moment. So you can join our speakers, Giorgio Boa, Daniel Alfonso, Jill Eckstein, Ben Holmes, and Mohammed as well, who is going to be able to talk about the framework era. So definitely check that out. Also want to shout out a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, AG Grid. AG Grid is the world's leading JavaScript data grid with support for React, Angular, Vue, and Solid JS. And AG Grid will make your applications look great. So let AG Grid do the hard work, and you can take all of the credit. Right, let's move on with our day. Our next talk is titled Code on Demand, and it's all about the future of code collaboration. Currently leading the development team at Bit, we have an experienced speaker, blogger, podcaster, all about JS, architecture, front end, and home automation here to talk to us today. I am so excited to hear this talk from Gilad. So go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord, make some noise. Remember to leave some questions as well. He will answer them afterwards. So give him a round of applause as he takes the stage.
Greetings to everyone, and thanks for joining me today. During the next 20 minutes, I will demonstrate how streaming can be incorporated into our development workflow. Stay tuned for a fascinating journey. It wasn't so long ago when we all bought CDs for listening to music or DVDs for watching movies. However, no one does this anymore. Streaming services like Spotify and Netflix have replaced it all. But what about our code? Here is a little secret. Our code is still jamming in the 90s on those CDs. Don't you think it's time for an upgrade? Before we open onto this new bit, let me tell you a bit about myself and why I'm chatting about this today. So a bit about myself. I am the engineering leader over at Bit. I've been working at Bit for 6 years, especially on the open source project. To put it simply, Bit is an open source toolchain made for crafting composable software. It's kinda like building with Lego. And trust me, after all these years, I've got a whole lot of stories about code collaboration and dev methodologies. Aside from that, I chat on blogs, speak on stages about JavaScript, TypeScript, frontend, and turning houses into smart homes. If any of that sound up your alley, give me a follow on X. But at the end of the day, I'm mostly coding and doing what every dedicated developer loves to do. Transforming coffee into code. Okay, enough talking about me. Back to our main story, streaming. Why is everyone so hyped about it? Let's break down what makes streaming tick. In a bit, we will see how we can sprinkle some of that magic into our dev game. Remember buying a CD and paying for the whole thing just for that one track? Streaming changed the game. Now you compose your own playlist, picking only the tracks you love. Back in the CD era, hunting for music was like a mini quest. Now with streaming, it's a breeze. Type in a mood, artist, or beat. Get all the deets, like who is singing, how long is it playing, and other cool info right in front of you. In the CD days, music was a solo trip. Streaming flips that. Now you can vibe to tunes with friends, drop comments, and share your feelings on particular tracks, all in one spot. Remember DVDs? Once you got them, they were set in stone. The director's cut or some cool deleted scene came out. With streaming, it's right there, waiting for you. No fuss. One cool thing about streaming era. Who gets to make the beats? Back in the day, dreaming of dropping a track meant cozying up with record labels and burning cash on studio time, design, and distribution. Now, grab the mic, hit record, and boom, you are on Spotify. I bet some of you are thinking, wait up, aren't we already riding this wave? Yep, we are all crafty, nifty little components, living that modular dream. That's a solid start, for sure. But trust me, there is more juice to squeeze out of this approach. Before we dive deeper, let's clarify what we mean by component. It's essentially any piece of reusable code, including UI components, utility functions, or microservices, but it's not restricted to UI components only. Now, let's dive deeper. Alright, let me introduce you to two developers who will paint the picture for us. Claudia, she is living the futuristic cloud streaming life, and McDonald, he is jamming in today's world, still spinning CDs. We will hop between their experiences, spotlighting the contrast and bringing those key streaming traits into focus. Let's roll. Both were hired as front-end engineer at Spotify last week. Lucky them. As they code away for Spotify app, they are tuning into a hand-picked playlist I curated especially for this talk. Take a moment, maybe even pause the video, and really check out those track names. And the pro tip, band number 6, they are the real deal. Make sure to give them a listen. Both got the same task, to build a new player menu for the Spotify mobile app. Alright, let's kick things off with McDonald. His workflow? Probably pretty familiar to most of you here. I will breeze through it, but pay attention to the nuances. First up, McDonald hits git clone on the mobile app repo, and now the waiting game begins. Right from the get-go, he is pulling in a bunch of code he might not even use for his task. Next, McDonald feels like he is wandering a massive store, trying to find the perfect spot for his new component. But man, there is a folder after folder. What's all this code about? Feels like a maze in here. After a bit of a trek, McDonald spots the right place and sets up new folder for the player component. McDonald gets going, typing his first line of code, import button progress bar from where though? There is got to be a button somewhere he can use, but where is it hiding? With a bit of a sigh, he heads over to his senior teammate. Hey, where can I pull this button from? His teammate points him to a Confluent docs. Check that out, they say. It's all about Spotify's design system. With that hurdle cleared, McDonald finishes that initial line of code. But here is the twist. He is pulling in extras thanks to the whole package. Tree shaking has its own limit, right? Now, on to the next challenge. How does it work with that button? Good news. There is a link to Spotify's storybook. But oh snap, it's not up to date. Turns out a different team maintains it, and they have yet to roll out the latest version. Close enough though. McDonald's next puzzle. A sea of button variations. Which one is the right fit? Pushing forward, McDonald's checks out the button APIs and props. There is an enum for border style, options like square or round. But wait, it needs a circle button. That's not on the list. Now where does it go from here? Let's improve the button API. Easy, right? All we need is clone the design system repo, read contribution docs, update the code, submit a PR. Now wait for approve. Okay, it's approved and merged. Okay, wait again. We need a new version. Okay, a new version of the design system has been published. But wait, but what will happen to my progress bar now? Will it break? Again, it pay extra. In reality, McDonald's decides, let's just copy that button code and modify it here. I mean, why let someone else's decision slow me down? What could we possibly go wrong? Alright, McDonald has rolled out his new player code. Let's fast forward to the next part of his journey. Hold on, before racing ahead, you need to build this project. That means diving into more docs and then the waiting game. Building takes its sweet time, kinda like burning an entire DVD. Good thing, McDonald thinks. Hey, I'm clocking in hours for this. All set and looking sharp. Time for a review by the product and design teams. Now where should this update version go? To roll out the changes, we've got to deploy an entire new version of the app. It's like burning a fresh CD and getting it to the store. But hey, that's for someone else to handle, right? McDonald thinks. I will just chill while the DevOps team tackles that. Now, let's switch gears and peek into Claudia world. How does their experience look like? Claudia kick things off by simply crafting a new empty folder named Player Workspace for her player project. Without being tied to a specific app context, Claudia's approach shifts. She is crafting for usability, ensuring clearer boundaries, comprehensive docs, and user-friendly API. She rolls out two new components, Player and Player Control. Leveraging a scaffolding tool, she generates them from Spotify's specialized React component template. This template already bundles the essential code, comprehensive documentation, examples like stories, and all configurations, TypeScript, linter, prettier, webpack. Best of all, these configurations are neatly tucked away. No distraction or mess. Claudia can focus purely on what she loves, writing code. Next on her agenda, finding the right button. Claudia dives into the streaming platform. It's tailored for developers like her, offering powerful contextual search with filters such as tags like input or TypeScript, technology, in her case React, and more. What's more, she is greeted with a rich discovery experience that showcases the current version of the component, helpful labels, the component's bundle size, comprehensive docs, a live demo of the component, preset examples, a detailed API reference, everything she needs, right on her fingertips. But wait, there is more. A clear view of dependencies and which components depend on this one. Details on test cases and their coverage. A list of similar components offering alternatives. Claudia can quickly assess if this component fits the bill, or maybe explore the similar ones. Best part, everything is fresh and up to date since it's an integral part of the component. No outdated docs here. Claudia seamlessly installed just the button, mirroring the Spotify experience, downloading precisely what she requires. No bulky, unnecessary part of a huge design system. Not only does this streamline her bundle size, but future updates for this particular component will be more straightforward and secure. Claudia integrates the specific button component into her code. However, she soon notices that the button lacks the circle style she needs. In this modern approach, Claudia has the ability to fork a component. By doing so, she pulls the source code of the button directly into her workspace. This process seamlessly includes its dependencies and configuration, such as TypeScript, Jest, and the linter. Even better, everything gets automatically connected with her local fork, enabling her to integrate and use the button in her player code just like before, without any additional adjustments. Claudia modified the button's API to accommodate the specific style she needs. Following this change, she executes a dedicated command. This command not only compiles the button, but also lints and tests it, all while leveraging the button's native tools and configurations. This ensures the updated button remains consistent with its original quality standards. With everything in place, Claudia can now wrap up the development of her sleek new player control and player components. Claudia proceeds to import the app into her workspace as she requires updates to accommodate the new player. This action, much like forking, integrates the original component but with a significant distinction. It alters the original component instead of creating a separate fork. Importing the app also brings in the source code, configuration, and dependencies needed for seamless integration. With everything set up, Claudia can effortlessly incorporate her new player as if it were already installed from the npm registry. All the necessary connections and configurations are handled automatically, streamlining the integration process. The build process now races ahead at lightning speed, thanks to Claudia's workspace contains only 4 components. Claudia launches the app locally without needing to tinker with configurations. All the necessary development server settings are seamlessly integrated into the app component itself. This allows her to easily validate that everything functions as expected. To gather feedback, Claudia submits a change request on the cloud. This request encompasses 2 new components, player and player control, 1 forked component, the button, and 1 modified component, the app. With this, she sets the stage for reviews and potential improvements. This isn't just your regular code review, it's a holistic 360-degree evaluation. It encompasses the entire business initiative and involves various roles, including designers, product managers, developers, technical writers. And it doesn't stop there. It also brings together different teams and team members, such as Claudia's team, the design system team, the app team. Everyone's input and perspective contribute to the comprehensive review process. Transparency is key in this business initiative. There is a dedicated feed where everyone can stay in the loop regarding the entire process. This includes updates on code changes, new examples, review comments, and much more. And the best part, all of this unfolds before any code gets merged. Now, Claudia can truly gauge her impact, much like artists who have shared their songs on podcasts on Spotify. Tracking the audience is crucial. It's a source of empowerment, seeing people engage with the content, and it's a driving force behind motivation to keep creating. This holds true even if there is a compensation involved that isn't depend on the number of listeners. Similarly, in the world of code, there is a desire to socialize and share the impact of our work. Now, let's swiftly compare the CD world and the streaming world based on the key factors we highlighted at the start. In the CD world, there is always an extra cost. you end up paying for songs, aka code, that you don't actually need. Since it's all bundled together on one massive CD, you are left with a hefty bundle size. Plus, there is the ever present risk of updates when you want to update one component. Who knows which of the other 100 components might break in the process? This approach is a clear anti-pattern for collaboration incentives. In the CD world, you are constantly bringing in loads of code that you don't immediately need. This continuous arrival creates a significant distraction during the development process. It's a bit like searching in a physical store, looking for that how to find CD. Without proper search and discovery mechanisms, you are left relying on luck. In stark contrast, the streaming approach offers a streamlined experience with contextual search by labels, tech stack, dependencies, and size, access to live examples, readable and searchable docs, API reference. While you might have a partial discovery experience for smaller sections of your organization's code, like the design system, most of your organization's code isn't the design system. So sometimes the code you need is hidden away somewhere, making it challenging to locate in the CD world. In the CD world, it's a one-time deal. You burn your code onto the CD, and that's the end of it. But in the future world, your code is always live, and it opens up a world of social possibilities. You can track your impact as an individual or as a team within the organization, discover how many people who you never imagined are using your code, assess the quality of your code and your personal growth over time, evaluate how much better you are today than you were yesterday. Plus, you continually receive feedback on your code, leaving room for constant improvements. It's a dynamic and social development environment. In the CD world, you are dealing with hard copies, and hard copies can be quite challenging to modify. It involves a time consuming process of creating a new version of the CD, gathering all the changes, burning a fresh CD, and then shipping it to stores. This results in long waits for updates to become available to you, your team, or your users. You are essentially at the mercy of unrelated changes getting merged, enduring lengthy build times, and navigating the complex deployment process. In the streaming world, it's a whole different story. You can effortlessly replace files on the server, making changes instantly available to everyone. In our case, we modify, review, and deploy individual components, which streamlines the process from code to production. It's a significantly faster journey. In the CD world, only a select few can become artists and reach a broad audience. Similarly, in our case, only a limited number of developers can create and distribute reusable code. It involves numerous tools and processes, and only they can make a significant impact within the organization. But in the streaming world, it's an entirely different story. Anyone can participate, anyone can craft a reusable component and effortlessly share it within the organization or with the wider world. You will be amazed to discover just how vast the world is. And there are people, both within and outside your organization, who have been searching for your specific piece of code. It's about democratizing development and broadening the reach of your work. This vision might sound like a utopia, but it's not just a fairy tale. So, how do we turn this dream into a reality? Achieving this transformation is indeed a substantial undertaking, touching on various aspects, from philosophical and methodological shifts to organizational changes and advancement in technology and products. I've been dedicating to developing these processes and technologies full time for the past 6 years. Now let's delve into some key factors to consider on the journey toward this future. The first step is to shift our perspective regarding the relationship between apps and components. Instead of centering our development process around apps which include organizational structure, repositories, CI/CD pipeline, and testing specific to apps, we should place component at the core. Here is how. Treat components as complete products deserving respect. Develop components with reusability in mind, assuming they will be used more than once. Organize your structure around components. Prioritize components reviews. Version and ship components individually. Comprehensively document components. Focus your testing efforts on components and establish CI pipeline specifically for components. This approach shifts the focus to releasing individual singles to your development environment, akin to how artists release songs on Spotify instead of assembling a full CD albums. In the end, it's the presence of well-crafted reusable components that truly builds your R&D compounding value. These components serve as the foundation for developing tomorrow's features without the need to reinvent the wheel every single time. Plus, they allow you to leave behind the burden of a giant, heavy legacy monolith that holds you back. Simplifying the process of creating and sharing individual components is key. It should be so straightforward that anyone in your organization is not only able but also motivated to do so. Consider this critical aspect: providing easy to use templates for component creation, streamlining the setup necessary development tools, simplifying the management of component dependencies, and ensuring appropriate permission for component sharing and collaboration. Allocate time and effort to enhance your discovery tools. Consider the following aspect: make searching for components seamless and effective. Implement a tagging system to categorize components. Provide clear and useful examples to showcase component functionality. Establish a ranking system to highlight popular and high-quality components. Furthermore, infuse a social dimension into your discovery tools. Think about ways to measure and present impact, usage, and other social metrics. Also, ensure a direct connection between code and discovery tools. The developer responsible for creating a component should be accountable for its discovery experience. It's not someone else's problem. Remember, even a great song goes unheard if no one can find it. Enhance your workflow for forking and contributing back to other components. This process should be straightforward. Make it easy to fork an existing component, make changes and build it. Facilitate the process of suggesting new changes. Ensure there is a convenient way to use the fork component while waiting for the original component to be updated with the new suggestions. Encouraging contribution and collaboration should be at the heart of your development culture. Remember that this transformation should happen gradually, one step at a time. You cannot completely change the entire organization in a single day. When you start working on your next feature, try to build it with components and reusability in mind. Every small step contributes to a more streamlined and efficient development process. As a wrap up, one final question remains: which world you like to live in? Feel free to share your thoughts and preferences with me in the comments or through the feedback form. Thank you for joining me on this journey. I hope you found it enjoyable and informative. I've included a QR code for a brief anonymous feedback form. You can also find my social media information in case you would like to connect. Your feedback is highly appreciated. Thank you again, and I look forward to having you with me next time. Goodbye.
thank you so much. Really, really love that talk. Remember, if you do have any questions or you just want to tell the speaker how amazing that talk was, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord. All right, we have so much more to get through today, so let's continue. Gonna shout out another one of our amazing platinum sponsors, SourceGraph. SourceGraph is a code intelligence platform that helps companies quickly understand, fix, and automate code changes across their entire code base. Check it out. It might be a good tool for you to use. Now, don't forget to tweet, or I guess the verb is now X, with the React Advanced hashtag. We want to see you, see where you're watching from, see your setup, and get to know you better. Tell us what you're enjoying about today as well. Okay, one thing I'm enjoying about today are amazing talks. And the next one that we have lined up is titled Feature Flagging with React. And to talk to us about that, we have a principal engineer from the Zone, an open source enthusiast, and the creator of FeatureVisor. We have Farhad. So I'm going to ask you to go to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track, leave a virtual round of applause, lots of those applause icons, and leave some love and questions for him as well. I'm sure he's going to reply to them. So go shoot for them. All right, Farhad, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name is Fahad Hilal. I work as a principal engineer in the Zone company. We are all about like a sports streaming and many other things related to sports. And today I'm here at React Advanced. Thank you for like letting me come here and like give you a talk about feature management in React.js applications. So initially, like when I submitted my talk, I had the idea that I'll just come in and talk about a new open source project of mine and like just like advertise it, like, you know, like let everyone know about it. But I realized like that's going to be a big failure, like if I really do it that way, because then nobody would understand like why I even built that tool and what are the pain points and suffering that led me to even like think of building such a tool. So then I backtracked a bit and then I made this my agenda. So I want to focus more on the conceptual side of things, starting with feature management, like what it is, what kind of practice it is, what are the techniques involved in it, and how we can adopt it, what are the benefits, and also what are the pain points that come with it. And very quickly after that, I also want to touch upon two topics called infrastructure as code and also GitOps. So I really want to insist that I understand this is a conference that is focused more on the React side of things in the front end area. Even if you do not know these terms, I have a very strong feeling that you actually know it without knowing these terms. So I'll clear that up very, very soon. And then once we have covered the conceptual side of things, I'll show you how I combine these three different practices, three different concepts together to create this solution that I call FeatureVisor. And then I also want to again mention that the tool is the negligible part of this talk, really. Tool could be anything, like it could be a third-party SaaS tool or this tool that is open source or something that is bespoke and built by yourself. It really doesn't matter. So it's really the concepts, the practice in software engineering. And then, of course, because it's a React Advanced conference, so I also want to show you how you can bring this practice in your React application and also benefit from that. So I promise that I'll show you some code, but at the very, very end. So first things first, what is feature management? What is it like? How does it differ from some other sorts of management, like content management or things like that? So if I were in the same room with all of you, I think I would have asked you all to raise your hands, asking have you ever used feature flags before in your organization, in your source code, in your team? Have you ever done that? But since we are a remote right now, so I will just go ahead with my slide, and so I'll start by saying that feature management in the end is a practice that is consisting of several different techniques that we apply in software engineering. So the first one that comes to my mind is called feature flags or feature toggles that you might already have used before. So if you have not, then I want to mention that it's really an if condition, an if statement. It's an on-off switch that you check in your code somewhere with an if statement somewhere. It could be JavaScript, it could be Golang, really language doesn't matter here. And if something is true, you do something. If not, then you do something else. As simple as that. But the idea is the conditions that evaluate those values as true or false is something that is externally managed and something that is not hard coded in your application. Because the idea is we want to decouple your application deployment from your feature releases. I'll talk more about that soon in the next slide. But for now, let's just assume that it's an on-off switch that just controls the behavior of your application in certain areas. And then also, like if you are into more product development, you might have also heard about A/B testing or multivariate testing. So what happens is, imagine you have a new sign-up journey designed and you want to test different variations like variation A, variation B, variation C. So you want to test it out in like against all your traffic. So maybe 33% of the traffic gets variation A, other 33% gets B, and the other C. And you figure out like which one converts best. Like, is it the B variation that gives you the most successful signups and on? So this is like one of the techniques as well that you externally manage while influencing your application without requiring any further deployment. And one other thing that's like very, very crucial that I found in my career is the concept of gradual rollouts. So imagine you and your team have been building a new product feature that you're launching, let's say next month. You don't really want to like go for a big bang release. You don't want to release it to the entire world or to 100% of your traffic. You want to be confident that, hey, we built this thing like for such a long time without exposing it to users. Maybe you should figure out like if it actually works with real users at all before we like expose it to everyone. So what you can do is like launch it only to 5% of your traffic, then 10%, gain some confidence, see that everything works well with your backend system, with your front end code and everything, and then you like gradually move the percentage level all the way up to 100. And you know that, okay, now it's completely out. Nothing is like held back for anyone anymore. And so that's gradual rollouts. The other one is remote configuration. So imagine you have some very specific product behavior that you can parameterize, and you do not want to hard code that configuration in your application itself. So you manage that configuration like externally, and you can like tweak the configuration whenever you feel like, and it influences the behavior of your application right away without requiring any further deployment. How amazing is that? Imagine this new redesign that had some like a toggle, like on or off. You could just like toggle it off like whenever you feel like, because you think that this is causing some harm to your production environment. And then comes audience targeting. So I'll pick one example from Facebook, actually. Well, they call themselves Meta now. So New Zealand was always their playground, their testing ground. So they used to always like launch these new features, and they would like expose it to like users in New Zealand only for some reason. Don't ask me why. And then they'll figure out if it's working or not. Even in Netherlands, like there are big companies sometimes launching some new products in Netherlands first before they roll out to the rest of the world. So they target their audience. So this is audience targeting. You decide, you figure out in the runtime, if the country is equal to Netherlands or country is equal to New Zealand, I want to expose this feature. For rest of the like audience, I do not want to like show anything yet until I'm ready. So that's audience targeting. So I'm talking a lot, and so this is actually just the techniques that I mentioned, but why even adopt them? Like, what is the need for like even knowing these techniques, and why incorporate them? Like, how does it make your life better? So now we move on to the next slide. So this is like only the few handful of items that I have come up with for this talk. So the first one is decoupling releases from deployments. So now this may sound a bit confusing, like what is a release and what is a deployment? So deployment is when you ship your code. So imagine you built a React application and you have bundled it. Yeah, it's already like sitting in a dist folder somewhere, and you upload it to a CDN or your server. So that's the deployment part. The code is being shipped. But code being shipped doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually already being exposed to users. Maybe there are some certain features that are not in enable state, like behind a feature flag. So that's the decoupling part. So you keep them separate, the feature configuration and the feature code itself. That's the shipping part. And so it also, like if you adopt this way of working, like when they are decoupled, it also helps your team and your organization to adopt this mindset of continuous delivery. And what do I mean by that? So there are like different approaches of like managing code in a Git repository or any other versioning system, doesn't matter. It's called often trunk-based development. So you keep on like merging new features that you develop, and you just like keep merging it to your main branch or master branch, whatever you want to call it. And you just ship the code. Like they're there, but they are not actually exposed to your users yet until you feel ready. And this helps like avoid having to maintain a long running feature branch for a long period of time. It introduces so many conflicts. If there's so much sync issues, like you can really avoid all that. So continuous delivery really helps you there. Other thing is like increased control and flexibility. So by control, I mean you can control who sees what, where, and when. Like I mentioned the countries based configuration before. So it could be like anything. It could be also like saying, okay, I only want to launch my feature to people aged above 25 or below 50, like whatever, you could like come up with these conditions yourself. As long as the evaluation is being done by the code, the configuration could be coming from somewhere else, totally separate from your application, giving you that flexibility. Risk mitigation, one more thing. So I mentioned it briefly before. So if you have some feature that is launched, but you realize that, okay, it's causing some thing bad to happen in your organization or your system. So you can quickly roll back. You can just disable it very, very quickly without having to coordinate, I don't know, deployments across maybe 20 or 30 different teams, depending on your organization size. So it always centralized in one place is much more easier. And with centralization of all this feature flag management, configuration and their product specific behavior, it also gives you a very solid visibility in your entire organization. So product, marketing team, engineering, of course, they can all come together and get behind a single source of truth, and they can collaborate in one place without leading to any confusion or any pain and suffering that can come from it if people are not aligned. So these are all good things. I think we can agree that we at least get some benefits by just going through this list here. But in real world, things are not just rainbows and butterflies all the time. There are many operational pain points that come with it. So I'll briefly mention those two. And I can really tell you that every single item here has caused me great pain in my career. Otherwise, I would not have listed them down here in this list. So the first one is having a reviews and approval workflow. So what happens with most of the tools is there's many third parties SaaS tools there for feature management needs, and the ones that I've reviewed myself, I would say more than 80% do not have this reviews and approval workflow. So most of us in this audience right now, I'm assuming that we are mostly engineers. So we know how to work with Git and GitHub, and we know how to send pull requests. So we have a very review and approval based culture, So we like to make it peer reviewed before something goes live. So this is something that doesn't always exist in feature management tools that I really dislike, and it has caused so many issues before, in my jobs, multiple different jobs, and this is something that I really miss. Another thing is that most of these tools allow you to create a single project, and it makes sense that you want to have your entire feature management managed centrally as in a single project so everyone can see everything. But the problem is the serving of this configuration. So imagine you have a front-end application. There is landing page, there is a sign-in page, sign-up page, there's a checkout flow, all that. They're separate areas of your organization, each team doing their own thing, even though from end user perspective, you are seeing them all together. But when you fetch the configuration, you might be loading, let's say, configuration of checkout area when you're just trying to render a landing page. That's not really cool. With web, performance is very important. We only want to load as less as possible to deliver the maximum value to our customers so that we can give them a good experience, make the page load really fast and all that. So this thing really hurts, this configuration size that we all need to fetch for our feature flags. Deprecating is one other problem. So with these tools, you see that people just keep on adding and adding more feature flags and more feature configuration to the tool, and they never delete them. And because everyone is afraid to delete anything, what if I delete something and it breaks something in Australia or breaks something in the United States, because we don't know. So if we have a deprecation workflow saying that, okay, if someone is evaluating this feature, show them a warning so the engineers can take care of it themselves for removing it. So this is also a missing problem, missing a use case that I see in many tools. Feature dependencies, when you have one feature depending on another one, that's also a concept that doesn't exist in many tools. Another one is establishing ownership of all the features. So if I create a new feature flag, do I get to assign myself as an owner or a team as an owner? So that the next time you want to change something, so that you can know like who this person is or who the team is, so that I need to communicate to. Testing in production, another one. So if you have a QA team in your company, you must like consider yourself very, very lucky because not many teams and companies have that. So everyone has to test everything themselves before they ship to production. So many of these tools are not really designed around the QA workflow, the quality assurance team. So you want to like maybe expose a feature flag as enabled only for your QA team only, so they can actually test in real production before exposing it to the rest of the users. So this is another like operational pain point that I have. So I've been like mentioning a few of these, like every single item that I faced myself. I'm sure like many of you have faced yourself as well. And trust me on this when I say it. Coding challenges, technical issues are something that most of us can handle. But operational pain points, like when you have to be in a room full of like 15, 20 people, everyone like stressed out, trying to figure out what went wrong, where, and you don't know it, you really want to avoid that kind of situation. You don't really, really want to be there. And this is a GIF that I just like added in the slide. So a great man once said, like, in this kind of situations where external environment is trying to put too much pressure on you, or like you are getting too much like inputs, be like water. Like it was a Bruce Lee, a very disciplined man. But thing is, in reality, I mostly act like this. So, I mean, as much as you want to like, be very composed, very calm, when stress level is high and there are many people from different departments coming together, like sometimes a different version of you can come out. And all of that I learned actually through this journey, I tried to pour into this new tool that I built that I want to show you soon. But before I go there, I just want to mention two new topics very, very quickly. So first one is infrastructure as code. So this is a sentence I copied from Google with some edits. So infrastructure as code is a practice in software engineering where infrastructure is provisioned and managed using declarative code. And by declarative code, I mean code that tells the system what to do, but not necessarily how to do it. So we avoid all the manual process. It's like we are telling almost a person, like, do this thing, and the person figures out how to do it and then gets the job done. And if I give you some quick examples, there's Terraform, there's Docker, there's Kubernetes and all that. So they're all like adopting these IAC principles. IAC is short for infrastructure as code. But I really want to focus on the last part only because I think that's where we have the common ground in front end and back end, because I think many of us have already dealt with CI/CD pipelines. GitHub Actions is a popular one. They are also like free for open source projects and all. There's GitLab CI and there are more. So what happens is we define like what we expect from our CI/CD pipeline in workflows. We define a YAML file with a job, with the steps, and then we just like hand it over to GitHub, and GitHub sorts everything out for us. It runs the job. It like gives us a green or red status based on if the build passed or build failed. So all of that is like taken care of by them. So we don't really figure out all the little hows to like make that work. So that's really IAC. The next one that I want to quickly touch upon is called GitOps. So we know about DevOps and like other sorts of operational works, but GitOps is like a new term that's also gaining a lot of popularity, and it builds on top of the principles of IAC. But we manage everything in a Git repository. So everything is like declared in a declarative syntax, like YAML file or JSON file or TOML. It could be any language of your choosing, as long as it is declarative, like without any programming code. We use everything in Git. So this is a source of truth. We have reviews and approval workflow out of the box because everything goes via pull requests, and we have automation via CI/CD pipeline because everything is like backed by it. And of course it's Git. So we have audits like out of the box because it maintains all the changes that we have, and it has a full history. So not everyone will know like who did what when. So you have like more like transparency in your organization right away. So we learned like a few different concepts now. We learned about infrastructure as code. We learned about feature management. We also touched upon GitOps. So I really was like struggling with these concepts the last 2 or more years and wanted to figure out like, is there any way to bring these three parties together and build a solution that can make engineers' lives happier? So that's why, and this year I finally cracked that API in my head, and I really went for it. And so I'm calling that tool FeatureVisor. It's free and open source. It works with JavaScript, it works with React, with SDKs and all. And again, I want to say that the tool is not really the important part here. I'll show you some of this tool's functionality. You can really use any other tool, but it's the principles that really matter the most. And this is where my slides actually end. So I will go to the website quickly to show you like how that tool works and how you can even take this learning to any other tool of your choosing. Maybe you can build something yourself and benefit from that. This is the homepage. So I'll ignore like the landing page details for now, and I'll take you straight to the bottom of this page. And I will show you like the way of working with this tool. Like how does GitOps apply to feature management? So you have a Git repository. This is your FeatureVisor project. This Git repository is independent of your application code. So that's how we make releases decoupled from deployments. And you send pull requests for updating all your feature configuration as their individual YAML files. And once the pull request is reviewed and merged, a CI/CD pipeline takes in that you own yourself. I have templates for GitHub Actions, so you can copy that if you want. And it will build the configuration files like that is consumable. And then it will upload to a CDN of your choosing. It could be your own server even. And the third step is basically once those configuration files that is built and uploaded to a CDN, you can fetch it in the runtime in your application. And by runtime, I mean, if you're a React application developer, it could be the browser environment. Like you fetch that configuration from the browser directly and use FeatureVisor SDKs to evaluate those values as true, false, or some other variable value. And there are 3 building blocks to like defining the features. So I'll quickly go through them. Attributes are like fields. For example, if you want to like have a condition set against country, like if country is equal to New Zealand or country is equal to Netherlands, so you define a country attribute. That's your field that you will have a condition against. So here I'm creating an attribute /country.yaml file. I'm saying that it's of type string, and I have some description just for documentation purposes for us humans. And then comes the segments part. Segments is like how you define like what are our targeting conditions. So if we want to, let's say, target iPhone users in United States, this is like one way that we could like define it. So we'll have an iPhone US.yaml file, and in our conditions we'll say that okay, the country attribute must equal to the value of US, that is the country code of US, United States, and the device should equal iPhone. So all of a sudden we just have like a segment, reusable segment that we have defined that we can use when we define our feature rollout rules. The segments have like an exhaustive list of operators that you can use, like beyond just equals operator. So I do not really have the time to go through all of them, but you can come back to it later, like when you visit the website. Then comes the features part. This is like the most interesting part. This is where you define your individual feature flags. So the idea of defining a feature is you either want to evaluate one of its 3 different values, the flag value itself, that is like an on and off status. There's variation if you're using A/B test, if you're using variables for like remote configuration. So you can also use some key value pairs as configuration here. So here, this is a very, very simplest form of feature definition in FeatureVisor. So you create a new sidebar.yaml file because that's what you want to call your feature flag, And so you have a sidebar, and then you define some rollout rules against different environment. So here I only have production environment, but imagine I could also have like staging environment or development environment or anything else, It's totally up to me to customize it. And then I have the rules. I'm saying that, okay, I want to launch it to everyone. So asterisk means that all segments, full audience, and percentage is like if I wish to roll out gradually. So it could be any value between 0 and 100. And we previously created a segment called iPhone US. So imagine we wanted to launch this sidebar feature to only iPhone US users only. So we could have done something like this in the segments instead of asterisk. We could just say like, okay, instead of Germany, I could just call like United States or iPhone US users. Anything, we are totally free to compose our own targeting conditions the way we want, customizing against our own needs. So this is the definition part. So I will not touch upon the topics of the CI/CD part. Like it's just like one command that builds everything. You can use that from the website. But I'll quickly touch upon the SDK itself. So the JavaScript SDK. So now I'm going to come to React like right after this. So the JavaScript SDK is like universal. It works in Node.js and also in browser environments. There are like more SDKs in other languages in development already, but JavaScript is like the one that's already done. And you just initialize it by providing a data file URL. So imagine you uploaded your like configuration file to your own CDN. You just provide the URL and you just initialize that using the create instance function of it. That's it. And once you have it, you can evaluate your feature flags by calling if the feature advisor instance has this feature key as enabled or not. You get the value and do whatever you want with it. Like you can do if is enabled, show this sidebar. If not enabled, do not show it. It could be anything. Same thing for variations and variables and all that. But I really want to like move to the React side now. So because we are in a React conference after all. So the React SDK complements the core JavaScript SDK, which is only like 6 kilobytes in size. The core SDK, like it's very, very small and very, very like, efficient. And there's a provider component that you import from the React package of Feature Advisor. You set the instance at the root of your components tree so that like all your child components can like make use of this. And it has a bunch of different hooks. So if you want to check the flag status, if a certain feature is enabled or disabled, you can import the use flag hook and then call it synchronously in your component and then like evaluate it and react to it like whatever way you want. Same for variations, like use variation hook for A/B test. Same for variables if you want to have some remote configuration. So all of the common use cases are like already covered for you. And it works with React Native too. So I tested an iOS application myself. There's an example repository too. So it's the same package that works everywhere because React Native already comes with a fetch API. So you have that covered. That's the only API that Feature Advisor has a dependency on. And so yeah, like you really can completely decouple your application development and your feature management separately so that like you can tweak the configuration at a time of your choosing without having to go through the deployment process of all your individual applications in your organization. And many of you may have like multiple teams managing multiple different services in backend, front end. You can bring them all in one place with this tool. So this is where actually like I would stop. Like I don't have much to say besides this. And I really want to stress that the intention of this talk is really about making you understand the benefits of feature management. Tools can be replaceable at any moment, but the practices really stay with us. And I hope like this gives you some, interesting insights from my own experience before. And maybe you can take these pain points and see how you can solve them better, like yourself, by building something within your own organization, or maybe using a tool that fits your purpose. And I'm very, very keen to hear your feedback, like what you think about this tool itself, or if you have any pain points from other tools, because maybe together we can make something even better that covers the use cases of many other people. And that's the essence of open source. So thank you all. Thank you, React Advanced, for inviting. And I hope to chat to you soon on Discord. Bye.
Thank you so much, Farhad. That was an amazing talk. I really, really enjoyed that. All right. If you have questions or you just want to tell him how amazing his talk was, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track for those. Chase our speaker up there and you can ask them questions. We have so much more content for today, so we're going to keep on moving. I'm going to shout out one of our sponsors, Content AI. Content AI is a headless CMS with native AI support and tools for end-to-end type safety. Definitely check it out, and this might be another useful tool to put in your tool belt. Okay, so for our next speak, we have the wonderful Josh Goldberg. He's an independent full-time open source developer and works on so many projects in the TypeScript ecosystem, and he's also the author of his own book. I have been fortunate to watch him in the stage in person, and I am very grateful to be able to introduce him virtually to the stage as he comes to talk about power fixing React performance woes. You know what to do. Go over to the hashtag Q&A track and on Discord and make some noise and leave some love for him as he takes the stage. Take it away, Josh.
Hello, and welcome to Power Fixing React Performance Woos with me, Josh Goldberg. I'm an open source maintainer. I work in the TypeScript ecosystem, and I wrote a book, Learning TypeScript, published by O'Reilly. But we're not here to talk about all that. We're here to talk about web performance, power fixing things. Web performance is awesome. And if you're not convinced, highly recommend web.dev/whyspeedmatters. Summarizing its points, speed is important for retaining your users. They're more likely to stay. Improving conversions, that's good for the money. It's good for your user experience because people don't like slow web pages, fun fact. And it's an accessibility point because people with limited hardware and or bandwidth often can't use or have trouble using really bloated old slow web pages. Do not want. Now, modern frameworks like SvelteKit and Nuxt and Next and Remix and Mastro and all these do make a lot of good choices for you. So if you're using something like, say, Next.js, which we'll see later, it oftentimes is set up to make good performance the built-in, the default, which actually makes it harder to write slow web pages. But not impossible. They don't prevent you from introducing performance regressions. Even if you're doing everything right, it's still possible over time for things to creep in. I'm going to walk you through a series of 5 improvements I made, only some of which actually touch React code, to the popular center.app website. Now, this is from a perfectly good, respectable team. They did nothing wrong, except they just didn't have the time to focus on performance, which meant then that some performance problems did creep into the app, which I was able to help with. Normally, when I tackle a performance issue, it's in 4 phases. Identification, seeing what's wrong, ideally with something I can measure. Investigation, looking into what the root cause is. Implementation, ideally of a fix. And confirmation that the fix actually fixed the thing that we wanted it to. The first of these is a real quick one, 81 iframe embeds. I've seen this very rarely, so it was really cool to come up here. When you look at the center.app/quotes page, prior to the fixes, it would take forever. Look at how slow this was. And the root cause was, well, we'll see soon, that it had a lot of iframes, but the effect, the symptom, was that it just took forever and felt slow. And I had a clue because I had seen a lot of tweets show up on a page and take a while before. So just looking through the dev tools, we see a recording here of me confirming that, yes, it is what I suspected, that there are a lot of iframes on this page. And fun fact about iframes, we can see here that there are quite a few of them. Each iframe is like a page within a page. So when you have 84 of them or 81 of them, that's quite a few pages. When this recording was taken yesterday, it was actually more iframes than when I'd initially done the investigation. It was a total of 94. So that's quite the slowdown. And they're all showing up at the same time, meaning they're all loading at the same time, which is why the page froze up and took a while to load. Boom. In implementing a fix, I first found where the iframes are rendered, which is this general use cards component. It's simplified here, but in essence, it loads in card data using a hook, and then for each piece of that data, stored as an array, it would map into this card component, rendering as a child component. And that card component called to React Twitter embed, which is a perfectly good popular NPM package that embeds a tweet as an iframe. That's the standard way to use Twitter's external tweet embedding features, especially since they went all private only or cost only for their APIs. So, large numbers, dozens, almost 100 iframes, all rendering at once. The strategy that I would often take in a situation like this is lazy loading. This is a simplification of the fix we implemented with lazy loading. First, we dot slice the cards so that only cards 0 through, in this case, starting at 6, render at once. Then, every time a card loads, on load, we increment or add a little bit to an extra counter saying we can additionally load this many more cards. So after the first few cards load, we can keep loading more and more. Now 6 is an arbitrary number, but it worked well here because that's roughly the maximum number of iframes anyone would see upon first loading the page. In theory, we could have based it on the page's viewport or some such, but I didn't have the time. I was just doing this for fun. And just confirming, much faster of recording. It's still loading the same number of iframes. It's just waiting to load. It's being lazy and loading all but the first 6. So, yay, that felt nice. And as we'll see in the remaining 4 investigations, not much React-specific stuff here, but it is general good web principles. So a few takeaways. 1, unoptimized apps are, in my experience, the most fun to investigate. because they might be totally well crafted. They just haven't had the time to do those low-hanging fruit, those much more straightforward wins for performance. 2, this code was probably totally fine when it was first written. I imagine when the page was first implemented, it probably only had 6 or 12 quotes at most. Not ideal, but not anywhere near nearly 100 iframes. And lastly, lazy loading is awesome. Highly recommended as a strategy. If you have a whole bunch of stuff you want to show, and only some of it is initially visible to the users, maybe wait to render the rest of it until a second or two. Let's move on. Hidden embedded images. This was fun. So I did run a performance score, which is the standard dev tools, hey, how's the performance within the general Lighthouse family of checks for a page. And it came with a 36 score, which is not ideal. It's in the red. And going down the suggested opportunities for growth, which I'd highly recommend looking into if you ever get a performance score in the red or yellow, the one that first stood out to me was total size 26,500 KIB, or roughly 24 megabytes. Wow, that's a lot of code. That's a lot of stuff being sent over the wire. Why was so much stuff being loaded by the page? Well, I plopped open this great tool called the Webpack Bundle Analyzer. Because Centered App is written in Next.js, we could use the really nice, straightforward Next.js/Bundle Analyzer integration, which made it relatively straightforward to plop open the require next/bundle analyzer and run it if process and analyze is true. In other words, I followed the docs and then ran this command: analyze equals true, npm run build. This created a local build, a production build of the app, analyzing the bundles, or the generated chunks of JavaScript. And my favorite part of the tool is it comes with a nice visualization. And this visualization showed gcal features illustration.js being by far the biggest thing on the page, the biggest part of any chunk, by an order of magnitude, multiple megabytes. It turned the biggest, most important chunk, the app chunk, into a 9 megabyte monstrosity. Huge. I'd never seen anything this big from something checked into the repository. I love it. This is really cool to me. So I looked at the file and saw that it had a whole bunch of images embedded in as base64. Now, base64 is a way of encoding an image or some piece of data as a string, and it's totally reasonable to use it for small images. But if you have one that encodes to millions of characters, if it's a multiple megabyte image, base64 encoding it into your SVGs inside your React components is not generally a good idea for performance. It might have been a nice quick way to prototype a feature, but this is not great for production, because it requires the user downloading and loading megabytes upon megabytes of JavaScript with this base64 encoding to run your page. Not great. Furthermore, this code was unused. Nowhere in the app actually rendered gcal features illustration. So I just deleted the file. No problems. Rerunning the npm run build with analyze true, we saw a much improved page chunk. Now, I'll go into more improvements on this later, but for now, I was pretty pleased with this. Going down from 11 to less than 7.5, that's a pretty good improvement in the total size. Yay. And just confirming, I reran Lighthouse DevTools and saw that, well, largest contentful paint improved from 17.6 seconds, give or take across a few runs, to 13.2. But interestingly, the overall performance score didn't actually improve. And I believe this is because the general performance score is a factor of issues, including LCP, and LCP can only weigh in at so much. So beyond a certain point, LCP is just as bad as it can be. Later on, we will see it improve, I promise. But yeah, still 4.5 seconds, give or take, improved of largest contentful paint, or how long it takes to paint the biggest visual thing on the pages. I think a nice user improvement. So, bittersweet. My takeaways here were, 1, it's still really fun to performance investigate unoptimized apps. You get weird, wacky chunks like this. 2, similar to how you might regularly want to run all the pages in your site to see if they're working well, even if they're slow. Regularly audit your Webpack analyzers, your bundle analyzer. Maybe see if there's some humorously large chunk or bundle somewhere in there. And 3, some metrics will take multiple fixes before there's an improvement made. LCP was improved, but the overall performance score was not, and that's okay. As long as user benefit is happening, I'm happy. But okay, let's take another look at that bundle analyzer output. 3 giant index.js files. What's going on there? Now this is a symptom of barrel exports not being tree shaking, 2 terms we should go into. A barrel export is a common pattern in JavaScript when some file, like an index file, exports a whole bunch of other files. It's convenient so that whoever wants to import any of those other things can just take it from the one place, that one barrel. And in theory, tree shaking, which is the process of removing unused code from your dependencies before they go into the build, should remove the parts of the barrel that are unused. In this case, it doesn't look like they are. And just to confirm this, I ran a search. How many times is this, Fort Awesome / ProLight SVG icons package imported from? Only 34 times. Now, I've actually used this package before. It's really nice. It's just a quick, well-constructed collection of SVG icons of different weights. And they're all pretty fine-tuned for performance. None of them are huge. Which is why only 34 imports from it kind of raised my alarm bells of something funky, something fishy is happening here. 34 is a pretty low number. So I just tried something out. I tried to, instead of importing from the barrel export, because I've seen barrel exports not get tree shaken before, I tried importing directly from the files that contain the assets. Instead of importing, say, both the abacus and baby icons from the root, the barrel, I imported them from their individual files. And voila! Applying that fix across the 34 ProLight SVG icons imports dramatically improved the bundle. It reduced my number of giant index.js barrels from 3 to 2, which meant that proof of concept showing what would happen if I no longer used the barrel export was in fact a significant improvement for the app. Now, I will note here, Next.js 13.1, which was released after I did this investigation, did improve barrel import detection quite a bit for tree shaking, and I believe later subsequent versions of Next.js did further work to improve the situation. So the issue here is not Next.js anymore. The issue is certainly not barrel imports or barrel exports. The issue was just that the tooling at the time did not support this use case and has since been patched. But anyway, I wrote an ESLint rule because it's a good idea to write ESLint rules or general pieces of automation that prevent people from doing things you don't want them to do in the future. Although I'd fixed all these imports now, we wanted to make sure that someone wouldn't accidentally introduce a new usage of the barrel export. This ESLint rule says that for any import declaration with a source value pulling from Fort Awesome, anything SVG icons without anything after it would get a context report telling you to use the individual path. You can see in the blog post on my blog, that I'll link later, that I also wrote a fixer to auto-fix any imports, which was really useful for applying automatically across the whole code base. Rerunning performance, yep, we saw finally an improvement from 36 to 51. We did improve Contentful Paint LCP from 13 to 12, give or take. We also significantly improved total blocking time, which makes me think script parsing was an issue here, and we improved the speed index. So I'm pretty pleased about this. At long last, performance was no longer in the red, it was at least yellow, what they call average area. 13.2 was pretty slow, so I'm glad we improved it. Some takeaways. 1, make sure you're tree shaking large dependencies. Again, barrel exports, barrel imports, totally fine. It's a very valid pattern in many cases. Just make sure your tooling supports them well. 2, it's a good idea, if you're going to make a larger fix, such as writing a custom ESLint rule, to proof of concept it. Make sure you're not going down spending too much time doing something that won't actually yield a lot of benefit. And 3, love an automation. Whenever you can automatically enforce a good practice, do so. That way you don't have to manually enforce it or clean up mistakes or bad uses of it later on. Cool. Speaking of unused code, this one wasn't so much a performance investigation as a general good practice. Let's say you have a function that's never called. It would be nice to have a tool that tells you this is dead code. You should delete it. Or let's say a type, an interface, that maybe previously was associated with a function, but isn't used anymore. Or maybe even you have a dependency, which used to be used, maybe, and no longer is. Be nice to have something that tells you this is dead. Please remove it. And unused code is bad. I want that tell me it's dead feature, because unused code has two major drawbacks. For one, it makes your source files less readable. There's more stuff to parse through when you're trying to understand. And two, it causes often longer builds. At the very least, dependencies that are unused take up time in your installs, your npm CI or equivalent. And if you're doing some kind of linting and or building, etc. on your source code, they take up time to be linted, builded, and so on. And all that comes together to cause development to be slower, to make your devs slow down, which is bad because you want your devs working as quickly and efficiently as possible. Fortunately, there's this awesome tool, look at this ridiculous cow they made, called Knip. Knip does what I want. It finds unused code. So without getting too salesy on it, you can install it as a dev dependency optionally, and then you can just npx knip and it'll run some defaults and find unused code for you. Now every project is different, so you can configure it. It's got some nice config settings. For example, this one takes a look at your project's index file as the entry point, and then also analyzes all your project files that are source anything.ts. But we ran it, and we didn't really find that much, but we did check it in as a CI step. Because not all performance fixes directly follow investigations with conclusions and lighthouse scores. Sometimes you're just running dev enablement, which is a good goal on its own. You want your devs to be great, and future work avoided is still good and work avoided. So a few takeaways here. One, make sure your devs are happy. If there's tooling that you want to add in that would be useful, see if you can find that, find time to do that. Two, known preventative fixes are definitely worthwhile. I have seen Knip find megabytes upon megabytes in other code bases, so I knew that Knip would likely eventually hit this issue if we didn't add Knip. And three, as the Knip README says, knip it before you ship it. Love it. But okay, back to the investigations, my favorite one of them all, because it involves emojis and open source. This was a fun one. Take a look at this recording. In the DevTools and the Performance tab, we reload and trace and measure. We see that even after the page has loaded the title, meaning scripts have loaded in, it still takes a few seconds to run, which is a little unusual for even local dev servers. And if we look at the profile that was processed, we can see that there are, while the page is running its scripts, a couple of seconds of blank before we get to the home page. And if we zoom in on there and just look, we see there's a long task, that's that red striping, indicating too much is happening. And within that, a full second, slightly more, is spent in the emoji plugin for Draft.js, the text editor. And much of that is spent repeatedly in this ns.toShort function. What's going on here? ToShort appears to be making some rather fancy-looking regular expressions. Now, in the DevTools, if you click on where the function name is given a blue link, you get taken to where that function is in source code in your DevTools. And look at this, it is annotated that ns.toShort was taken almost 700 milliseconds. That's time spent inside that function. 700 milliseconds just in this one function. That's a performance bottleneck if I've ever seen one. So what's going on here? Now, I actually had a really fun time investigating this with another open sourcer person, a very nice guy named Marvin H. He's been writing a great series of blog posts called Speeding Up the Web. I've linked to them later on, would highly recommend. Marvin and I hopped on a Zoom call and looked at this ns.toShort. Here's a simplification of its implementation. In its essence, it takes in a string and runs a replace all utility on the string with a huge regular expression containing all sorts of emojis. Now, creating a huge regular expression tends to be slow if you're dynamically creating it based off a lot of stuff, which this function was. Now, again, I'm oversimplifying the investigation. Read the blog post if you want more, but what we ended up doing in one or two places was creating a cache, where if there was a large amount of work being done, say creating a huge regular expression, we stored in a variable so that the work only needs to be done the first time the function is called. Ooh, great. Made me happy. And just confirming rerunning performance, the pause was mostly resolved, and wow, look at that. We went up from 51 to 65, almost 15 overall points better. The largest contentful paint dropped from 12 to 7. Total blocking time became green. Speed index improved. This was a happy change for me. So we actually sent this as an improvement, this caching, to the upstream dependency, the open source library. Got merged a few months later. In the meantime, I used the npm patch package to apply it locally so that I could get the changes before they were merged into the upstream repo. Marvin and I were very pleased about this. And that's all that I wanted to show with perf investigations. There's a lot more that we could dive into. We could dive into React profiling. There's a great set of dev tools. We could go into React loops and hooks and all these things. But this talk is remote, and for half the time that would take to go into those. So let's recap the stuff that we were able to go into. Performance good. There are a lot of reasons why users should care, and you should care about performance. We looked at quite a few different investigations. We found a lot of iframes where lazy loading was the solution. We found hidden embedded images, going into the dev tools to find where the large chunks were visible and then just deleting the unused files. We saw tree shaking not working for barrel exports, which was fixed with an ESLint rule, later an updated Next.js version. We saw unused code being prevented in the future with knip, and we saw my favorite one, the emojis, where we cached the result of an expensive computation. All these resources are available online. WebDev Why Speed Matters is a great blog post. Each of these 5 investigations has its own post on my blog, and Marvin's blog includes Speeding Up JavaScript Ecosystem, Part 6. Parts 1 through 5 are quite entertaining as well, as are 7 onward. That's all I've got for you. Thank you very much, y'all. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Josh. Remember, at home, you can ask any questions you have to Josh over at the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord. Chase him up, he'll answer your questions as well. All right, there's been so much going on. I know we've been flying through the content, so we are going to take a short break. Remember that we are also going to have a career advice discussion room. We're going to have David Alfonso in there. Farhad's going to be in there. Giorgio, Boa, and Stephanie Shaw. And a couple other speakers will be joining as well. So definitely check that out if you'd like to. But we're going to have a break.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Hey folks, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed the session, your little break. Hopefully you had some coffee, tea, maybe some water, or whatever drink that you fancy. Wherever you're drinking, just show us what you're drinking. Use the hashtag ReactAdvanced on X, aka Twitter, and let us know what you're doing to enjoy the conference. Remember, you can win some t-shirts and some GitNation conference multi-passes to sweeten the deal for you. Okay, let's move on with our next speaker, talking about concurrent React made easy. We have a software developer at CodeMiner42 who mostly works with JavaScript and is a static type maniac. His words, not mine. Coming to the stage is Henrique. He's going to talk to us about concurrent React. I can't wait to learn more about this, and I'd like you to go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord and give him a massive round of applause. The stage is yours.
Hello everybody, my name is Henrique Noye. I'm a software developer at CodeMiner42, and today I'll be talking about concurrent React. So come with me. So we'll start by drawing our attention to user interfaces and interactions with them. Whenever users interact with the UI, it updates itself in response to these interactions. And these updates can be divided into two categories: fast updates and slow updates, in terms of how long it takes to process them. So, for example, updating input fields, buttons, toggles, sliders, when we consider these updates in isolation, they are very fast. On the other hand, filtering a huge list, updating a dashboard, recalculating cells in a spreadsheet, or performing navigations usually take a reasonable amount of time to complete and thus can be considered slow, especially when compared with the fast updates. Now, let's see this in practice. First, we have a demo where we showcase some examples of fast updates. Notice that we click on the button, we write in the text input, we drag the slider, and the updates in response to our interactions are processed instantly. There's no delay. Additionally, we also have two different kinds of animations in this demo: a JS animation and a CSS animation that, although they are not a direct response to any interaction of ours, they are also updating. Now, this is a slice of a profile that was taken from this demo. Notice that in the interactions section, we can see our click. And below that, in the main thread section, we can verify that processing the corresponding update was indeed very fast, under 2 milliseconds. In the second demo, we have a button that triggers a heavy computation. That is, it's an update that takes a long time to be processed. In this case, it's an artificial example that will serve to explain some things that will come next. But it could very well be any other example that we talked about previously, like filtering a huge list. So bear with me for now. This is the corresponding profile of the second demo. Notice that this update takes 2 seconds, which is a very long time for a new UI update, especially considering that it blocks the main thread. This third demo is pretty much the previous one, but now notice that we have programmatic control over how long this heavy computation takes, as the first button initiates the computation and the second button finishes it. It's important to make it clear that even though in this case we can control how long the computation will take, it works pretty much like the previous demo. And as we can see in its profile, this computation still blocks the main thread. Now, I want to show you what happens when we have a situation where both fast and slow updates coexist. This demo is a combination of the previous ones, where we have both fast and slow updates examples. In this demo, when we start processing the slow update, the entire UI freezes, and all the fast updates can only be processed after the slow update has finished. The clicks on the button, the text that was written in the text input, interactions with the slider, they only get processed after the heavy computation is done. The only thing that keeps updating, despite blocking the main thread, is the CSS animation, and only because it takes place on the GPU. But everything else that relies on the main thread to be processed gets completely frozen. And the key point here is the following. It only takes a single slow update to slow down your entire UI. It doesn't matter how well crafted your user interface is, how optimized all your components are, because your UI is always a single slow update away from a bad user experience. And this is the main challenge we're facing here. This is the problem we're set to solve. As you can see, in our current setting, both fast and slow updates are coupled to each other, in the sense that the slow updates end up blocking the fast ones. Now, the reason this happens is because the default approach React uses for rendering in most situations, which also for many UI frameworks is the only approach available, is to render things synchronously. With synchronous rendering, once React starts rendering an update, it will run to completion, completely blocking the main thread until the render is finished. So in practice, this means that no matter how long the render takes to complete, any user interaction that occurs during the render will have to wait for it, regardless of how fast or urgent responding to them would be. Going back to the fast and slow updates, now, what if we could decouple them? What if there was a way to let each update to be processed at its own pace? Enter concurrent React. Now, I want you guys to pay close attention to this next demo here, because this is the same demo that we saw before, but now there's a twist. Instead of using synchronous rendering, we're using concurrent rendering. Notice that now, even though you're processing the very same slow update as before, it doesn't block the fast updates anymore. While the heavy computation is still running, we can now still interact with other parts of the UI and they remain responsive. Let's take a look at this demo's profile. What we see here is the heavy task being processed, but now, instead of blocking the main thread, it is split into smaller chunks, and this splitting into smaller chunks let us fit other work in between these chunks. Now, going forward, I will show you 2 more demos running with both synchronous and concurrent rendering so we can make some more comparisons. In this first demo, we have an example of a navigation where navigating to different pages by clicking on the sidebar takes a long time. When using synchronous rendering, the navigation blocks other interactions from being processed. So not only we have to wait before we navigate to a different page, but also the sidebar's hover effect doesn't work. When using concurrent rendering now, which is what we're doing in the same example, but now with concurrent rendering, even though the navigation still takes a while to be processed, the sidebar is kept fully functional. And even if we change our minds halfway through a navigation, which is a pretty common thing for users to do, right? And we want to navigate to a different page instead, we can easily do so without having to wait for the previous navigations to complete, because concurrent React will abort previous unused renders. In the second demo, we have the classic huge list filtering example. And of course, as the list has several items, re-rendering it is slow. So when we type, we get this jank, where the search bar freezes briefly. Now, in the second version with concurrent rendering, the search bar is kept fully responsive while the list is rendering, which I think you all are going to agree, it makes up for a much better user experience. Now, you might be wondering how this all works, right? And we'll get to that right now. Concurrent React enhances rendering with 2 new features, namely interruptibility and prioritization. Interruptibility is about being able to stop a render halfway through to do other things and then resuming it later. Prioritization is about rendering the most urgent things first. Now, by combining both, we're able to start rendering an update, like let's say the heavy computation from the demo, and then if another more urgent update is queued, I don't know, like interacting with a button with a text input, we can interrupt what we're doing, cater to these more urgent renders, and once we're done, we go back to what we were doing before. And this is essentially what keeps the user interface responsive. To achieve that, React allows us to mark renders as either high priority or low priority. A quick but important disclaimer though. Actually, in reality, we have more than 2 priority levels, but for most purposes in userland, collapsing them into 2 levels suffices, which is exactly what you're going to do. We're only going to be talking about 2 priority levels in this talk. Okay, so moving on. High priority renders are just the normal renders we're used to pre-React 18. So they are synchronous, they block the main thread, which means that they cannot be interrupted. And they also interrupt low priority renders, which is what we're going to see next. Low priority renders, on the other hand, they are interruptible, which means that they do not block the main thread anymore. And this is also important. They only start running after all high priority renders haven't been taken care of. So like this is what makes them work with that idea of background rendering, so to speak. So I believe that an interesting way for us to understand this is using the following analogy. So let's say we're developing an application and we're using Git to track its code base. I believe everybody is used to doing that nowadays, right? So there's a main branch that represents the code that's in production. And when we want to write a new feature, we create a feature branch of main, like, I don't know, feature / awesome feature. And when we're done working on it, we merge it back to main. Pretty straightforward. Now, whenever there's some critical issue in production, we create a hotfix of main, like hotfix / fix nasty bug. And when we're done with it, we also merge it back to main. This is also pretty standard. Now, what happens when we're working on some feature and suddenly we have to ship a hotfix? This is not an uncommon situation, right? I think everybody has already gone through this kind of thing. So shipping the hotfix is definitely more urgent than delivering the feature. So supposing we're the responsible for shipping the hotfix, we first have to interrupt our work on the feature and start working on the hotfix until we complete and merge it. Only after we do that, it's only after we ship the hotfix is that we can go back to working on the feature. Now, if you've been probably paying attention, you probably noticed that features are similar to low priority updates, as working on the feature branch, which is analogous to low priority rendering, may be interrupted at any time by the need to ship a hotfix, which in its turn equates to high priority updates. With all that in mind, the trick to decouple the fast updates from the slow updates is basically assigning a high priority to the fast updates and a low priority to the slow updates, because this way we can keep the application responsive by preventing the slow updates from blocking the fast ones. As the slow updates, by being assigned a low priority, will be taken care of in the background and may be interrupted whenever we need to tend to the fast updates. Okay, so now that we understand the problem we're solving, the solution itself, and how it works, I think it's time to take a look at how we can actually make use of concurrent rendering in practice. In concurrent React, to assign priorities to updates, we use concurrent features. So let's go back to some of the previous examples we saw before and see how they're actually implemented using concurrent features. So going back to the navigation example, without using any concurrent features, every update is a high priority. So as we can see in this first example, because we're using a plain old use state to track the currently selected page, renders that are triggered by navigating to a different page are synchronous, and thus they are blocking. Once again, notice that the navigation blocks interactions with the sidebar. Now, when we use concurrent features in this next version, in this case, we're using start transition, we can make navigations a low priority update so that they don't block the sidebar from updating anymore, while also being able to show a loading state with the is pending flag, which is why you see like the screen getting dim, like with this kind of like grayish overlay. And in this version, we've added a new state, delayed page. And we're going to use that state to trigger the low priority update, which means that we're actually going to use this update to render the page itself. And then by using useTransitionHook, we have access first to the isPending flag that tells us when there's a low priority render pending, and also to the startTransition function that allows us to mark a state update as low priority, so that its corresponding render, that is the render that's triggered by this update, will be a low priority render, and thus non-blocking. In this second example, once again, we're featuring a huge list that, due to the number of components it has to render, is quite slow, and without using any concurrent features, rendering the featured list blocks the updates to the search bar, which is just what we saw before, right? That's why like it kind of freezes. Now, in the second version, by using the useDeferredValue hook and passing the deferred future that we get from the hook to the future list instead, we're marking its renders as low priority. And now they yield to the high priority updates to the search bar. Notice how in these two examples, although concurrent render doesn't actually make the application faster, it doesn't speed up anything, it makes it feel faster by making it more responsive. And this is very important. Okay, so next, I want to dive in a little bit deeper in this list filtered examples so that we can watch more closely how this process works. Okay, so this is going to set the stage for what we're going to see next. So in here, I'm now logging to the console when both high and low priority updates start and finish rendering. And I'm also highlighting when renders are interrupted. Let's see this step by step. First, when we type the first letter H, as we're calling a set state to set the future, this causes a high priority render, which runs from start to finish without stopping, like without being interrupted. Notice that in this first high priority render, only future has updated, but the third future still has its old value, which is just an empty string. Then, after the high priority update finishes rendering, React starts the low priority render, where both future and the third future are up to date. But once again, as we type another letter before the low priority render is finished, we then interrupt it again to cater to another high priority update. Also, in the second high priority render, as the previous low priority render wasn't able to finish, we're still seeing the third future value. And this shows us that in low priority renders, all values are up to date, regardless of their origin. However, in high priority renders, the third values might be stale. This time, we're able to finish the low priority render before we type anything else. So, as you can see in the featured list, the UI is updated accordingly. Actually, just let me go back so you can see this happening. Like before, there's no filtering at all because we never finished any low priority renders that update the list. And now, for the first time, we finished the low priority render. And because we did that, you can see that the list actually updated, okay? Going next, moving forward, we type a third letter, which yet again triggers a high priority render. But now notice that as we were able to finish the previous low priority render, in this high priority render now, the deferred future is up to date with the future. They are synchronized, which tells us that as long as low priority renders keep being interrupted, the deferred values will be stale in high priority renders. And it's only when the low priority render is able to complete that states will be in sync again. Now, the process repeats once more until we finish typing everything. So we type like one more letter, and then we filter the list with low priority rendering. Maybe we finish it, maybe not, it gets interrupted. Until eventually we finish typing everything, then the low priority renders are able to finish and we get to the final state, so to speak. Now, before we move forward, there are two important remarks that need to be made. First, in this example, we're using the useDeferredValue hook. But if we had used like the useTransitionHook instead, it would have worked pretty much the same way because they work pretty much in the same way. Second, the more attentive ones might have noticed that even though this wasn't explicitly shown due to the lack of screen real estate, to be honest, the components whose updates are slow, namely both the main component on the navigation example and the filtered list on the list filtering example, are being memoized. So there's a React memo wrapping their definitions, which is what makes their re-render be bypassed in high priority renders. So it's because their renders are bypassed that we can keep the interface responsive by not having to re-render the expensive components, so to speak. And they are not re-rendered, like their renders are bypassed precisely because they receive a stale value in the high priority renders. Okay, so with all that in mind, now you might be thinking, so concurrent rendering is so nice that this means that we should use transitions and deferred values for everything, right? Right? Well, actually, no. We definitely do not want to do that. If we do that, we would be doing the equivalent of assigning a low priority for each and every update. And if everything has a low priority, then there are no priorities at all, right? See, like, this is what we had pre-React 18, before concurrent rendering was a thing. Like, all updates had the same priority, which was the very cause of our problems in the first place. It was just that instead of every update having a low priority, they had a high priority, but it's the same thing, you know? So, in the end, our job as developers is to identify which updates are fast, which are slow, and then assign priorities accordingly so that we can, to the best of our efforts, keep the application responsive and deliver a great user experience. If you want to know more about concurrent React, there's this blog post I wrote, which goes into much more detail on concurrent rendering. It talks also about concurrent features and even a little bit about suspense and how it interacts with the concurrent features. So don't forget to check it out. Also, last but not least, there's this tiny package I published which has a hook that helps you to debug concurrent features. And it's the hook I used to create those logs you saw on the future list slide. It's pretty interesting. It's worth checking it out. So with all that being said, thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Bye.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that, Henrique. I really did. Remember, if you do have questions, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and you could ask your questions and he will surely be there to reply to them. All right. Let's move on with our wonderful agenda. We have another wonderful sponsor I'd like to thank, Storyblock. Storyblock is a content management system that empowers all teams to create and scale modern content experiences across any digital platform, any digital channel. Definitely go and check them out. Okay, we have another wonderful talk, this time from Praveen. Praveen is a technical lead at Wednesday Solutions and is also an open source and a sports enthusiast. I'm going to have to ask him what football teams or other teams he supports, because we might have some in common. But today, he's not going to talk about sports. He's going to talk about automating accessibility testing for your component libraries. Give it up in the virtual chat in Discord on the Q&A Piccard track. Give it up a massive round of virtual applause for Praveen. Take it away.
Hello, today we'll be speaking about automating accessibility testing for your component library. So we look at the different things that we'll be covering today: web accessibility and its importance, how to measure web accessibility, when to consider accessibility, Storybook and its role in web accessibility, how to include accessibility in your component library, and then we'll be comparing accessibility add-on with your Lighthouse and then benchmark and then see how each one is better over the other. Okay, what is web accessibility? Building websites that can be used by all. So that is a simple definition of it. So that means that if I'm able to use something on the web, right, and the person sitting next to me should be able to do the same things that I can do on the web. So for this to happen, you should make sure that you have ensured readability and usability for assistive technologies like your screen readers. You have made sure that your web application can be navigated through keyboard controls. So these are one of the important things to make sure that your application is accessible. Now, why web accessibility? Usually people think accessibility as something that is a good to have. But today I'm going to tell you why it's not just like a good to have thing, but a must to have thing. So firstly, more customers. So this is like one of the most important things because about 15% of the global population has some kind of disability. So this gives you an opportunity to tap into the 15% that your competition is not looking into. So this sets an differentiation from your competition and definitely helps you target more customers. Secondly, compliance and legislation. So today, as I told you, accessibility has become a must to have, and a lot of countries have already declared accessibility as something that you should adhere to. If you are not accessible, then you may end up paying huge fines. So to avoid penalties and huge fines, you should make sure that you are compliant based on whatever your region demands. And thirdly, and the most important thing is SEO benefits. Usually people think SEO is something that is just to do with your content, but with accessibility, right? Most of the search engine today are optimizing for accessible websites. So if your website is accessible, the probability of you ranking higher in the search results is really high. So you should make sure that if you're just looking for SEO, it just isn't your content that is present on a website, but also accessible nature of your website that is very important for your SEO. And then finally, improved usability. Accessibility does not just help people with disabilities, but also helps people without any disabilities. For example, a person living in a remote village or someone who's old, who's not able to use the website, will be able to take benefits based on the accessibility nature of the website. So, how to measure accessibility? Perceivability, ensuring that the information presented is easy to perceive and understand. And secondly, operability. This makes sure that you can navigate and interact easily. So no matter who comes to your website, right, they are able to like navigate and interact through your website. Then understandability. This is making sure that everything on your website is easy and clear to understand. And then robustness. This is ensuring compatibility with various technologies, including assistive devices like your screen reader and others. And then compatibility. This is making sure that the features that you have built for a website is compatible and works seamlessly across different assistive technologies. Okay, when should you consider accessibility? Usually people think accessibility as something that you can do after you build your website, after you have everything ready. And then once you go live, right, you people usually think that accessibility as something as an afterthought where you can think about. But I would beg to differ. Accessibility is something that should be considered from the start if you would want to reap the benefits of accessibility. So how do you do it? Start with the components. So today everyone follows component driven development. So you should make sure that you incorporate accessibility and its consideration right from the start while you begin your component development. Secondly, address your basics. So the basics like your ARIA rules, color contrast, font sizes, accessible design, and then few other items attribute to about 60% of the accessibility requirements. This is massive. And today in my talk, I'll also be trying to help you with strategies as to how we easily make our website accessible and how we cover all these 60% of the basic requirements that are very easy to cover if you have the right strategies and plan in place. And then finally, once you have covered your basics and you know that your application is already 60% accessible, now what you do is you just try to look at the complex cases, right? Like, for example, how do you enhance the user experience on these assistive devices? How do you manage the reading order? And you can tackle all the other complexities. Now, today I'll be introducing you to a tool called Storybook, which a lot of you must already be familiar with. So, Storybook is an open source tool that helps you document, view, and test components in isolation. Now, why Storybook? Because Storybook helps you with component driven development. Today, anyone who's doing component driven development, right, use Storybook. We'll firstly look why Storybook, right? Isolated development. Today, you don't want to keep your components, the tests associated to the components, and the various things that you want to do with your components in your application folder. So the easier way to do is with Storybook, you kind of isolate it. You take all your components to a different environment, and then you test your components there. You see if your components are compatible for mobile, tablet views, and different things. You also test a lot of other things. So separating this, right, will definitely help you improve your efficiency and cleanliness of the project. So that is why Storybook is one of the mostly used tool today. And then secondly, developer awareness. Today, let's say if a new developer is joining your team, it is very difficult for the developer to know about the existing components unless you have it documented somewhere. And this is exactly where Storybook helps you with. So with Storybook, you exactly know about the different components that are existing. And then if a developer has to like pick up a task and then start building components, he knows exactly if there is a component available for the same or if he has to build a component for it. And then thirdly, style guide and documentation. So Storybook serves as a living style guide. So if you are making some changes on Storybook, if you have like documented your components in Storybook, when you import these components into your actual project, right, it is going to behave exactly the same. So it is highly likely that if you have tested something on Storybook and if it's behaving as expected, when you import into your application and when you integrate into the other components in application, it will just behave as expected. And then finally, and the most important thing, right, it simplifies testing. You can do a lot of things with Storybook, like you can do viewport testing, unit testing, accessibility testing. And today we will be focusing on accessibility testing. So what is a tool that helps us with accessibility testing? The Storybook has this add-on called Accessibility Add-on that helps us with accessibility testing. So this is a tool that helps to identify and address accessibility issues in UI components. So let me try to introduce you to Storybook. So this is what Storybook is, and you have different components documented here. You also have documentation for these components where you can look for different things. So it auto generates the documentation for you. And then you can also look at different variations of your component. These are called stories. You can look at a button and you can look at the documentation for the button. You can look at the different scenarios of the button. For example, there's a primary button that you can see in your application. There's a secondary button. And this is the add-on that I was referring to, right? So what this add-on does, right, it just injects this particular add-on into all your components and then make sure that accessibility audits are run against each of these components. So you are able to understand if there is something that is failing or something that is passing. Okay, why accessibility add-on? When there are a lot of tools that helps with accessibility, right? Why is that I am stressing on accessibility add-on with Storybook? Firstly, easy integration. It's just a single line and then you can get started with in just a few minutes. It's that easy. And then secondly, and the most important thing, right? Component level insights. Today, most of the modern tools usually do the audits on a page level, but when you're trying to build a library, right, component library, it's very important to like actually start auditing at a component level. Now let's look at the differences, right? Let's say if I chose a tool today which does page level insights. So the problem with that is if you're trying to build a component library, every time you'll have to build your library, and only when you integrate it into your actual application and then audit it on that application, right, you'll be able to see the audits. But with the Storybook accessibility add-on, what you can do is you will get to see the accessibility audits run on all of your components, and immediately you'll get to see if there is something that is being violated, and then you can pinpoint and fix it and basically save time because it helps you with shortening your feedback loop. And then thirdly, right, effective feedback. So this is something that is very important. So today, if you are trying to like choose any tool, the most important thing that you look for is how easy is the tool to use, and how much of feedback does the tool provide, so that it makes your life easier. So Storybook gives you a lot of things as in terms of the resources, links, the severity tags, the violations, and it basically helps you identify a violation and then go from identifying to actually fixing the violation, and all the resources that will help you fix the violation. And then flexibility. So with Storybook accessibility add-on, you get to choose your rules. So it's not that, okay, you have these rules that are preset and then you'll have to deal with the complexities. Not that everyone wants to like adhere to the same standards. Someone wants to adhere to something that is less compliant. Someone want to like follow a more compliant nature. So with Storybook's accessibility add-on, you can actually like choose your rules. And then finally, a color blindness emulator. So I just show all of these things to you. So this is how. So this is where you get to know about the severity of the issues. So it tells you whether something is critical, serious, or something is just a minor issue that you can let go of. And then I also showed you like how does it help you, right? Let's say if there is a violation. So I have a violation here. Okay, I don't have a violation, but let me show you, right? Let's say if I had a violation, what would I do? So if this was a violation, what it gives me is it helps me navigate through resources, and it gives me the exact description of what this rule is, and why do we need this rule in the first place, and what are the right ways of fixing this, why it matters, rule description. So that with this, right, let's say if some rule was failing, all that you'll have to do is you just have to look if that is something that is severe, if that is something that is important for you, and if you feel that that is critical and important, right, you just go through the resources, identify what exactly the rule does, or like why this rule is important, and then from that right, you actually get to know the importance of it, and then you immediately make changes to your code, come back, see if the rule is fixed, and yeah, you're good to go. It's that easy. And then right, one of my most favorite features here is the color blindness emulator. So with this emulator, right, what it gives you is it helps you build empathy, because you get to see and experience the UI exactly like how someone with color blindness would come and experience it on the application. So let's say blood vision, right? You get to see with this. Why it is important is you'll get to know if the font size is here, right? If you're not able to read it, or if you're not able to like understand something from this, it just means that, okay, someone coming with color blindness is also not able to like see it. So it builds empathy. Today, building accessible applications have become overwhelming, and for developers, if you actually want them to like start focusing on accessibility, right, the first thing is to build empathy, and this tool, right, helps you build that empathy, and also helps you see at things which you wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. Now coming to the most important thing, how to include accessibility in your component library. Now today, let's say if you were building a component library, and as I told you, right, if you just fix the basic issues, about 60% of your issues are sorted, and these issues are so easy to fix. If you just set up the right strategy in place, if you automate it, and if you do the right things, you'll be able to like make your application 60% accessible in very little time, and then the rest, right, you can figure it on the go. So let's look at the different things that we will be covering, or this is my secret sauce of how I implemented accessibility into my component library, and it has definitely given great results. Firstly, integrate accessibility add-on. So let me show you. So if you have Storybook installed, and which I believe today most of the people have Storybook, otherwise also, right, it's very easy and simple to install and integrate. So if you have the Storybook installed already, it's very easy to like actually integrate it. All that you'll have to do is you just have to add this add-on, and then you're good to go. It's that simple. And then you'll see the audits running on all your components. So that is where you start it. Secondly, you'll have to choose your rules. Choosing rules are very important, because the rules that I would want to follow, right, may be different from what that you would want to follow. Maybe you want to follow the basic standards of accessibility, whereas someone else, right, want to follow all the standards. They would want to like follow the highest standard and then make their application accessible. So to choose the rules, right, we'll see how we can do it with Storybook. So there is a preview file where you basically get to add your decorators and your parameters. And in your parameters, right, there is a parameter for your accessibility. And here, right, you get to choose your rules. So here, if you see, I have a rule called color contrast that I have disabled basically because I have enabled false. So if you would want to maybe not disabled, right? If you want to enable this, you could enable this. Or if you want to look at other rules that you would want to configure, it's very simple. You could just go here, and then here is a list of rules. You get to see the different rules, area alt, and then you get to see the tags, whether it is this compliant. If you want to make sure that you're compliant to the standards, you can include it. Or if you feel that, okay, this is something that you do not want to use, all that you'll have to do is you just come to your config here, and then you just disable that rule. You add that rule and then disable. So for now, right, I'll just enable this so that I'll be able to actually see violations on my Storybook UI. So I'll just come to Storybook. And then so here I started seeing violation. So earlier, right, when I showed you, you didn't see the violation because I had disabled the rule. But now, as soon as I enable the rule, right, you can start seeing violations. So this also helps you just concentrate on the rules that you would want to and leave everything else. Write all possible stories. So stories are nothing but basically declaring all possible variations of your component. So why is it important to write stories? So let's look at it like this, right? Let's say today you're building a React application. In React, everything is a component. Basically, a single component or different components that are integrated together. And these components can be rendered based on conditions or based on state changes. At the end of the day, everything is a component. You just decide what to render and what not to render. So if you are building your component library, and if you're trying to make it accessible, you'll have to make sure that you test the accessibility for all variations of a component. So this is why it is important to write all possible stories. So let's look at this as to how we do it. So let's look at a button component, right? So you could have just, so usually what people do is, here is where they make the mistake. So they just write a single story. So I could have just stopped here, and then my primary button would have been accessible. But if you looked at the UI that I showed, right, my secondary button was not accessible. That was because my primary button was working as expected because of the right color contrast, whereas my secondary button was not. So that is why it is very important. If there is a component and if you feel that there is a variation that you can see in your application, it's important to write and document all those variations in your application. So writing a story is very simple. You just have to create a template. So, and once you create a template, you just have to pass the right arguments for it. This is basically the props that you would want to drill in, and then you're good to go. So it is very important to actually write all possible stories for a component. If you miss out on this, right, you're just testing all variations of your components. And then a interaction test. So now that, to just summarize, we have integrated the add-on, we have decided the rules that we would want to choose, and then we have decided also on all the possible stories that we'll have to write for the component. Now you have a component library where you have components, the different components and the state changes on which the component can render on, and you have covered all of these cases. Now the next thing is interactions. Let's say, for example, there's a component, there is an input box, and when you wrote something that checks basically for URL validation, and if you type something on the input box, right, you would want to see if it is a valid URL or no. Now, with most of the tools today, you can't do this. This is where Storybook sets all of them apart. With Storybook, you can actually write these interactions, and you can actually mock your API calls. Let's say there is a button. When you click on the button, it makes an API call to your backend, and then based on the response, right, you display a view. So with Storybook, right, you can actually do this. Let me show you how, and how simple it is to do it. So let's assume that there is a add project. Let's say you would want to like add a project, right? I'll show it in the UI as to like how to do this. So there is an add project. So this is my default input box, right, where I would want to like add the right URL. So here, if you look at it, I have a invalid URL added, and then it prompts me for issue. So here is where the interactions are, right? So I was talking about the interactions. So this is how you do the interaction. You can actually like assert, you can actually like choose like what you would want to expect on the view. So here what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to see if I'm trying to get the component, and then I'm trying to enter the URL on the component, the invalid URL, and then I'm trying to see if this is an invalid URL, and basically like, and then I have this description, right? So earlier when you saw, you didn't have this description here. So only when I entered a URL, right, there is a description that comes in. So with Storybook and with the interactions, right, what I can do is I can actually check for every single thing. On every state change, I can actually see if there is something that I expect to be on the UI. So here, this is how I'm checking. So I am just checking if a Storybook URL, okay, that is having accessible description. So what is accessible description? Please enter a correctly formatted URL. So this is what I can do. I'll show you like few more scenarios as well. So here is a component where you're trying to like basically import. So whenever you click on import, right, API call is made, and then it displayed. So let's say if the API call fails, if you're trying to import and if the import does not work, right, you render this UI. So how would you test this? So with Storybook, right, it is very easy to test all of these. I'll just show you how. So you can actually like use the mock service worker, where you can actually like mock your API calls, and then I'll just show you a scenario, right? So this is a submit failed. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to like run these interactions. So first I try to like find the canvas element, and then once I identify the canvas, right, I just try to like find the element that I would want to interact with, and then once I try to find the element that I would want to interact, I then interact with the actual element. This is how I do it. So where I actually like type mystorybook.com, right? This is the invalid URL. And then I get the button, and then I try to like hit the submit. Now when I hit the submit, right, usually like when you're trying to like build a component library, you don't have your APIs created or integrated. But if you still want to test, right, this is where your mock service worker comes into play. You can actually like do it very easily. You just try to like exactly mock it. So here I'm trying to do a post request to /project, and then what I could do is I could just mock it to sender 401, and then right, like once you say 401, it displays like a different view, just like how we saw here. Same with the success, right? I would have to like, yeah. So your success, you got a different UI here. So when I import in, and if the API call succeeded, right, you actually get to see the different view. Now, why this is important is maybe like, let's say if you didn't write these interactions, the pop-up that you see here, right, or the toast message that you see here, you could never test if this toast message is actually accessible or no. What if everything was accessible, but the view that you see on interactions, right, are not accessible? Let's say if this color contrast was not as expected, or maybe the font sizes was not as expected, or anything here, right, that you see is not accessible, then you actually can't make, then you can actually not fit into looking for all the accessibility rules that you would want to follow. So this is very important, because once you have also tested for interactions, you are making sure that it is easy for you to like test for 60% of the accessibility parameters in your application. Let's say if you didn't follow these metrics, right, you just can't like test for all the scenarios in your application for accessibility. This is where this is very important. And now, right, finally, automating accessibility testing. Now that you have integrated your add-on, you have chosen your rules, you have written all the different, you have identified all the different variations of a component. Now that you have written all the variations of a component, what happens is your accessibility add-on kicks into all of these variations and then looks for accessibility audits. And also you have checked for interactions. Let's say if there is something that you would want to interact with some API call, just like how we saw, right? We are trying to like import, and then that import, as soon as you click on the import, it makes like a post message, which you don't have access to in your component library. So you can actually like mock those APIs easily, and then you can still trigger the variations that you would see. If at all, if your API call fails, then you see a different view. If your API call succeeds, you see a different view. Now that we have written all of these things, right? When you're working on a team, something that is very important is how do you automate this so that anyone in a team, right, when they're trying to maybe raise a PR, they adhere to the same standards. So how do we do this? So let me show you. Storybooks gives you a test runner file where basically what it does is just the things that you saw in the UI, right, where your accessibility add-on tries to inject the accessibility add-ons in every component. You do the exact same thing on in a different environment, basically. So let's say if I had to do the same thing on the CI, or if I had to do it on the terminal, right? How would I do it? So this is where your test runner file helps you with. So it basically uses your Axe, and then it uses the different things like your check accessibility, your configure accessibility. All of these comes from Axe Play, right? Where you try to like first, before you render your page, you try to inject the Axe, basically the one that is responsible for your accessibility audits. So Axe is the one responsible for accessibility audits. You try to inject it. And then after injecting, right, what you do is every time there is a story that is rendered, you try to look for certain things. Firstly, maybe there are certain stories that you do not want to run accessibility audits on. So this is where this check will help you with. So if you feel that you don't want to like run accessibility audits on a particular component, you can just disable it. And then maybe let's say now that you have you want to run it on all the components. So what you could do is you could just come here, configure all the rules that you would want to run for, and then you just try to like check the accessibility audits for it, and then give a detailed report here, just like how I've mentioned the configuration. This is very simple. And also right, like what Storybook gives you that a lot of tools does not give you is it also helps you with snapshot testing. So this is how I can actually do the snapshot testing along with automation, right? I can actually run snapshot tests. So what are snapshot tests? So let's say there is a snapshot of a component for accessibility, right, that is stored here. Let's say I want to like maybe someday, a few days later, right, I change something on my component. So we'll exactly know, it'll give you indication that, okay, this is how your snapshot looked earlier, but now it has changed. So do you actually want to bear with it? So with this snapshot testing, right, actually helps you a lot. Even if someone is reviewing your PR, right, if something has changed, they exactly get to know actually like, okay, this thing has changed, and maybe is it actually impacting the accessibility standards that we would want to follow or not. So it helps you place that check in place. Yeah, so now that I have also added the test runner, now let me show you how I would actually run these audits, right? So first, you should make sure that you have Storybook running. So you just have to do yarn Storybook, just like how Storybook recommends you. This is like the basic thing. So I've already started my Storybook. And now what I would do is, right, I would try to like automate this. How would I do it? I would run the script. So before I run the script, right, I would want to show what the script does. So here it just uses yarn test Storybook. So this is something that Storybook gives you, and which helps you audit for accessibility issues. So I just run this script, and let's see what happens. I just take some time to actually run these tests. We should see it anytime now. Yeah. Yeah, so you saw here, right? So it actually ran all the accessibility audits, right, on my terminal. So, and also the cool thing here is it gives you the exact issues. So let's say if something failed, right, it tells you like as to like which is the component that is failing. So here the primary works and the secondary does not is not accessible. And also I told you like why it is not accessible, because on purpose, right, I have given incorrect color contrast. And then it shows me that, okay, the expected was supposed to be a 0, but then you have an issue here, and then you have seen the accessibility violation. And then what is the violation, right? And what is the rule? So it is a color contrast rule, and what is the impact of its seriousness? So you should make sure that you adhere to this rule, right? Otherwise, you will see this. So with this, what happens is you can easily interact your accessibility audit onto your CI. So along with viewing things on your UI, right? Everyone who is raising a PR now is assured that whatever they're raising is accessible. So that is what it helps us with. Now we would want to fix this, right? I do not want to see the things failing. So how would I do it? So let me show you, right, as to like what are the different issues that are currently there and how I would fix it. Firstly, I would want to like disable this because there are few color contrast issues. I have disabled this, and then I also see a few other issues, right? I think like, okay, I think just the color contrast is what should be the issue. I don't see any other issue. Okay. Yeah, so let's try to run the audit once again and then see now if it passes the checks. Okay, so yeah, so here is what, right? So it passed all the tests now, and you don't see any violations here. So this is the beauty of it. And also like it's very simple to integrate into your CI. Let's say if you had to like integrate into your CI, right? It's very simple. All that you'll have to do is you just have to run the script. So what I've done here in the script, let me show you what I've done in the script. I basically have to start Storybook. So only when I start Storybook, right, I'll be able to do it. So I'll have to build Storybook first. So that is what this does. And then once I build Storybook, I would want to like start Storybook on port number 6606. And then once I've started Storybook, I would want to wait until it started. And then once I'm ensured that it started, I have to run the script that I ran in the terminal. And with this, right, it basically runs on the CI. Let me also show you how it looks on the CI. So here is how, right? So I had actually like integrated into my CI in one of my projects. So you could actually see the exact thing that you saw. So here, no accessibility violation detected. These are the tests that are passing. And yeah, so with this, if at all, if someone didn't follow the accessibility standards, right, and if they raise a PR and if you integrate it on the CI, they'll immediately get some feedback as to like, okay, this particular thing is not accessible, and then they can immediately fix that and then get back to it. So the feedback loop is very, very small, and then it actually helps you save time. And with this strategy, right, it makes sure that anyone and everyone who's contributing to a project is following the accessibility standards, and there is automations in place that basically helps you from the right get-go. And now that we have automated accessibility testing, something that I would want to tell, right? Storybook or any add-on or any tool, any modern tool today does not guarantee 100% accessibility audits because you'll have to always run manual accessibility tests. Let me tell you why. Let's say, for example, there are these assistive technologies like your screen readers, right? There is no way for you to know if the user experience or the order in which your content has to be rendered or various other things, right, that you would want to like abide by, unless you like actually run manual accessibility test on these assistive technology, you can't actually identify. So Storybook, right, is not like a complete replacement for your manual testing. What we are trying to do here is we are trying to look for the majority of the accessibility issues, that is your basic ones, and then that accounts to like about 60 to 65% of the issues. And we are trying to see how we can actually come up with a strategy and a plan so that we can easily cover the 65% of the issues. without a lot of effort. So if you just followed the things that I told you, right, from integrating to rules to writing all possible stories to interactions to automating it in your CI, 65% of the issues is sorted. And then after that, right, what you do is you go and then actually look at the other complex issues that can only be tested on your actual screen readers, and then you identify these issues and then you fix these issues, and then your components are 100% accessible now. Let's try to compare accessibility add-on with Lighthouse. Most of the people today, right, use Lighthouse for your accessibility audits. Let me tell you how Storybook's accessibility add-on is better than Lighthouse. So firstly, in terms of its ability to audit accessibility issues, both of them, your accessibility add-on as well as your Lighthouse, right, has the same ability because they have the common accessibility engine. So both tools utilize the accessibility engine from DQ systems, ensuring that they have equal capabilities in identifying accessibility issues. So if you're looking, if the comparison is which one is better in terms of the capabilities, right, both of them are pretty much the same. Here is what it differs with, right? Here is what the differentiation is. Page level versus component level insights. So if you look at Lighthouse, right, Lighthouse is something that you use as an extension, or like you basically, it's a tool on your Chrome or any other browser where you actually run accessibility audits after you render your application. So after all your components, right, after you have integrated all your components, after you have built your entire page, you go and run this. But the problem with Lighthouse is it works great at page level. Let's say if you have already built a component, or maybe like if there is an application that is not compatible with Storybook, right, or maybe if it is not compatible with the accessibility order, your Lighthouse is the go-to for those scenarios. But with accessibility add-on, right, what you do is it tries to pinpoint accessibility issues right from your component development. So when you're developing your component, right, it actually helps you pinpoint the issues right away, and then you can fix it. Let's say if you didn't choose to use accessibility add-on and then rather go with Lighthouse, right, what you would do is you would build your components, and then you would publish your components in your component library, and then you'll come back to your application, import the components, and then render those components on the browser, and then you'll identify that, okay, with Lighthouse or any tool that does page level violations, you'll identify that, okay, there is a violation here. You go back to your component library and then again fix it and then repeat. So what happens here is it's a longer feedback loop, whereas with Storybook's accessibility add-on, you just get to pinpoint accessibility issues while you're developing a component, and then you can just fix it right away. So it results in a shorter feedback loop. This is the actual differentiation. So if you are building a component library and if you want to start accessibility audits right from a component library, right, just like I told, which you should, then Storybook's accessibility add-on is the go-to tool for you. And then finally, right, static versus dynamic auditing. In Lighthouse, I think most of you all should have already used Lighthouse. And if you have used Lighthouse to audit accessibility issues, what Lighthouse does is it does like a static audit. So whatever it sees on a screen, right, it just tries to audit for those issues. But with Storybook's accessibility add-on and the different add-ons that Storybook's ecosystem provides, like for example, your viewport testing, your interaction testing, all of these, right, what you could do is you can actually test for accessibility issues even on state changes, just like how I showed you, where I was trying to do a URL validation, and when I was trying to do a URL validation, if it was an incorrect URL, you saw that error message was coming up, and then I was actually trying to check if that is like the right accessible description. And same goes with the component that I was trying to import. And then I was trying to mock this API, and then if there was a bad response, right, I can actually render a different view. If it was a good response, then I could actually render a different view. So what I'm trying to tell is, based on state changes, right, you can actually do your audits. So that is very important. Yeah, so that brings you to the end of my talk. So here is what we learned: accessibility and its significance, timing, accessibility consideration as to when we should start considering accessibility in our application, and then the role of Storybook, why it is important, and then Storybook's accessibility add-on, advantage, how to use it, how to include it in your component library. And then finally, right, how do you automate this entire flow? And then make it so easy for your developers or anyone in your team, so that the 65% of the accessibility issues, right, that accounts to the majority of the issues, can be fixed very easily, and you don't have to like spend a lot of time on. Yeah, thank you. And you can connect with me on my social media handles here. So here's my X and my GitHub. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Praveen. Really, really enjoyed that talk. Remember, if you have questions for him, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and you can ask those questions or just show some love for having an amazing talk. All right, we've had so much amazing content today and I'm sure you're having fun. If you have feedback, you want to tell us how much fun you're having, go and fill out the feedback form at reactadvanced.com/feedback. If there are ways we can even be better, let us also know. It's going to be open throughout the event, but maybe you have some notes already. Definitely go and let us know. Okay, I'm going to also take some time to shout out one of our sponsors, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js headless CMS and e-commerce experts agency. They partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io, and they deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and a great user experience. So definitely go check them out, and they might be exactly what you need. All right. We're back with more amazing content. This one is about running code from the internet. I am so excited to hear about this. We have our speaker who is a full stack developer and technology researcher. He's done so many roles and I'm really excited about them. And most importantly, he's one of the oldest members of the Meet.js Poland community, both as a speaker and an organizer. So I'd like you to go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and make some noise for our next speaker. Leave some virtual applause. I'd love it. The stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Nauctor. You can find me online if you type Nauctor into any text field and something pops up. And I run code from the internet, and I believe you do too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, imagine I gave you a bit of text and told you it's JavaScript, it does something, just put it in your application and run it. Would you put it in your application and run it in production for your users? Well, I've done this before. I've asked this question, and no one wants to run my code without checking what it is. Okay, but if I offer to put it in a tar.gz file, would that help? And now, some people are suddenly more willing to run my code. Why is that? Well, that's because NPM packages are just tar.gz files that you pull from the internet, don't read their contents, and put them in your application. And don't get me wrong, this is great. I use NPM packages all the time. But we have to admit that these are unsanitized inputs from the internet that you put in your application and run without much scrutiny, right? So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're installing NPM packages. We're installing a lot of them, but what if some of them are not great? And by not great, I don't mean lousy packages. I published a bunch of lousy packages in my time. Nothing bad happened, but I mean actually malicious packages. This talk is going to be strictly about malicious packages. How do we handle that situation? Well, there's There's tools that I call reactive tools. You can use npm audit or anything that goes through CVE reports, etc., and tells you that, hey, this package in your dependencies that has been in production for 2 months, someone reviewed it and found a problem with it. That package is actually malicious. Is that good enough? Probably not. There's socket dev. Socket dev is this new thing where they use various ways of analyzing the packages automatically and come up with suggestions that, hey, this package, it looks like something's wrong with it. You should look it up. You should check what this package is doing. It looks risky. So Socket Dev can tell you that even hours after the package has been published because it's already analyzed. That's a big improvement, although you have to do the checking yourself. Do you have time for that? Well, now you have to. Okay, what are the other options? Well, you can be proactive instead of reactive. And this is where Lava Mode comes in. I'm going to tell you about Lava Mode. Lava Mode is a bunch of tools that together provide for protections for your application, but those protections happen at runtime instead of when you're looking up packages that you wish to install. Okay, so how does it work? Well, let's go through the basics here. So imagine this developer guy. He wants to install a build tool for the application. What happens is one of the dev dependencies of his application, somewhere in the tree of dependencies of this build tool, is controlled by a malicious hacker, represented by a black hat and a hoodie, obviously. And what the hacker does, they put a bit of code in an existing package that was already relied upon, and that code takes your GitHub token and sends it somewhere. Is that nice? That's not nice. So would you spot it? Well, it's unlikely that you read everything that you put in your dependencies. So instead, let's use an app for that. And this is where Lava Mode comes in. Lava Mode does two things at this stage. It first generates a policy. So you run Lava Mode on your application. In this case, your application is the build process. So you run your build process through Lava Mode with a flag that says, oh, generate the policy automatically. And you get a policy file that you can edit. Let's get to it in a moment. And then your actual script is not running purely in Node, but it's running in Node instrumented by Lava Mode. And Lava Mode is going to make sure that the policy that is set is going to be enforced. What's that policy all about? This is the policy. This is a short bit of the content of one policy. So you have that ESLint plugin, and it has a dependency that the hacker modified, and the use of HTTPS and process env will likely be detected. So it shows up in the policy. You can switch that to false. Or you can remove those items altogether from the policy, which means these are not going to be available. And what's great is the policy is enforced per package. So inside of the same process, inside of the same context, we have sandboxed each package separately in a way that you can decide which built-ins or which imports in general are going to be available to it, and which globals are going to be available to it. So now with the policy change, you will get an error saying that this package, evil dependency, requested HTTPS, and it was not supposed to do so. So if a package that was only supposed to process strings had a policy generated, this thing is going to prevent it from importing or using some globals at runtime. And I need to double check that you understand. Only the initial step of generating the policy is processing the code at all. If it finds something that is being used in a regular fashion, it's going to put it in the policy and then you can modify it. But if the package, even if the package is obfuscated or it uses some, it imports things dynamically or it uses some globals dynamically, if the policy didn't detect it, these things didn't end up in the policy, which means at runtime, Lava mode is no longer reading the code. Lava mode is using the language itself to defend. So if any program is capable of reaching the global variable named process, Lava mode is going to intercept that. And we have the power to decide if process is going to be the process that the program is expecting, or if this particular package is going to get undefined instead. This is where the power comes from. You can decide. The hacker cannot. Okay? So this is all based on a thing called hardened JavaScript. Hardened JavaScript will let us do the isolation. And on top of that, we can build the part of Lava mode that decides what can be accessed by whom. Okay, so hardened JavaScript is three things. One is compartment. It's a thing that provides this isolation. So you can have compartments in one process in your application or in one tab in your browser. You can have multiple compartments that are isolated from each other. And for that to be safe and to avoid leaving anything in the language that can be messed with, we have lockdown. Lockdown is a thing that you run at the start of your application, and it's going to use the flexibility of JavaScript to remove the flexibility of JavaScript. So lockdown will repair and then freeze all of the globals that are part of the language itself. So object prototype is no longer going to be something that malicious code can fiddle with to do prototype pollution. Lockdown pretty much eliminates the global prototype pollution type of attack. And then last but not least, harden. Harden is a function that you can use to protect a specific object that you want to pass to some code that needs to use it, but you don't want to fully trust that thing. So you can use harden in your application when you're passing some objects to a dependency function and getting them back and then processing them still so that they can't replace an array with something that just happens to have the reduce method and is going to implement something completely different as the reduce method. Okay, and compartments, or to be more precise, everything behind the compartment implementation is going to become part of the language. Well, eventually. It's an early stage proposal. There's been a bunch of progress on virtualizing the module loading. This is happening in TC39, and eventually we will get all of the bits that are necessary to build the compartment in the language itself. And these are being pushed by people who are responsible for bringing us the things like object freeze, use strict, or promise. So I'm hopeful. And we're at a conference that's not exactly about Node. So my previous example was probably less interesting, but we have a bundler. So Lava Mode was created to protect MetaMask, the crypto wallet. And MetaMask happens to be a browser extension. So it needs to be built, and also it needs to run under content security policy that prevents the use of eval. And the current implementation of hardened JavaScript has to use eval to build an evaluator. In the future, evaluator is also going to be part of the language. But for now, we need an evaluator. But you don't have to use an evaluator that's built on top of eval if you happen to be a bundler. So we have a Browserify based bundler because Browserify was the most flexible one and it was the low hanging fruit. So it got developed a few years back and is now been powering MetaMask integration with Lava Mode for a while. So we can take that and use it right away. But we're introducing a Webpack plugin for those of you who don't wish to stay in the Browserify ecosystem or even get back to it, because yes, I know Browserify is kind of dated. It was great at the time, but now it's kind of dated. Webpack was the most flexible of the build systems that are currently used. So we went with that. And while it initially seemed impassable, but after 4 tries, we got to a point where the plugin is actually possible. And we're going to open our beta, which is a trial run. So no guarantees for security in production yet, but we want to test it out on your project. And please let us know if you find any incompatibilities where your Webpack plugins get interfered with by our plugin. So please get in touch in the discussions thread. This is the only chance to get live support for the plugin without paying for it in any way, because this is an open source project. And while we will probably not support everyone all the time, this is the time where we really want to be in touch with you and look at what you're doing and what trouble you get in so that we can fix it for everyone in the future. Okay. Now, before I get to the finishing slides, let's get into a demo of this bundler. So let's take a look at what Lava Mode does live. So this is a very simple application. For the sake of brevity, what it's doing is it's importing a package I made called Cookie Monster. By the way, don't look for this package on NPM. It's a malicious package, and publishing malicious stuff to NPM is not a good idea. I mean, I've been banned from NPM before, so let me tell you, you shouldn't do it. And then there's another package just to prove that you can import some CJS old package and it's still going to work. There's a bit of TypeScript that's being imported. This whole thing is getting bundled and sent into the browser for running. What does it do? It sets a cookie, and then it prints out the document cookie and the location host for context. And then it calls for a random quote from Cookie Monster. And the Cookie Monster gives us a quote, a famous quote from Cookie Monster is always fun. We pass it through left pad because why not? And then we get a reaction from the TypeScript file so that we know that the TypeScript is working. And this whole thing is built with Webpack. So we have app.js as entry point. It gets bundled, and it has some plugins that Webpack normally uses. But most of all, it has the score drop plugin. And we pass the policy in here. This could obviously be loaded from a file, because why not? But we're passing the policy here. Left pad is not allowed to reach for any globals, and that's normal because left pad is not relying on any globals. And now Cookie Monster, we allow Cookie Monster to use fetch, math, and encode URI. So these are the globals that Cookie Monster is going to successfully access. Okay, now let's look at the Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster is giving us a random quote from a bunch of quotes that are available, but then also attempting to steal our cookies. Well, he's a Cookie Monster. What did you expect? So yes, it's going to run a fetch and send your host and your cookies to a server to use them in the future. And this is not the best thing to happen to your cookies, mind you. Let's take a look at the behavior of this application. So I've built this application with and without the ScoreTrap plugin. And now I can show you what it's like. So here we are on a page with DevTools open where ScoreTrap plugin was not involved. Okay, let me reload the page and show you what happens. So we're on localhost, name chocolate chip is what we have as cookies. We get the quotes, and we also get an error because Cookie Monster was not too discreet with sending this request. But you can see that the request contains our cookie that has been stolen. Meanwhile, if we run with lava modes, you can see that we get undefined. Why do we get undefined? Because location and document were not listed in the policy. So they do not exist for Cookie Monster. Meanwhile, our application was successfully accessing them for printing out in the console. And that's pretty much what happens here. We're controlling that, not the Cookie Monster. Okay, want to know more? There's some earlier talks that I gave about hardened JavaScript, also known as Secure ECMAScript, short for SES. And Mark Miller, the inventor of hardened JavaScript, had a nice talk with more details that I also recommend you watch. I do recommend you go and take part in our beta. And remember, you can get help to set up your lava modes in your project if you just get in touch, either through the beta channel or if you want to run something else than just the Webpack plugin. Feel free to get in touch, and I'm offering limited support for limited time to get you up and running. And all that I get back is your issues that you stumbled upon so we can make lava mode even better. Thank you, and stay safe.
Thank you so much for that amazing talk. Remember, if you have questions or you just want to show some love to the speakers, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard Trek on Discord, and you can chase up our speakers and ask them any questions that you have. All right, speaking of speaking to the speakers, we have an accessibility discussion with some of our speakers. We have Stephanie Shaw there, we have Catherine Johnson there as well. So definitely go check it out. You can go also and see it from the spatial chat as well. Make sure you do not miss it. All right, our next talk is about micro front ends, and it's going to be given by Giorgio Boa. Giorgio is a full stack developer, and the front end ecosystem is his passion. He's also active in the open source ecosystem, and I can't wait to see what he has for us today. Remember, if you have any questions, you know what to do. Go over in Discord to the Q&A Piccard track, and you can also ask your questions, but also you can show some love, like right now. Go and leave a virtual round of applause for our next speaker, Giorgio. Giorgio, the stage is yours.
Hello everybody, welcome to this talk, Micro Frontends with React and Module Federation with Vite. So I would like, with Micro Frontends, I know that this is a React Advanced conference, but I would like to share with you Micro Frontends architecture for those don't know really well into deep the architecture. So micro frontends is more or less what is microservices, but for the front end. So if we have a monolith, we can split the server part in microservices to manage better the endpoints and also the features. But in this particular case, the front end is a monolith. So we can slice the monolith, the front end monolith, into many micro front ends, and that's that's more or less the architecture. So we can have multiple vertical domains. So we can have one front end in React, one other in Angular, and for example, another in Vue. And theoretically, micro front ends is both. So the server part and also the front end part. But how we can slice the monolith? So we can slice our application, front end application, into different ways. So we have a vertical split. So one micro front end for each page or multiple pages. So the blue team is looking for the home page, and the red team is managing the checkout. Or we can split in a horizontal way. So the blue team is the owner of the menu and the up bar, and the green and the red is managing the dashboards. So this is more or less how we can split the monolith in vertical and in horizontal. But do I need this type of architecture? These are some of the companies that are using micro frontend, and as you can notice, these are big companies. So this architecture born to divide the front-end application and manage easily the code base into multiple teams. But if I have a mid or a small application, I can use this concept, this architecture for the strangler partner. So if I have a legacy application, I can replace pieces of my application to renovate it. So if you have an house and you want to, for example, renovate your garden, you can rip off all the old garden and put a new one. So that's more or less the idea that we can apply to our legacy application. So there are a lot of challenges in this process. One of them is the look and feel. So here you can see it's a modern house. So if we go into this modern house, we visit a little bit the location, we can see the kitchen, that is a modern kitchen. We can go to the living room, but if we go to the bathroom and we go into the bedroom and we see this different style, it's a little bit weird. So you can imagine this concept in our application. We go into the home page and it's really cool. We go into the product page and it's cool as well. We go to the checkout and we can see a completely different style. So our look and feel of the application need to be the same to avoid this kind of problematic or odd situation. So we need to share a style through the whole application. But how we can share these styles? So we can use vanilla CSS. So we have micro frontend A and micro frontend B. We can simply inject the style sheet inside of the page, and we can define two classes: card title. So micro frontend A has a card title with color black, and we have micro frontend B with the same name with the color red. At the end, if we inject in this or specific order the style sheets, we have the result is card title red, because the last CSS win override the other. So how we can avoid in this kind of situation this problem? We can use npm package. This is for Webpack, is post CSS prefix wrap. Basically, what it's doing is wrapping our CSS and put a prefix for all the CSS to avoid these clashes. It's quite used, more than 19,000 of download, weekly download in npm. But if your application is in Vite, you can use a post CSS prefixer. As you can see here, we are defining the selector, and the output is prefix __ selector. So it's wrapping for us in the building process is wrapping the CSS and is giving us a possibility to define a CSS without clash other CSS from other micro frontends. So we have independent possibility to define our class and use them. Or we can use another way is to use CSS modules. So we can define this kind of type of file. So card.module.css. We define our CSS, so card background color black. Then we can import this module .css into our React component, and we can use this object styles .card. So this card is basically our CSS we can inject into the JSX of our React component, and the build process output will be more or less like this. So card, this is the name of the module, card is the name of the CSS, and we have this unique ID that avoid clashes through the other CSS, and this is locally scoped, so we don't have a problem with other cart properties, cart CSS into the other files. Another way to manage the style is CSS-in-JS. It's locally scoped style, like the CSS module we saw before. So we avoid clashes. It's a good approach for the collocation, because we can collocate the CSS into our JavaScript file or TypeScript file, so into our React component. So the CSS is really nearby our component, so it's easy to manage the style and the other things. And you can use JavaScript variables into styles. So if you have a specific variable for padding or whatever, you can use this variable into the CSS, and it's really handy. There are some cons. So the core code readability, like the CSS module in the dev tool of Chrome or your browser, it's a little bit difficult, because if you remember, in the CSS module we have this specific hash, so we need to look into the dev tool to understand better our CSS. And this specific CSS-in-JS add runtime overhead. So when our application is running, is adding a little bit on overhead for our application. Another big problem to solve in this kind of architecture is to share the state. So we have multiple ways to share the state. So we can use a custom event. So one micro frontend call custom events, and another one is listen to it. This is really basic implementation, and we are using a vanilla API of the browser, so it's really good. We can use broadcast channel, and this approach allows us to use pass the information through windows, tabs, iframes. So if we have some iframes, it's a really nice approach. We can have a shared state manager. So for example, we can have a ZooStand state manager, and we can share the instance of this ZooStand through our micro frontends. Keep in mind that in your architecture, you need to share as less as possible information, because you can share like the theme or other things, but don't share too much, because the basic approach for micro frontends is to decouple the deploy and also the development. So if you share too much with other micro frontends, of course you are coupling the micro frontends, and it's difficult to end up with this problem. So we have the last possibility. So we can have custom pub sub implementation. So we can create our own implementation for managing the state through our micro frontends. So here, a small snippet. I grabbed this small snippet from this article from my friend Florian Rappel. So thanks. And I would like to share and look at this snippet with you. So this is the code from the shell, the app shell that is loading all the micro frontends. So we are defining in the window a publish function, a subscribe function, and unsubscribe function. And then we have an 11 listener for pub sub. In the micro frontend A, we can basically subscribe to this topic, micro frontend A, and in the micro frontend B, we can publish something to this specific topic. So if we call window.publish, we are dispatching an event with a detail and topic and message. And with this particular trick of a variable, we are calling at the end the topic handlers, because the window.subscribe here is saving all this function, message function. So when a message arrive, so someone publish something into a topic, into the topic handler, we are looping to all these topic handlers and we are calling the function. So finally, at the end of this process, microfrontend A is able to get their information. I don't like too much this implementation. It's a simple implementation and you can start from it. That's why I decided to put this snippet into the slides. I don't like because microfrontend B need to know, let me say, that there is another microfrontends. And as we mentioned before, we would like to decouple or as much as possible our process. And another things that I don't like too much is the window object. So we are using the window as a shared object through all our architecture. But as I mentioned before, for starting a minimum approach, and then we can add feature and other feature, it's really cool. Okay, so we can composite this architecture in many ways. We can composite the architecture into the server side. So the server is grabbing all the information and is creating our application for us, because at the end, the application is always one. So the end user go through one application. And we can have also the edge composition. So to the Lambda or CDN, we can composite all the microfrontends, and we can have client composition. So in this talk, I would like to go into the client composition. And for client composition, we have module federation. So we have a Webpack. And in August 2022, Zach Jackson, I think the main guy that is looking for module federation, released open source this specific module. So I work in pair programming with my friend Manfred Steyer, and with this particular possibility that Zach Jackson give us to the open source, the library, we create the possibility to do a module federation with Vite, so the other main bundler out there. So Manfred created this native federation layer. So it's a layer of a native API, and create also the Angular implementation on top of this layer. I created the more general purpose module federation Vite, and you can use this library for Svelte, React, and Vue or whatever. And so now module federation, we can use module federation with Vite as well. So this is really, really awesome. So I created this library in my GitHub profile, and Zach Jackson saw my work and decided to move all the code into the module federation organization. So if you go into the module federation /Vite, you will find this this plugin, and you can find also the implementation for React and many other frameworks. So I archive my project and I move all the code there. So how we can share the dependencies? So another big things into the architecture is to share the dependencies. And fortunately, the implementation of Vite module federation is really similar to the Webpack one, so the original one. So you can mix and match module federation with Vite and module federation with Webpack. And you need to define for Vite, you need to define a configuration, a special configuration, so you can await the federation function, because a plugin in Vite are more or less function. You can grab this function from module federation /Vite. You can and you need to define a configuration and few other options. And what is this configuration? This configuration is really similar to the Webpack one. So you can, this is a configuration for a remote. So the application that is loaded from our shell application. So you can define a name. You can expose the component that you would like to share with the main application. So this is your micro front end, basically. And you can share also the libraries. So here we are sharing all our libraries, but you can define one by one a specific library. So if two micro frontends need the same library and the same version, we can avoid to download twice the same code base, but we can reuse the only one that we are in cache. And basically we can skip some other library that we don't want. So in this specific case, we skip React DOM /server and server.node. Okay, that's all. I'm a full stack developer for Clarinet. You can find me on X, and my handle is @Giorgio_Boa, or you can find me on LinkedIn with my name and surname. I'm an open source developer in my free time, and currently I'm working hard on Quick framework. Since 2022, I'm working with Quick. I'm a core maintainer, collaborator. I'm pushing in the core code base as well. So if you would like, or if you are interested in looking to Quick, please have a look, because I think will be great framework for the future. Thank you for listening, and have a nice conference. Bye.
Thank you so much. We really enjoyed that talk as well. Remember, if you have questions, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and chase him up and let them know what you want to know more about the topic, and also let them know how much you enjoyed their talk as well. All right, we're going to have another break. Go grab a drink, grab a coffee, grab a tea, maybe relax a little. And in parallel, we're also going to have our discussion room on accessibility that will be continuing. So if you want to join that, go over to the spatial chat.
Integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
All right. Hopefully you enjoyed your break. We're back. We have more content for you. Speaking of content, we have Contentful as one of our gold sponsors. Contentful is the leading composable content platform for businesses to create and extend content. So definitely check them out if that's what you need. All right. Our next speaker is Hila Fish. Hila Fish is a senior DevOps engineer with over 15 years experience in the tech industry. They are an AWS community builder, a HashiCorp ambassador, and an international public speaker. It's great because this is an international audience. They're going to be talking to us about technical documentation, why we should be better at writing them and why we should care about it. I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot from this talk. Hopefully you will too. Remember, if you do have questions, go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord and ask them, and also go over there to show them some love. All right, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining my talk about technical documentation. And this talk will be about how can I write technical documentation better and why should I care? And when I say I of course also mean you. But first of all, hi, my name is Hila Fish. I'm a senior DevOps engineer and I work for Wix. I have 15 years of experience in the tech industry. I'm a firm believer of communities, and that's why I'm part of the AWS Community Builders program. And I also talk about Terraform quite a lot, so that's why I got the HashiCorp Ambassador title. I'm a co-organizer of conferences in Israel, where I live. DevOps Days Tel Aviv is the biggest one of them. I'm a mentor in courses and communities, DevOps culture fan. I think this is what helps companies achieve great things. And on my spare time, I'm a lead singer in a cover band, as you can see in this picture, which is a lot of fun. So I think, and I really believe that anyone can and should write technical documents because let's give you, of course, a lot of examples later on. But one example that comes to mind is the fact that in the middle of the night, if I have a critical incident that I need to take care of, and it's in an uncharted territory, something that I'm not familiar with because it's something that, let's say, my team member was dealing with it the most. I have this critical incident. I don't know what to do. I don't even know where to start. If I have a runbook that helps me fix the issue, or at least tells me you need to check this and this, I'm content. So I don't really care. And if I have this runbook, I don't even care that the English is fabulous or a broken English. I really don't care. As long as I have a runbook that helps me debug or fix the issue, this is all I care about. So the most important thing here is to share the knowledge, and this is why we should all write technical documentation. So I always like to say that if you can't automate it, document it. And a lot of things that we can do and share in our day-to-day can be considered as technical documents. So the first main thing, which is like straightforward, is system logical design or a brief, but also on-call runbooks, as I just mentioned, great technical documents that helps us solve incidents much more quickly. Code readmes, we need to explain spaghetti code or anything that relate to code, then a code readme is a good place to start. Onboarding docs, why assign a buddy to help your new team member if you can create onboarding docs and let the new team member onboard themselves, and then they can do it themselves. They have this sense of independence, so that's great. Project planning doc, we all have projects in our day-to-day and we need to explain things and have intentions and reasoning and document the status of the project, right? So for that, we have project planning doc as well. And even Slack pin messages. This, for me, also considered as technical document. Why? Because if you have knowledge to share, if something is just a blurb, but it's something that people will use daily, put it in a Slack pin message, it will help everyone. And I'm not saying that you have to practice all of these scenarios, but at least if you share the knowledge in one or more of them, then I'm sure that you'll be in a much better place than if you haven't shared any knowledge in any of these platforms. So this is the part where I really like to engage with the audience and ask this question. You are far away in your computer, but I will ask you, and you need to be honest with yourself. Have you heard or said this sentence before? My code is self-documented. A lot of people told me, and don't lie to me, you either heard or said this sentence before. I'm completely sure of it. People said, just read the code and understand what it's about, or the code tells a story. No, it's not the case. It never is the case. You need to understand things that are beyond to just code. For example, if the code is spaghetti code, then good luck with understanding the code. But anything else, like why did we choose this or that, or any intentions, reasoning behind writing the code as is, we need documentation that will help us achieve that. So let's really understand why write technical documents. First of all, to reduce your work volume. And when I say reduce your work volume, you can maybe ask me, wait, reduce? But if I sit down and spend 2 hours writing technical documents, it's not reducing. I'm overburdening my work volume, right? So let me give you an example to explain. So me as a DevOps engineer, I dealt with a lot of people. I help a lot of people, developers, QA engineers, all sorts of people. And in my previous job, they came to me and asked repetitive questions, like not all of them were knew how to use Kubernetes fluently. So they said, hey, how do I troubleshoot pods in Kubernetes? Or what is this error? And stuff like that. So basically, I collected all repetitive questions. And then I created a document. I called it Tips and Tricks by DevOps. Created this document with explanations and answers to all these repetitive questions, and I released this document to their custody. Before the document, I got 7 or 8 times a day. I was approached 7 or 8 times a day by Dev and QA. After releasing this document, it was reduced to 1 or 2 times a day. So this is what I meant by reducing your work volume. It really helps you in the long run, which is awesome. Another thing, self-service enablement and increase the velocity. So one of the projects that I did in my previous company is migrate from Bitbucket Cloud to a self-hosted GitLab. And then all developers need to work with GitLab. They don't know GitLab. They needed to have like a soft onboarding to know the tool better. So I created a doc about how to use GitLab in a much more concise way than what they will find online. And it really helped them adopt the tool faster and helped with dev velocity in general. Other examples for that, onboarding docs that I just mentioned before, also helps with self-service enablement. Troubleshooting docs, also good with that. And even Slack bots to help answers with Q&A in Slack could help definitely help with self-service and increase the velocity. Eliminate production incident quicker, because as I mentioned before, if I have on-call runbooks that help me solve an issue, it could also help with decreasing MTTR, mean time to resolution, help the company meet SLAs, and help you get back to sleep much more quickly. So this is another reason why to do that. Another reason, avoid single point of failure or a bottleneck, which is you, because I will ask you this rhetorical question. Do you want to go on vacation and still be available for work calls, or do you want to go on vacation with a clear head? So I would say it here, job security is dead. Please share the knowledge. And some people say that AI will take our jobs anyway, so let's fight it with knowledge sharing. It will also help make things clear for you or the future you, because once you structure things and write them down in a clear manner, it will organize it in your mind as well. And also anything related to intentions, reasoning, anything that is not straightforward, like any help that could help you with managing systems and whatnot, should be documented, because if you implement something now, in a year, you wouldn't remember anything. So you should document it in order to help you, the future you, and also, of course, other team members or other people that need to deal with those systems. Visibility. It will attract focus to the things that you do at work, which in turn will help you progress your career. And also it will help communicate things to your managers, the extent of your work, that you're actually a team player, because if you write technical documentation, it means that you care about your team members and you want to share the knowledge. And it will really convey that you're a team player and not just some slogan that you write in the CV. And last but not least, it will help with understanding why we're doing things in a certain way. So this is true for being an engineer in general. We need to defend the decisions that we are taking and communicate them to others. It will also develop your business mindset and will make you a better engineer, because always asking why will always result in you striving for the best solution or implementation possible. So these are just examples for it. Why did I set certificates here, and how do I renew certificates? Why is the model complex and not following clean code practices and stuff like that? So anything that could help you understand why we're doing things in a certain way and help you defend the decisions that you're taking is also a very important thing to document. And also, why not? Why people document open source and repositories, and it makes more sense than to document our intentions and decisions, right? So we should always strive to do that, and not only the straightforward things like documenting open source or repositories. Okay, I really hope that I convinced you by now that it's really important to write technical documents. So let's see, how do we do it without having it as a burden, without having it saying that, hey, I'm not a technical writer, so I can't do it. You can do it even without being a technical writer. And I'm going to show you a structured process of how to write technical documents in an easy manner that you can just follow, and then you'll be able to write technical documents in your day-to-day. So first of all, you need to know your audience. Based on your audience, you will know what needs to be covered and to which extent. This is, by the way, your time to plan and write in bullet points what you're going to cover in your document if you can't write it right now. And then you'll be able to remind yourself what you're going to cover. So we have documents for internal use like system design, etc., and external use, API documentation for users, etc. So for internal use, maintainers, what do you write about? Things that you worked on while working on them, because we remember things better when they are fresh in our minds. So document these parts right now. And again, if you can't, at least add them as bullet points so you will remember to cover it later. Things that bugged you, so other people won't run into them as well. I'll give an example. In the migration that I did from Bitbucket Cloud to self-hosted GitLab, I opened a lot of tickets to GitLab support during the migration. And then I opened a ticket 3 or 4 days later, because it wasn't production yet, so they are not obliged to reply immediately. 3 or 4 days later, please provide logs. I'm like, okay, I provide logs, and then again, 3-4 days, I need to wait. I opened another ticket. The same thing happened then. Like, it doesn't matter what type of ticket I open, they always ask for the same logs, and the way to collect the logs are always the same. You run a command in the CLI, and it collects the logs for you. So in the GitLab overview document that I created for my team to be able to manage the GitLab after I'm gone, and not only after I'm gone, even when I'm there, but on the document, I actually documented how to open a support ticket without having this ping pong between us and support. So I have written down that you open a ticket in this support portal, you collect the logs up front, you run the CLI command X, and then you open the ticket along with the logs. And that way you avoid a ping pong, everyone is happy, you prevent other people from running into annoying things, and you save time in the process. Things that aren't clear or straightforward. So another example from GitLab, during implementation, I chose to implement a version of database of GitLab side, which is different from the default version that is in the Helm chart. Why did I do that? I had a very good reason to do that. So I need to document why did I do that, because if I'm not documenting it and someone will look at the code, or after I'm gone, they will check the code, or they want to upgrade GitLab, and then maybe they will revert my decision. But I had a very good reason why I did it. So you need to document it in order to really explain things, and again, defend the decisions that you are taking. So this is one example, of course. Other examples are if the code is not clear, you need to explain the flow with describing actual functions and stuff like that. What do you write about for external use, for users or consumers? So write what it is about, possible use cases and quick starts, any quirks, issues, and things to consider while using this X, and any examples, both simple and complex, that will help your user adopt whatever you are writing about as easy as possible and as robust as possible, because it's easy to cover only simple examples, but you need to also cover complex to help your user do whatever they need and not just abandon it because it looks complicated to integrate. Next phase of writing a technical document is to decide or abide upon documentation type. So some people don't have decision making in their company, and they can't sway the vote, and they just need to follow whatever documentation type they have. So sometimes companies have docs in knowledge base like Confluence, so they just need to go along with it. But if you have any decision making, any sway that you can influence the decision, I really recommend moving to docs as code. I'm gonna cover it in a bit, but in general, it means to interact with docs in your IDE. Docs are fully integrated into the dev toolchain, and you don't need to leave your IDE in order to write documents, which is good for our developers. But we will touch more about docs as code later. Some general content guidelines that you need to follow, that you should follow in your documentation. So first of all, you should have table of contents. It is essential for content discovery. And why is that? Because of the user flow. I've actually found an article from 1997 saying that people don't read, they scan. And with how it is these days that people are their attention span is even less, it's true now more than ever. So this is the user flow. The users search for something, any buzzwords that help them find whatever they are looking for. So that's why you should have meaningful titles and subheadings. Then they find some examples, some results. They scan the results. If they found what they are looking for, great, they go to the result. If not, they need to go and navigate elsewhere. So that's why you should have links in your document that will help your user find whatever they are looking for. And you can think about your documentation as microservices. Each document stands on its own, but can interact with other documents, or not really interact, but can relate to other documents. So let's say you have how to do X document, and then you want to link to another, like if you want to read more about the system, here's a link. And then you have links, and people can link and go to navigate to these documents, and then hopefully find whatever they are looking for. So that's why you should always have links in your documentation for any other content that the user might find useful. Highlights. Put things in bold, because again, people skim through and scan docs and they are not reading them to the fullest, so help them do that. And use colors as possible. Some say it would be controversial because of some people are colorblindness and accessibility issues and stuff like that. In my experience, I found it useful to put good things in green, bad things or things to be aware of in red, and then things to consider or think about in orange. When I use that, then the developer says, okay, now I noticed it. So if it makes sense, use colors as well. Words and sentences. Use short words and more sentences rather than longer words and fewer sentences, because that way it will help people skim through the document much more quickly and efficiently. And please, please, please don't try to be Shakespeare, okay? Write simple American English that non-English speakers can easily understand. So let's cover Docs as code. Docs as code basically is documentation that is written in Markdown, and it is awesome because it will still enable you to have table of contents and highlights and even colors. It is plain text, so it is human readable. It is easy to write and diff. And it is platform agnostic, meaning that you can integrate it wherever. It doesn't matter which platform you are using, which IDE you are using. You can use it however you'd like. The docs folder is in the same code repo, so the docs are integrated in the dev toolchain, and there's no need to leave the IDE whenever you are writing documentation. You can utilize PR review to make sure that the document quality is in a high quality state and the doc actually exists, okay? Because if, for example, a developer added a portion of code that he didn't cover in documentation, you can fail the PR and say, hey, you didn't add documentation to that, so we are not allowing you to merge the PR until you will add a documentation. So both to check for existence of documentation and also to check the document quality. And what do I mean by quality? You can do all sorts of checks, like same for CI/CD for applications. You can do CI/CD for documentation as well, to check for any validations, that there are no broken links, linters, anything like it. There are two tools that I can tell you about. I haven't tried them out myself. I only saw demos, but they all look promising. Docosaurus, which also allow you to push code to a front end to see the docs in a UI portal. And it also enables docs versioning and stuff like that. And Swim, it's actually an Israeli company. It also allows a lot of features. So these are only two examples that I know about, but you can, of course, check online for any other options that could help you with CI/CD and help you automate the documents creation and documents maintenance in the day-to-day. And as you can see on the right, a Google-style guide says that docs thrive when they are treated like tests. A necessary chore one learns to savor because it rewards over time. It definitely rewards over time. A lot of people say that the painful thing in documentation is make sure that they are not stale and they are always keeping up to date. So if you introduce tests and if you make sure that they are part of the PR process, then you can make sure that the document will always be up to date and thus will be useful for any user that will read the documentation. A third phase of writing technical documentation, remember your audience. So you remember that we said that you need to know your audience. Now you need to remember them. Have the user flow in mind in and between sections, and have the doc order from the most used to the rarely used. So for example, guess what I'm gonna mention right now? Right, GitLab documentation. So it gave me a lot of good material for this presentation. So hopefully this will be the last time that I will remind it, but you never know. So GitLab documentation that I've written, I had, as I said, documents for developers to adopt it, but also documentation for my team to help them manage the system itself. So I started the documentation from how to upgrade because GitLab released Helm charts every month or so. So I wanted, so basically that was the most prominent and most frequent thing that I knew that my team members would do to upgrade the version. So how to upgrade, I started it at first, and then certificates, they will renew it only once in 2 years. So that was next. Backup and monitoring, again, you need to do it only once you set up GitLab for the first time. And integrations, we had integrations with Jenkins, with Jira. Also, you do it only for the first time that you set up Jenkins. And then, of course, I had the support and how to avoid ping pong in support. So I structure the document from the most used to the rarely used, because again, people skim through the document. I wanted to help them do it more efficiently and find whatever they need to find more quickly. This is very important. Concept versus tasks. You need to think about what your audience wants and basically give them to them and not confuse between the two. So if your audience wants to know something, aka concepts, you need to have documents that cover information, background, explanations, reasoning, intentions, whatnot. But if they want to do something, aka tasks, then the document should be a how-to. And don't confuse between the two, the concept versus tasks. Put a link to the other type to help the other users find whatever they need quickly. So because at any certain point, a user wants to do only one thing. They want to know something or they want to do something. It really is rare that the user would want to do two things at once. So allow them to achieve that. They want to do something, have only a document of how to, and then on the document have links to, if you want to know more about the system, here's an information, here's background, here's the explanations, etc. So that's very important not to confuse the two and have a thin document for only one purpose, know or do. Basically, last phase of writing technical document is to share it with others. You need to have a feedback loop because what's straightforward to us that we are writing the documentation, what's straightforward for us is not necessarily the case for our readers. They need to say, hey, maybe what are those initials? I don't know about them, or I'm missing some context, or this sentence, you maybe thought it's very straightforward, but I don't really understand what you wanted to say here. So feedback loop is very, very important because why do we write documentation? For others to read it, right? So if the document is currently not useful, we need to have feedback loops to get to know what are the issues with our current version of our documentation, and then fix it and have iterations in order to improve the documentation and know that the last iteration is the most useful for our users. And I started out this presentation saying that you don't have to be a technical writer in order to write technical documentation, but if you do want to perfect your English, if you do want to have a better quality English-wise or like writing-wise for your technical documentation, you can scan this QR code. I collected some tips from a colleague, I forgot the word, a colleague of mine, a technical writer, Joshua Schulgasser, and some tips that I curated myself. So I believe that you'll find some tips that will help you boost up your documentation if you wanted to. So basically, that's it. And maybe you'd say, hey, I'm not a technical writer and I don't remember anything that you just said in this entire presentation. At least take this golden rule with you. Provide readers with the information they need and send them back to their task as soon as possible. Documentation should always be clear, simple, and to the point. What you write is very useful and helpful as long as it is concise and clear. So make sure you do it because, again, people always scan, they don't read. So help them achieve whatever they need to as much quickly as possible. And for the managers of you, and basically it's not only for managers, I will do a disclaimer in a sec. If you want to make sure that documentation is an integral part of a task and you don't have currently, and you want to achieve it right now, and because it will take time to adopt a tool that will help you with CI/CD and PR management, stuff like that. So if you want to achieve it right now and make sure that documentation is integral part of a task, then have a task definition of done. Once documentation was added, then you are allowed to close the ticket. And then it will hopefully be inhibited in the developers or any other people that have this task and they need to incorporate documentation. They will have this notion of, I do whatever I need to as part of the task, I create documentation, and then I close the ticket. And then hopefully this process will help you achieve a up-to-date documentation even without incorporating tools at the moment. So I hope that now after this presentation, you will go back to your desktop, you will write some documentation, you will update some documentation, and then you could say that your code is now well documented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that amazing talk. I'm gonna now make sure I try to write better documentation myself. Really appreciate it. Remember, if you have questions, go over into Discord and you can ask those questions as well. Let's continue. We have another sponsor that I would like to shout out and say thank you for helping us put this event on, Sentry. From error tracking to performance monitoring, front to back end, Sentry is essential for monitoring application code quality, and it's loved by nearly 4 million developers and 90,000 organizations worldwide. Try it, you may love it, and be one of those organizations or developers. Okay, our next speaker is Stephen. Stephen's going to be talking about real-time collaborative state on the edge. Stephen is also the co-founder and CEO of LiveBlocks, so is very knowledgeable on this topic. If you want to go and show Stephen some love, or you want to ask Stephen a question, make sure you go to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord. And also, while you're there, make some noise. Leave some virtual applause, some of your favorite emojis, and ask questions. All right, Stephen, the stage is yours.
Hey everybody, my name is Steven, and I lived all over the place. So I'm doing this talk from Paris today, but I lived in many different places. Spent 7.5 years in Australia, in Sydney. Even lived in Quebec before that for a little bit, and also spent a few years in New York City. Great to be here today. And what I want to tell you guys is that I am a massive design tool nerd. I love building. I love designing design tools. I love creating apps and things that people use as a return and create something with that tool that I helped make. And so this is the angle for my talk. I'm a big design tool nerd, and I love making those kind of creative tools. So I worked at Facebook Messenger for a little while on the design system / Messenger team to help them with their tooling needs internally. I also spent some time at a company called Campaign Monitor in Australia back when I was in Sydney. And my main project there was to work on this email builder. So it was a drag and drop tool where you could design beautiful emails that were like responsive. So they worked on mobile and desktop. And we helped brands kind of create those emails just in a drag and drop way very easily. That was the first time really I was really introduced to like creative tools. That eventually led me to create Easy. And Easy, I don't know if some of you have heard of it. It's pretty old now. Was a tool to help designers create animations for the web, and in them to do that without having to code. And then they just could click that and get the CSS from it. Was pretty cool. I enjoyed working on that, and that eventually led me to join InVision. And so at InVision, I worked on the team responsible for creating InVision Studio. I worked on that for 4.5 years. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with InVision Studio, but that was essentially a UI design tool where you could, obviously design apps, websites, but also create animations for them and prototype them, make them very interactive. And this sounds pretty obvious, but back in the day, there weren't very that many tools that could do that sort of stuff. And really, that experience really led me to the path I'm on today. We had it was a desktop application working on the file system, and Figma was this amazing browser-based tool to do UI design and that sort of stuff, was starting to become really popular. And one thing that Figma did really well is that, as I said, the product worked in the browser, meaning you didn't have to download an app to get it to work. And it was what they called multiplayer. And so we eventually had this project at InVision to convert InVision Studio from a desktop-based file-based application, to an application that was browser-based and collaborative by default. And so I led design for that project. And this is the first time I really got exposed to the problem of like, damn, this is freaking hard to do. We had a dedicated squad of, I think, at the peak, 7 engineers, 1 product manager, and I was the designer kind of heading up that initiative. And it took about 1.5 years before we could have a working version of that browser-based multiplayer application. 1.5 years. That's a very long time. And I was eventually a little bit frustrated with this because I was like, I just don't understand how this could take that long. But that's just how it is. Like, it takes very long to build those kind of experiences when you do all that stuff yourself. And so being exposed to that problem, I didn't realize, but that eventually led me to the path I'm on today. I run a company called LiveBlocks. And at LiveBlocks, what we provide APIs and tools to developers like you guys to build multiplayer experiences, but also more broadly, collaborative experiences like comments and pretty much anything you want to do that's collaborative and requires multiple people to work together on some type of digital experience. But don't be worried. This is not a sales pitch. I promise. I'm only here to share my learnings and dive into the behind the scenes of those kind of infrastructures, the kind of the infrastructure needed to build those kind of experiences. Just to show that this problem that I personally faced with my co-founder Guillaume at InVision has become, it's always been an issue, but in most recent years, there has been a lot of technologies and frameworks to work on these kind of problems. And so a lot of those frameworks and tools, when they talk about this, often refer to multiplayer. But in the world of collaboration, when you build a collaborative SaaS product, multiplayer is only the tip of the iceberg. there are a lot more things to think about when building a collaborative product, right? You need to think about, okay, well, when my users are in my product, like, how can they leave comments? How can they mention their coworkers or collaborators in comments, in like specific annotations within the document, so that those people end up collaborating asynchronously and can join the document and be notified elsewhere. There's also like shared dialogues. Like, how do you share an artifact or something with somebody else? Like, how do you add those people? How do you take care of the permissions for those people? And then obviously once you have those documents and those collaborative artifacts working, like, how do you browse them? Like, how do you find them? How do you, find all those documents? How do you share those set of documents? How do you put them into folder and that kind of stuff? So document browsing is a big part of that. And then obviously things like audio and video are becoming more and more present, so that, if you want to do an audio huddle, you can do that sort of stuff, or like share like a video as you're working on something. Having that experience directly in the tool is becoming more and more relevant for a collaborative experience. And so if we take a step back and think about how we got to the state of where we are today in terms of like collaborative SaaS products, to me, it really started with Google Docs. I think that was 15 or 20 years ago at this point. They introduced, this is not the screenshot you see, this is a lot more recent, but they introduced Google Docs, a browser-based document editor similar to Microsoft Word, and it was mind-blowing. Like, you could just open a URL, and that URL was a Word document pretty much, and you could edit it. You could copy that URL, paste it to somebody else, paste it and send it to somebody else, and that other person would be in the same document with you collaborating. And then probably a decade later, Figma started working on their product. They were creating this design tool, made it browser-based, and what they did with Figma is that they revolutionized the design industry so that people could work directly in the browser. And now not only designers could actually design files or have access to those design files, they made the design process available to a lot more than designers. Now you have developers coming into Figma to inspect the elements in order to help them build those UIs that designers put together. You have stakeholders, founders, C-level people that can go in the files, review and experiment with design. And you even have like product people, or pretty much anybody that wish to do so can just go into a file and like play around with some of the components that are pre-built by the design team and start actually designing some of that stuff themselves. So Figma has been really, really successful. And I think what they showed with their product is like, you can actually make a high quality performant tool that typically was only desktop based. You can actually put that in the browser and make it collaborative. And all of a sudden you get so many benefits, the organization to seamlessly collaborate together in one space. And there are obviously more companies nowadays, that have those type of multiplayer kind of collaborative experiences by default. Canva is one of them. Mural, obviously, for like whiteboarding. Notion, Miro. Linear has been really great at that for the ticket management software, and obviously Pitch to do presentations like this one. And to enable multiplayer collaboration, you need to think about conflict resolution. And what is conflict resolution? Essentially, when you are in this world where multiple people can manipulate the same document state, you need to be able to resolve conflicting actions from different people that are being processed at the same time. And so if you have somebody requesting to make that rectangle red and somebody requesting to make it a circle, like, what do you do at that point? Do you make it just red, or do you combine them, make it red and make it a circle? You need to think about those things when you're in a multiplayer world. And to do that, there are two main algorithms really to enable this. So operational transforms, which modify the operations, is typically used back in the day by Google Docs. They use OTs. And then you have CRDTs, which stands for, I never remember, conflict-free replicated data type. And those modify the state of the document. Okay. Well, that's pretty confusing, and I'm very much confused too. It's a lot of acronyms, and it's pretty hard to use. And so there are some CRDT frameworks out there that do this really, really well. YJS is one of them, and they essentially provide you with different data types like write array, write map, write text, and more to kind of take care of that complexity and make sure, like, if you interact with those data types, you don't have to worry about conflict management. YJS will kind of handle that for you. Auto merge also is one that's great. Comes with different data types, counters, lists, text, values, and they basically handle all that stuff for you as well. And they're pretty easy to use, right? Like, this is just an example of YJS. If you want to do an array, you just do new Y array, push the content into it, unshift the content, and you can also delete an index. So it's very similar to how you would interact with a standard JavaScript array, except that they make sure that everybody always going to be seeing the same data, even if there are multiple people manipulating that array at the same time. The thing, though, is that CRDTs can be hard to use and scale in production. You have to think about data migration. Like, if you're a serious production application, you want to be able to say, like, my data is going to look like this, and you want to be able to evolve that over time. So that can be pretty hard to do. Schema validation, very similar to data migration, they're kind of linked with one another. But being able to update the schema of a document over time as your product evolves is pretty important as well. And so one of the big things as well with CRDTs is that the data can be very, very complex, because most of the all the changes typically get stored. And so instead of having one JSON representation of a document, typically you have all the changes that happen over time, and that often leads to a potential very large document size. Even if the visually, like, the actual JSON representation can be small, that JSON representation is made of all the changes that ever happened, and that can lead to, like, a pretty big file, especially if that file has been around for years and many people interacted with it. And so to illustrate this, we put together this example built with TipTap, YJS, and LiveBlocks. And as you can see, the data is pretty basic, right? It's just a heading and a paragraph. It looks like this. It's just like a XML pretty much, heading level 1. You can see it here in the code with the paragraph, and it's pretty basic. But turns out that document is actually made of many changes. This is just a small sample, but that list goes on and on and on and on, and you can scroll for probably a couple of minutes without reaching the end of those changes. And if you look at kind of how those changes get assembled, they look very much like this. This is a tool that we built. It's a DevTools browser extension to enable you to inspect your YJS experience, to understand, like, how the document has been constructed. You can see kind of the dependencies between the changes and what leads to that representation of the data. And so, yeah, pretty simple data at the end, but the actual, like, representation itself is pretty simple, but the actual data making that representation can be pretty complex and lead to pretty big file size in the end. And so what we just looked at is just the tip of the iceberg. It's only the multiplayer part. There are a lot more things to think about, as I said earlier. And so if you look at, I just selected like 4 top kind of SaaS products that do collaboration really well. They all have similar patterns, right? If you look at Google, Notion, Figma, and Pitch, they all have some kind of share dialogue where you can invite other people, copy the link, and also set specific permissions for those people. Like, can this person edit the file? Is that person the owner of a file? Can they only view that file? Those are the type of things that multiplayer products need to enable as well. Comments and mentions, like, great collaboration needs comments. Like, if you want to be able to collaborate, chances are you're not always all going to be in the same file at the same time. You want to be able to comment and collaborate asynchronously as well. And so Google, you can comment, you can mention people, and that's the same across the board. And then document browsing. All of them have some type of workspace view, where you can browse your documents together with other people. You can create folders, and those people can access those folders and browse the documents. And then not all of them, but I think this is a pattern that we're going to see emerge in more and more collaborative tools. Audio and video plays a big part into some of those tools. Like Pitch, for instance, enables you to have video right in your presentation, so that as you move around your cursor, your face is essentially attached to the cursor, giving other people in the document a sense of presence and a sense of being together in the same room with you. And then if you look at Figma has this audio huddle feature, enabling you to quickly get into an audio call with somebody else that's looking at the same document as you, making it very easy and seamless to collaborate with those people in real time. And so if I look at all those companies, they all do a great job, but I think there's one that definitely stands out for me and has been super inspiring for what we do at LiveBlocks. It's definitely Figma. I think Figma has been great at assembling all the required collaboration features in a very nice way so that they seamlessly work together. And as a user, you end up having a great collaborative experience, almost as if you were in the same physical space with somebody else. And so if there is one blog post I would recommend from them, and especially from Evan Wallace, who was the co-founder of Figma and the CTO for most of the, for multiple years there, he explains how the multiplayer technology works. And it's a brilliant blog post with like a lot of interactive illustrations that makes it very easy to understand how that stuff works. And so the work that Evan and Figma did eventually led Guillaume, my co-founder, and myself to this question. What would developers build if they could access Figma's infrastructure through React hooks and components? This is something that I really wish we had back at InVision when we were converting that desktop-based application to a browser-based multiplayer collaborative application. And so eventually we're like, damn, like that would be, this is so hard to build. Like, why don't we have that as a React, there's like some React hooks and components, and make it very easy for like front-end developers to build those kinds of experiences without having to worry about all that complex backend infrastructure. And so that's what led us to create LiveBlocks. We kind of stumbled upon this idea as we were working on a video/presentation tool. And as we worked on that tool, we realized, damn, this feels very much like what we experienced at InVision. Like we're spending all of our time trying to figure out the real-time aspect of things and very little time actually focusing on the tool. And so at that point, that's when we decided to create LiveBlocks. And so once again, I promise this is not a sales pitch. I just want to show you a bit more the practical side of this, like to show you some of those kind of multiplayer experiences, how the infrastructure works behind the scenes, and how we enable that at LiveBlocks. And if you think about the collaborative experiences that I highlighted before, they all work in the same way. There is one central artifact on which multiple people collaborate. And that artifact can be a text document, it can be a whiteboard, it can be a creative tool, it can be pretty much anything you want. And to build that central artifact, there are multiple things that you need to make it collaborative. You need a concept of presence so that the people looking at that artifact know who is currently looking at this document, showing the live cursors, like showing eventually like showing the video of the person next to the cursor, like Pitch does, showing like a live avatar stack, showing what item people have selected in the document, that kind of stuff. Then you need a concept of broadcast, right? So when you are in a room, you want to be able to broadcast events to the other people that are currently in the same room as you. So if you want to do things like live reactions, for instance, like fire emoji on this element, whatever, you click it, you broadcast an event, and other people can then show that fire emoji at the same time. And then this is the core of the document itself. You need a data store to store the document of the data, and that data store needs to enable people to make edits to the same data at the same time. And that's what CRDTs enable, like YJS or like AutoMerge or some other frameworks out there. And then lastly, you need comments. So comments is more for async collaboration, but you want to be able to comment and annotate on specific parts of that document so that when you mention somebody there, that other person receives a notification and they're incentivized to then go into the product and collaborate and see what the other people have done. But this is a pretty short talk, so I will only focus on the document part and how that works. So at LiveBlocks, we have two ways to store documents. So we have our own proprietary solution called LiveBlocks Storage. And we also recently introduced a way to store YJS documents right into the LiveBlocks infrastructure. And so if we look at storage, we have 3 data types for now. So live list, live map, and live object. And I wanted to dive into the list use case because I think this is one that's nice to highlight visually. So if you take a list, right, there's 3 elements in that list, A, B, C. And you have one person that on the left, right, moved the B list item to the last position. And the person on the right decided to insert a new item in that list between B and C. Now there's a central server here. Like, what is the truth of this document? What is the new order of that list, knowing that 2 people made changes to that list? Well, it's hard to figure that out. And the solution is fractional indexing. And the way this works, for instance here, is that each item has a fractional index. And that index is used to define the order of that list. And so if somebody on the left decides to put an element, the second element at the end of the list, that new element is going to get a fractional increase. So it becomes 0.4. On the right, though, this person decided to insert that element between the second and the last item in the list. And what this does is that it takes the previous item and the next item and finds the middle. And so that's why it becomes 0.25. And then the server can then now reorder all that stuff and find the right order. So 0.25 is the second item, and the pink one, 0.4, is just the last one. And that's the reconciliation we see. And boom, the 2 people then get exactly the same list once it's been resolved. And this is pretty easy to do with LiveBlocks storage. So you can create a new live list. It's very similar to like a standard JavaScript list, except it's a live list from LiveBlocks. And here you have an order. You can then decide to insert an item into the list and convert that to an array, and this is the result you will see. So this, in this example, looks exactly like a normal kind of JavaScript array. But here you can imagine multiple people could be doing this at the same time. And we take care of the fractional indexing behind the scenes to make sure everybody sees one unique list ordered based on like all the actions that all the people have taken on that list. But then there's another, obviously, big part of this, which is pretty complex, and that's something we spend a lot of time on, is the infrastructure powering the real-time side of things and making sure that all that stuff scales very nicely. And if you've worked on WebSocket servers before, you would know that maintaining them and scaling them in production is very difficult. They're really hard to scale, hard to manage. Managing the connection can be challenging, and there are a lot of edge cases. And so this is just an example of this is a simplified state machine that we put together with Stately, which I highly recommend. It's a fantastic tool. And this is the state machine we use, simplified again, to handle WebSocket connections at LiveBlocks. And there are a ton of edge cases to think about. For instance, when you finish your day at work, you're going to close your laptop. And then in the morning, you open it back up again. You actually need to restart the WebSocket connection. You need to do a ping pong mechanism to check if the connection is still active. There are a lot of edge cases like this that were pretty hard to map out. And we use this this state machine to create kind of all the edge cases and make sure that as a user using LiveBlocks, like you don't have to worry about thinking about the WebSocket connection. We handle all that stuff. In order to scale this, and not have a single point of failure, each collaborated document, we call them rooms, they live milliseconds away from people on the edge. And what's great about this is that it gives people an absurd performance. Like, you're in most cases, you tend to, 60, 80 milliseconds away from the server, meaning you can get really fast real-time performance. But not only that, it enables us to scale this horizontally, essentially, because there's not one single point of failure, and we can have as many rooms as we want. It's just the central server on which people collaborate. And that was it. I hope this talk was enjoyable. I hope you learned something. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Really, really appreciate you taking the time and expertise to share with us today. Remember, if you have any questions, go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord and you can have those questions answered. All right, let's continue. I would like to shout out another one of our amazing sponsors, Ably. You can build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences with Ably. Check them out. It's another tool for your developer toolkit. Now we have lightning talks. We have a bunch of talks coming up, so I'm going to introduce them all at once and then I'm going to let them take the stage. We have Patrick, who's going to be talking about React code reviews in open source. We have Alexandra, who's going to be talking about Flashlight, a lighthouse for mobile apps. We have Karan, who's going to be talking about measuring the coverage of a React design system. And we have Lucas, who's going to talk to you about how you can shield your Next.js app with a content security policy. Remember, throughout these lightning talks, you can ask questions in the Q&A Piccard track on Discord. For now, make sure you make noise for every single one of those speakers. Lightning talks, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. My name is Patrick Ode. I'm a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. I'm really excited to be speaking at the React Advanced London 2023. Today, I'm going to be speaking on React code reviews in open source, ensuring quality and collaboration. Before I get deep into this topic, we first of all have to understand what open source is. Simply put, open source refers to a software development approach where the code of a software is made available to the public. Basically, when you have an open source software, it's free to use and people can choose to contribute to this software also. Now, as a fun fact, React is an open source project. What are the significance of open source? Accessibility and inclusivity. Now, on an open source project, anyone can contribute irrespective of gender, race, or abilities. Collaborative development. In open source, we encourage collaboration, also rapid innovation. When you are coding or contributing to open source softwares, you always meet innovation and ideas from fellow contributors. We see transparency and trust. In open source contributions, there's always transparency because you can actually look at the code and tell if there's any malicious code in there. So there's always trust and transparency. Now we talk about code reviews. What is code review? Code review is a collaborative process in software development where one or more developers evaluate the source code written by another developer. Now we're going to look at how code reviews work. The first step would be submission by the contributor. Now, when the contributor submits a particular code or a PR, there's always a request for review by the reviewer or the maintainer of the open source project. Now, this would undergo evaluation, which would now return feedback to the contributor. If necessary, there will be discussion, but after that, there's an approval. If everything goes well, then the code or the commit is being merged into the actual repo. Now, we are going to look at the challenges in open source code reviews. The first is language barriers. Now, this is really common because in an open source project, you have different persons from different parts of the world with different languages contributing. So communication might be an issue. Documentation. Different persons are committing to a particular open source project. So since there are new features, there are always changes in the documentation, and this can be a hassle for the documentation team managing a particular open source project. Look at review backlog. This goes to the reviewers because there are many PRs that comes with a popular open source project. For example, React, you have a lot of PRs there that are being looked at by the reviewers, and this takes a lot of time and can be a hassle or pain. Now we look at best practices for effective code reviews. The first is having clear objectives. It's also good or it's important to define the goals and expectations of the code review, such as finding bugs or improving the code quality in this particular sprint review. Now, review the code and not the person. This is very important because we have to focus on the code as a reviewer and not the author. So we keep feedback constructive and also respect and emphasize on improvements rather than criticism. We look at the use of code review tools. Now, it's important to leverage code review tools that streamlines the process, making it easier to track changes and discussion. So we're going to look at those tools in the next slide. So as you can see from the GIF here, you already know because most of them are, or all of them are popular. The first was linters. Now, the most popular linter I know, or we all know, is ESLint. So what's the use of the linter? Linter scan for code issues such as syntax error, style violation, and potential bugs. Also, we can leverage the use of code review platforms like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and these tools provide built-in code review tools or features, and you can integrate them with other tools. For continuous integration, we can leverage the tools like CI, Circle CI, Travis, and Jenkins, and this can automatically run tests and linters. Now, measuring success. How do we measure success in open source code reviews? Now, you can use some KPIs or some key metrics. I'll just leave one here. So for code review and completion time, if you have a high number of devs actively participating in a code review, there will be shorter amount of time for that particular code review. So the higher number of devs reviewing a particular code, the better. Let's get it done together. So in a nutshell, React code reviews are the source that makes open source project thrive. So why wait? Join the React code review revolution today. Let's create a little bit of magic. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex. I've been working with React Native for the past 8 years at BAM, and today I'm very happy to talk to you about measuring mobile apps performance. I've always wanted to have an easy way to know whether the performance of my app was good or not, and I've always been jealous of web developers for Lighthouse. Have you ever used Lighthouse? You can go to any website and with a simple few clicks, just generate a performance report and get a performance score for the web page you visited, which is pretty neat, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we had something similar, but for mobile apps? Well, today I'm very proud to present to you our new tool called Flashlight. It's meant as a mobile lighthouse. So let's see how it works. You can go right now, if you like, on app.flashlight.dev and upload any Android app. iOS support is on the way. So let's say, for example, this is sharing my phone. We have an app like this, like I have a sort of a Netflix clone. I can generate a release APK for it and upload it right here. And then I can configure what I want Flashlight to measure. So by default, you can measure app start performance quite easily. You just need to input here some text that will appear when the app has loaded. For example, here when my app has loaded, I know that family and mystery will appear, so I can just input family here, and then click send me my performance report. And now a new page opens. Depending on traffic, it should take roughly 10 minutes to finish and Flashlight to get the report. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit. So when Flashlight is finally done, after roughly 10 minutes, this is what you would see. You would see that essentially what happened is that Flashlight has started the app 10 times and measured performance. And what's really nice is that you have this See Report button, and if you click it, boom, you have your performance report. And in our case, we can see that it's pretty bad. Luckily, Flashlight gives us some performance metrics to understand why it's that bad. Here we can see, for example, that this one here is the one that seems to be problematic, high CPU usage. We see that we have a thread using a lot of CPU for a lot of time, a thread called MQTJS. We can check the graphs. So we have frame rate, we have total CPU usage, and we have CPU usage per thread. And we can see again MQTT.js. In fact, basically for the whole range of, for the whole duration of measure, it's really, really high. It uses way too much CPU. Okay, we can ask ourselves, what is MQTT.js? You guessed it, it's the JS thread. You never want this guy to be close to 100% of CPU usage, because then that's the same of having 0 JS FPS. Your app would not respond to anything. The JS thread is blocked. So that's what happened when we open our app, basically, and Flashlight is telling us we have a big issue. Note that actually Flashlight is running on a real low-end Android device, a Samsung Galaxy A10s by default. So on low-end device, performance is really bad. What can we do to fix? Well, our app is basically a vertical list composed of horizontal nested lists. And we're using flat list for both of those, horizontal and vertical. But let's see what happens if we change to using the Shopify component called Flash List. Then we can just regenerate our APK and do exactly the same thing as before to get a new report with Flash List, and boom! This is much better. We get a score of 75 out of 100. But what's really nice is we can actually go onto the history section here. We can click both reports. So the first one, my app with flat list, and the second one called flash list. And we can open the comparison view. We have the video as well. I'm just going to close them. And for example, if I jump to the CPU usage per thread, we can see quite easily that, in green with flash list, CPU usage of the JS thread is in fact much better with flash list. But what's nice with Flashlight is you can also use it locally to quickly measure performance changes in your app with our open source CLI. It's very simple to install. And then, for example, if you have a device plugged in with a React Native app running, you can just run Flashlight measure, then auto detect to automatically detect the currently focused app. And let's say I want to measure scrolling performance. I can hit start measuring. Start scrolling in my app, and it will measure the performance of this scroll. You can see the score actually changing rapidly to a 0. Again, we have a massive issue on the JS thread when scrolling. So let's say you implemented a fix, for example, switching from flat list to flash list. We can reload, and we can basically do the same thing again. Let's start measuring again. Scroll again. And we can see that now performance is actually much better. That's it for this short presentation of Flashlight. If you want to know more about what it can do, you can check out the docs at docs.flashlight.dev, or you can also check out this article about comparing list scrolling performance in a React Native app between flat list and flash list, which goes into more details. Otherwise, if you have any questions, you can also ping me on Twitter or GitHub. And in any case, I hope you enjoyed the presentation and have a great time.
Hi, my name is Karan. I currently work at a startup called Fabric. It's a US-based e-commerce startup. I have previously worked with Razorpay and Rebel Foods in India. I have like total of 6+ years of experience in front-end domain. So today I'll be talking about measuring coverage of design system. So to give you a little bit context about what our current product is, so it's built using micro front-end architecture. We use single spa, React, TypeScript, and style components. So as you can see in the header part, there are like different products. Each is a different micro front-end, and it has like different kinds of products like product management, order management, coupon management, customer management, So the product looks something like that. So we were building a design system in TypeScript from scratch. We had like our old design system DS 3.0 in JavaScript. So when we migrated to design system 4.0, which is our new design system, we wanted to measure our coverage. So the problem statement looked something like this. We wanted to measure like what all DS3 components, like what is the usage of older design system component, new design system 4.0 component usage, native HTML elements that were getting used in our applications, any of the style components that were getting used, and last bonus point, that is to like describe your page route in a tree structure using our components. So whenever we get some problem, what we generally do is Google the hell out of it, and I struggled on Google to find the solution. Then I landed on this beautiful npm package called React Scanner. So basically, React Scanner is a npm package that can statically analyze your code, and it can extract out the details of your React component, including its props and everything. So to go into details, I have created this sample React component. Here you can see in the app component, we are using some provider container, and we have text, and we have the link component here. So here you can see the React Scanner can generate like output in a few different formats. One of them is raw output. So for raw output, it gives like all the details of particular instance. So basis provider, like it will have an array of instances. So in first instance, it has like import information where we are importing this component from, its props, and where is it in the file. And in the processed output, here you can see it has like uh, it has like processed or like cumulative information, like what are like the number of instances of text component, its props, and everything you can see here. So like how does React Scanner work? So React Scanner, what it does is like it reads the file, and then it parses the code into AST, basically abstract syntax tree. It's a tree representation of your code, and then it traverses the AST and gathers the information like component name information, import information, prop information, data, and like it gathers data, and then it returns into JSON format. So using that data, we were able to generate this beautiful dashboard. Here you can see, we can see for this particular application, Copilot MFA admin, we were using like this many DS3 components and this many DS4 components, and the number of instances of each of the components we can see here as well. So first part of our problem was solved, but we still needed to figure out few points like native HTML elements, style components, component tree structure, and anti-patterns. So first thing first, what we did is like fork the React Scanner repo, and we are now maintaining a copy of React Scanner in our code base. So identifying native HTML elements is a very simple task. So you just need to read the JSX element's name, and you need to check if it's a lowercase element, and it shouldn't contain any dot. If these two conditions are met, and then you can say that this JSX component is HTML element. So based on these conditions, we were able to identify, here you can see I was able to identify A tag, H1, and P tag in these files. Next difficult part was to identify style components. So this style component support was not there in the React Scanner package, so we had to build that on our own, writing a custom script. So you can see that we can declare the style components in two separate code style. Here you can see we are using style.button, and we are using style function on top of base button. So this syntax is called tag template literals, So here is the code that we written to identify styled components. So basically, we wanted to identify from where this base button is built on. Like, is it built on top of any existing component or any HTML element? Here you can see this base button is built on top of button, but this primary button is built on top of base button. So using this script, not just the component name, but we were also able to gather the raw CSS that were written in the applications. So here you can see we are gathering styled CSS raw and file path. And style from basically contains from where the style component was built on top of. So, and last part is anti-pattern. So anti-pattern is a term that describes like how not to solve your recurring problems. So what all anti-patterns could we have in terms of consuming design system is that like some of the examples could be like using hard-coded color instead of a design system token, or like using an anchor or input or button element HTML element instead of using it from our design system. So these were some of the anti-patterns we wanted to identify. So using all this information that we got from React Scanner, we were able to like display that information here in our dashboard. So here you can see that the input components was getting input HTML elements was getting used, or a style component was getting used 7 places. So we are giving the suggestion to the domain team that you should use the input from design system. Similarly for button and for the link component as well. For style components, here you can see we were able to identify a few interesting stats. Here you can see that in this particular component, we were using the hard-coded color that we don't want to do. We want them to use the color token from design system. So that information we were able to gather. So last but not the least is the component tree structure. So basically, to give you a more idea like our how a component tree structure can look, here you can see that this manage user page has like been divided into multiple nodes. So each node represents a component, and if it's a composite component, then it is grayed out, and we can expand it further. So here you can see this user form has multiple components like drop down, input icon, button. So from this chart, you can see we can already identify one anti-pattern here. Here you can see that we are using 3 instances of snack bar in this particular route at the top level that we shouldn't be doing. Actually, we should be using only one snack bar with different props. So this tree structure will basically give you idea of all the components used at a route level, and you can get the insights how or what can be optimized. We plan to add many more features in this tree structure, basically adding the prop details and like highlighting a different design system or a different components from different libraries using different colors, so that it is visually very clear what all this page is being made of. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So in summary, using all this information, we were able to like get the overall idea of how our design system is consumed. Using this data, we were able to like take data-driven decisions around any major components, like if the component like how much it is used. Like if the component is used at major places, we would take like make that backward compatible, and we want to support that, or like we don't want to break those components very frequently, or make any experimentation on the most used components, or be very careful with that. And also we were able to highlight the anti-patterns using React Scanner. That's pretty much it. If you want to learn more about React Scanner, do visit this link. And yeah, if you are on Twitter or LinkedIn, feel free to connect. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me at the React Advanced Conference 2023. I'm Lucas Estevão, I'm a lead UI engineer contractor from Avenue Code at Apple since I moved to California about 4 years ago. I also host a Brazilian Portuguese podcast about career in tech, so if you're curious and are a Portuguese speaker, check it out on the major streaming platforms. I'm really excited to talk to you about how should your Next.js app with a content security policy today, and I want to start answering why should I care about a content security policy? Well, it turns out your browser is not 100% safe. Neither is React or Next.js or any library or framework that you might be using for your web application. Although browsers do have security built-in features like single origin policy and CORS, and libraries and frameworks like React and Next.js do a pretty decent job sanitizing the code and providing with features to close security gaps, we can't take it for granted. If a code like this is injected in your website, your browser or React default features can't prevent this from being executed, meaning your app could be exposed to cross-site scripting attacks and precious data could be leaked. That's when a CSP comes handy. A content security policy, it's a layer for security that helps to shield applications from attacks, like cross-site scripting attacks or data injection attacks. And it does it by restricting browser functionality. A content security policy is composed by a list of policy directives. The browser will be limited to allow only what you define in your policy. So here is an example of how a content security policy is composed. Here another example where the policy directives, where I'm defining that the default sources of the content, let me go back to this one. Here are examples of policy directives where I'm defining that the default sources of content should come from my domain. And I'm adding an exception for fonts because I want to allow Google Web Fonts to be downloaded. There are two ways to implement a content security policy in your application. The first one is by adding a meta tag in the HTML head, but this one is not preferred. The other way, and the best way to go, is to create a header for it. So here we are adding a CSP key and the value that will hold our directives. In this case, as I said before, I'm saying that the default source of my content, it's going to come from my domain, and adding an exception for fonts that can also come from Google. When it comes to Next.js, this is how a CSP looks like. You can simply add the list of directives in your header inside your Next config file. You may define what kind of requests the CSP would be applied to using the source attribute. In this case, I'm saying that my content security policy will be applied for every single request. I'm not filtering, although you could do it, filtering your API, for example. What about validation? It's pretty simple. You have pretty much two resources that you can use to validate your CSP. You can check it out going to csp-evaluator.withgoogle.com or to observatory.mozilla.org. Make sure that everything looks good, you're following the best practice, and move the code to your own app. There will be cases when you need inline scripts. For those scenarios, announce will allow your scripts to execute without losing the security of your CSP. Announce is pretty much a random string, a hash created for one-time use. Let's see how announce can be used in a server component. When a strict CSP policy is set, modern browsers will only execute scripts whose announce attribute matches the value set in the policy header. Scripts dynamically added to the page by scripts with the proper announce will also be executed. This is how a server component looks like, as I said, getting the announce from the header. To expose the announce, we need to create a middleware in the root of our project and set the announce on the request header. Here we are doing this with the help of crypto. To use the announce on our policy, we can define the directives and set the CSP request header inside our middleware. We can even apply directives dynamically depending on the environment we are. Here, I'm checking if I'm not in production, and if I'm not, I can lose in my CSP security since I'm on developing mode. This is how a middleware looks like. I know it looks a lot, but don't worry about every line of code. The idea here is that you understand the process. So you can check my code on my GitHub, but let's review it. First, we create the nonce, then we define our CSP, and we add both to the request headers. You don't need to apply all the rules at once and risk breaking your app. You can add the report-only CSP first, review the results, and enforce it later. This is how a report-only CSP looks like, very similar to the regular one. The browser will send an HTTP post request to the endpoint we define with a report that looks like this. You can see the original policy and review what's breaking. And then you can repeat this process when you make changes to your policy. Report only, review, and enforce. Thank you. I hope you found this content useful. You can find a sample Next.js app with a CSP implemented on my GitHub, and happy coding.
Thank you so much information in such quick succession, but really, really well delivered. Really appreciate all of you speakers. Thank you so much for your talks. All right, where are you? How are you? I hope you're comfortable. Remember to take a picture of your setup and exit or tweet it to me, to us at #ReactAdvance. Make some noise. Let us know how you're watching the conference. Let us know who some of your favorite speakers were as well. And we're going to have a raffle of your tweets and photos in order to give away some wonderful prizes. But for now, let's take a short break before we have our last speakers of the day. It's going to be exciting, so I'll see you in a bit.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Hi, folks. Welcome back. Hopefully, you enjoyed that short break, and we are going to move on. Our next talk is from Negar. She is a senior software developer at Lightspeed Commerce based in Montreal, Canada, and has a focus on front-end development. And one thing that I loved so much from her bio is that she excels at simplifying complex concepts to make them accessible to all. And she's probably going to simplify for us today type-safe styling for React component packages. I love things being simplified, so I can't wait to hear this talk. Remember, if you have any questions or you maybe want to show them some love, go over to the hashtag Q&A Piccard track on Discord and make some noise. Remember to ask those questions. I'm sure she'll get to them, but take it away.
Have you ever found yourself wrestling with CSS in React application and thinking, there gotta be a better way? Sounds familiar, right? Today we're going to talk about the type-safe styling method in React applications. Hi, my name is Negar Jamalifard. I'm a software developer at Lightspeed Commerce, and my friends and colleagues know me for my passion for CSS and working on design systems. And today I'm going to talk about one of the things that recently caught my attention. I'm going to start with a quick comparison between some of the most popular tools for styling in React, like CSS-in-JS in general, CSS modules, and this new kid on the block, Vanilla Extract CSS. And trust me, by the end of this, you're going to have a new favorite. You might wonder, we already have so many great options. I mean, who doesn't like CSS-in-JS? Well, it is popular indeed. It offers scoped styling right inside the component, and it also have good developer experience with no context switching when you're going back and forth between your CSS and styling files, between your JS and styling files. But it all comes with some costs. It has some runtime overload. And if your application is very large, you're going to end up with a large JS bundle file. Now we have CSS modules. It also offers scoped styling. It compiles down to plain CSS, which means no runtime overhead and a smaller JS bundle size. But to be fair, the developer experience is not as good as CSS-in-JS solutions, especially when TypeScript is in the game. And now enters Vanilla Extract CSS. Think of it as a package that marries the best of both worlds, a scoped styling, zero runtime overhead, and providing great developer experience with its CSS-in-JS beautiful syntax. So for a design system component package, which needs efficiency, scalability, and maintainability, we want both performance and good developer experience. And in my opinion, Vanilla Extract CSS is an option worth considering. So let's dive into why Vanilla Extract is turning so many heads around. So I mentioned zero runtime. Vanilla Extract generates static CSS files at build time, so it has no runtime overhead, and as a result, it has better performance. It is framework agnostic, so you develop your styles once, and then you can use it across different libraries, whether it's React, Vue, or whatever new library your team suddenly decided to use. It has a very powerful toolkit. You're thinking about Tailwinds because of its utility classes. Well, Vanilla Extract CSS has sprinkles. And you might think of, oh, but I need to do some calculation in my CSS. But Vanilla Extract offers CSS utils. And some other tools that I'm going to talk about during the demo. It's also, on top of all of these features, has type safety. And with type safety, you can define themes with deeply nested tokens and let the TypeScript to take care of all of that autocomplete and not missing out token change somewhere in your application. So I think I talked a lot about vanilla extract so far. Let's jump into code and see it in practice and see what it is all about. So let me switch to my editor here. So here I have a very simple React application. I've created this with Vite. It's TypeScript, React, and Vite as a bundler. I've created a very, very simple button component here. We're going to mimic creating components and design system component packages. And I'm going to try my best in a very short time create themes, add variation to this button, and I'll add all the styling to this button. So right now, if you want to check out the component, it looks like this. It's basically the basic HTML button. So we have to start with adding vanilla extract CSS. To start that, there are two packages that we need to install. And one of them is vanilla extract itself, and the other one is recipe. I'm going to talk about recipe later in this talk. But I have them right now installed just for the sake of time, so we don't have to install them. So another package that you need to start at the beginning of a project is a bundler. And Vanilla Extract CSS offers a couple of bundler integrations with different platforms. So right now I'm using Vite, so I need to install Vite bundler plugin to be able to bundle our CSS files at the build time. So to configure that, we need to head over to vite.config. And as you can see, I've already done it. You import the plugin and then add it to your Vite config. And as simple as that, you're all set. You have everything set up to start writing your stuff. So the first thing I'm going to create is a very basic styling for my button, so it's not just the boring HTML button. So in my component folder, I'm going to add a button.css.ts file, and that's why we need the bundler. And I'm going to create, I'm going to call it button style. Oh my God, I hate live coding. So there is a style function in Vanilla Extract CSS that we're going to use here. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to copy and paste from my notes the styling that I have created for this component. So it's a very basic styling with like hover and focus and everything. And we need to export this from this file. And then now we head back to our button. And here, for the class name, I'm going to import the button style that I exported in my other file. Very similar to what we do in CSS modules. So now let's have a look at it in the browser. And as you can see, the style has been applied, and as simple as that. Okay, now I want to add some colors and some borders to my button, but I don't want to just hard code these values into my CSS. I want to use the values coming from a theme. So we need to create a theme. So I have created a theme.css.ts file. And in this file, I'm going to create a default theme. And I'm going to use another function from Vanilla Extract CSS, which is called create theme, very intuitive. And in this file, I am going to pass in the tokens I want to have for my theme. So I have a very simplified token structure here ready for the sake of demo. It only has like 2 colors, but it can be the whole theme that you want for your application. What create theme here does for us is that it creates CSS variables for every single of these tokens, and then wrap these values with a class. And this class is exposed here as I'm going to call it default theme class. And then as second parameter, it also returns vars, or I like to call it vars. And this is actually a data structure following the exact structure that we provided in our token here. And then we can use it in our styling to get these values in my, for example, button.css.ts file. So now we have so far one theme for our application, but let's just go beyond that and add another color. So let's say I want to have another pink theme. And I'm going to use the same create theme function, but this time as first parameter, I'm going to pass in vars because I don't want to, I want to follow the same pattern. So this is how we tell when to extract CSS, that I'm going to follow the same structure. And as second parameter, I'm going to pass in my new values that's going to override the previous one. So here, I'm going to pass in my pink theme values. So we need to export all of these values at the end. So I have a default class, I have a pink theme class, and then I have my vars. And then I have created my whole application is wrapped by a component called theme switcher. It's just a simple component that switches the class on top level from one theme to another so that we can, let's see if I have a default. Probably I had some typo. Okay. And okay, let's head back to our component. So as you can see, this part has added, but it's not working because we're not using the values of the theme. So I go back to my button.css.ts, and for the background color, I'm going to import the vars that I exported there in my theme. And here I'm going to say pick the colors, primary, and main. And I'm going to use another one here. So I want the color, but look at that, autocomplete. Oh my God, it's so exciting. So, and then I'm gonna use the dark theme for my hover, and for my outline, I'm gonna use another color. So I'm just gonna go with gray and main. Now let's go back to our computer, to our browser, and as you can see, the theme has been applied. And now let's switch theme. We have our button in 2 colors in 2 themes within few minutes. So I'm gonna go even beyond that. So in the component packages, it normally happens that we want to pass in a prop to our component, like a variant, a type, a size, and then based on the prop that we pass to the component, we want to be able to change our design and our styling of the component. So for that, we need to use recipe. So to start implementing that, I'm going to replace the style with the recipe function. And I need to move all of these stylings under base. So it's going to be the base styling of my component. So I'm going to comment out these because we're going to move them in another section, and recipe provides a variant. Oh, sorry, I guess variants, yes. So variants can be anything from type to size even it can be a Boolean like disabled. So here I'm just gonna create a type variant, and I want my type variant to have a fill, and then I want it to have outline. So these are going to be different types of my button. And I want a simple text type without any background or anything. So now we need to add all the styling for each and every of these types that's supposed to override the base styling that we have up here. So I have it ready. So I'm going to copy and paste it from my notes. So if I can. Oh, apparently I use my ability to copy and paste. And the text. So here we go. It's just simply adding background and hover for each type. But there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to tell Vanilla Extract which one is our default variant. So we say for default variants, for a type, I want it to be fill. And since it's TypeScript, it's fully typed, so it has great suggestions. So if we want to implement that into our button, normally what you should do is to add the type here, and then you need to add it to your props type, but then you have to follow the exact naming from your styling, and keeping these in sync over time is a hustle. So you got to go type, I want it to be fill, and then blah, blah, and keeping that consistent over time is really hard. But you don't really have to do that with Vanilla Extract. There is a tool. So I'm going to say, I'm going to export button variants, and I'm going to use recipe. Help me, Ivata. Oh my God. Oh, sorry, my bad. I need to, okay. There you go. And I'm gonna say, get all the types from button style. And button style is not a class anymore. So it's whatever is returned from recipe. So now go back to our component, and I will import the type that I have just created. It was called button variants. There you go. And then I'm going to add my new prop. And here we're going to say for my class name. Now, the button style, as I mentioned, is not a class, is not a simple string anymore. It's a function, and you pass in your type prop here, and based on the prop that you're passing, it will return the correct class that you need for your component. So there's one last thing that I need to do is to add these props here. So I want to have outline, and then I want to have text. And the first one, it has a default value, which is fill. Now let's go back to our browser, and ta-da, we have 3 variants of the same button. Let's see if the theme works. And yes, it does. And as easy as that, within a few minutes, I have been able to create a button with 3 variations and 2 themes. And that's the power of Vanilla Extract. I hope you guys are as excited as I am, and you are as interested as I am into Vanilla Extracts. And if you have enjoyed this talk and you want to talk more about this package or CSS or React or whatever related to frontend, you can find me on Twitter under NegarDev. And thank you for watching. Have an amazing day.
thank you so much. I really, really loved that talk. So much amazing content today and so many amazing speakers. Remember, if you have questions, go over to the hashtag Q&A, pick our track on Discord, and you can get those questions answered. All right, now I'm going to pause and say a big thank you to our sponsors who have made today possible. We want to thank our silver sponsors, Stream, Locify, Calzily, CallStack, GlueStack, Bloomberg Engineering, and Auth0 by Okta. Without you, we wouldn't be able to hold these events. So massive thank you to each and every one of you. All right. We are now going to be talking about building a TV spatial navigation. I have been really excited for this talk. I've been counting down, and this developer that is going to talk to us today has been working on the Spotify client for smart TVs and gaming consoles. I have used their content, so I'm really excited to invite to the stage Sergio, who's going to be talking to us about building TV spatial navigation. I'm curious to see how this relates to React. I can't wait to hear it. Hopefully you are excited too. If you are, go over to the Q&A, pick our track on Discord, make some noise, leave some virtual rounds of applause, and don't forget to ask your questions. Sergio, the stage is yours.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you very, very much for joining this talk. My name is Sergio Avalos, and we are going to be talking about spatial navigation. But rather than talking, we're going to be building it. I'm a software engineer at Spotify, and I recently joined about a year ago the team working behind the Spotify client that runs on your smart TV. That means that for this talk, we're not going to be talking about mobile. Neither we're going to be talking about desktop, and most importantly, we're not going to be talking about mouse. Instead, we're going to be talking about the TV control, that gadget that I bet all of you have in your living rooms. So spatial navigation is nothing else than just a fancy name for describing what you do with the TV control when you're pressing the directional keys, the arrow keys, for selecting one application or just navigating to one of them. And that got me very curious when I joined the recent team where I'm working, because I didn't know that. I mean, I was surprised that you have to create a library for that. So I decided to dig into the code, and I was fascinated. Not because the code was amazing. I mean, it was fine, the code, but most importantly, because I felt that it was a very interesting problem to solve. So that's what this talk is about. I want to share you my learning of how I learned about this library, and what a better way to learn than just building it ourselves. But first, in case you wonder, because that was my first impression, why do we need to build a library for spatial navigation? I mean, isn't it that a utility that should be provided by the platforms? And the answer is yes, totally, if you're building a native application. Let me try to explain. The market for smart TVs is quite segmented. There are many brands, and each of them run their own operating system. That means that you need to have your native application running for each of them. But just to make our life easier and reduce the maintenance cost, we decided to build the user interface using a web application that can be loaded in each of these in each of the native app. That gave us a great interoperability of shipping the same code to all these native applications. But it came at the cost of losing the support from the native platform. And in that case, it's obviously the spatial navigation. Then I was thinking, okay, but the year is 2023. Shouldn't that be provided by the browser? I mean, the browser nowadays is a very sophisticated piece of software. And the answer is not yet. It's a work in progress. There is a proposal. It's still a draft for building this functionality, but it's not there yet. So we need to continue waiting. Then I was thinking, okay. But aren't there any open source project out there that we could use? And actually there is. Thank you very much, Norwegian Media, for providing this. Unfortunately, they released it not unfortunately, but they released it in 2019, and our application is a little bit older than that. So we didn't have any back then. All right. Having answered that question, let's start building it. If I ask you just from top of your head, like your intuition, how would you do it? I don't know about you, but for me, it was, the simplest that I could come up. And I think I read it on a blog from Norwegian Media and even from Netflix. Is basically you just wrap each of the what I call navigational element as the element that the user can interact with it with just an ID, just to identify them, and then you tell them where to go. Take, for example, the sidebar of our application, the Spotify application. Each of these elements is just a link for the home view, the search, and so on. And like I explained before, you wrap them with an ID, and in that wrapper, you tell them where to go. So if you're if you're in the search and you go to the up, then you tell them go to this ID that is the home. That approach actually works. It gets the job done, but it obviously have a few caveats, as I can imagine you can anticipate. One is that it's difficult to work with dynamic views. Think, for example, recommendations. The developer doesn't know what they are going to get. Also, it's error prone because it's the developer's role to add this ID manually. So mistakes can happen. We're humans. And finally, it just adds extra information that is not related to the application. Like I said, this is just a utility that should be invisible to the application layer. So let's improve this approach. For this presentation, I built a very small application app that it basically has just two views. Is the welcome. If I click on this one, then you go to another view that renders you just a surprise GIF or whatever. And then you have the go back link, and then you come back to the same view. So as you can see, it works perfectly well with the mouse, but it doesn't work with the TV control. So this is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to develop the extra logic that we need to connect the TV control with a very simple application, demo application. Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to go very briefly to the source code of the demonstration app. We have the index page that you get from the React app and create React app script. Inside of it, we have the component for our application. That is just the router configuration for going to the welcome page and the surprise page. For this, I'm using React Router DOM library. And each of these views are just another React component that we have. For example, for the welcome page, we have an array of 10 empty elements, and we only use it to render 10 different components. That is the question box. And for the surprise view, we have already hard-coded the link of the images that we will display randomly, along with another go back link. Finally, these two components are the question box and the go back link. That is nothing else but just it only uses the link component from the React Router DOM. In the case of the question box, is rendering the question box image, and the other one is basically just rendering the children, that is the text that says go back. Okay, cool. So heuristics. Let's jump into the logic of the spatial navigation. First, we start registering all the navigational nodes. Then we listen to the events coming up from the TV control. Finally, from there, we select the element that it should go depending on the direction. And finally, we just update the cursor, meaning what is the next element that should be focused. If I put everything on a diagram so it's crystal clear for you from the steps 1 to 3, you can see that each of the question boxes is going to be registered on a class called navigation engine with the method register node. And then we add an event listener called on key down that will call the handle navigation method from this class that we just defined. All right, step number 1. Let's create the class of this navigation engine that has a private private variable called nodes, and then one method for adding nodes to this private variable and another one for removing. Then we go back to the index script where we instantiate this class navigation engine. For the purpose of this talk, we make it available to the whole global window. And finally, we also make it available inside our app using a context provider. I hope you don't believe that we were reading directly from the windows. That's only for this presentation. Cool. Finally, we go back to the navigation. Not finally, but we go back to the navigational elements because I wanted to show you first the API that I encountered. I felt it was super simple. It was just a hook function that returns you a callback for like setting the reference of the HTML element that you're rendering, and then the is focus. As simple as that. You don't need to think about IDs. That's the only thing that you need to do. How do you code this use focus ref hook function? Well, first you create a reference value with the callback to instantiate this reference. Then you generate a unique ID. And finally, you obtain one of the instance of the navigation engine using the context provider. And with the help of the use effect function, every time the component is mounted, we're going to call the method called register node, and when it's mounted, we're going to remove it to avoid having memory leaks. Cool. We are going to now debug this. So we want to make sure like all the navigational nodes are rendered, and if we look at the nodes variable, we see that we have 10. We click in each of one of them, and then again we have only one, so it's refreshing. We can even inspect inside, and if we see the reference is pointing to the HTML element, we go back, and then again we have 10. So cool, it's working. Let's go with step number 2. Listen to the DB control. In our application component, we add an event listener to the document so that every time any key is pressed, then we just call this callback function called handle key event. To generate that callback, we basically we're using a method that will distinguish whether the key that you are pressing is one of the directional ones, the arrows, and just for this step, we're going to console log it so we're able to debug it. To build these directional keys, we already have a map where we define what is a directional key. And that map is just basically the integration between our internal values in the app, what we define as being up, next, and the values coming from the platform. In this case, our platform is a desktop, but it can change depending on if you're actually running on a smart TV or on a gaming console, for example. This is the part of the integration logic that the native component, the native application needs to do, but we're not going to do it for this presentation. So fine, let's go and see if the events of the TV control are being registered. And yeah, we can see here, I press the key down and it's telling me like it's the arrow key. I go to the left, and then we have the left. Cool. Awesome. Now we can go with the funniest part of this code, which is selecting the node after the user pressed the key. In case you were wondering why do we need the reference, it's because we can call this method called getBoundingClientRect that gives you exactly the dimensions and also the coordinates according to the viewport where the element is rendered. That means that if you take all the nodes and you call this method one by one, then you get all the information that you need to build that logic. So you can forget in this moment about the application or whatever is rendered. With this information, we can exactly decide where the focus should go. So how do you choose the next node? First, you filter all the nodes by the direction, then you filter by the main axis, and finally you pick the closest one just by the distance. Let's go step by step. Imagine that we're talking about another matrix, a bigger one, 5 by 5. You are in the middle, and the key that is pressed is going to the right. Then you will filter the last two columns, But if you are pressing to the top, then you pick the first two rows. From those, then you choose by the main axis. So if you are going to the right, then you choose those nodes that are between the margin top and the margin bottom. The same, if you're going up, then you choose between the margin right and the margin left. Sorry, it should be like that. Finally, once you narrow to those two, then you pick the one closest to the distance. How does it look in code? We go back to the navigation engine class that we defined before. We add the handle navigation method, and we do this steps by steps. First, we filter by the direction, and we do that with the help of this dictionary that already have the predefined method that you need to filter all those methods. Then from there, you do exactly the same, but you are going to filter by the main axis, and then you pick the closest element. And we're pretty much done. Now we can go back to the step number 2, remove the console log, and call the method called handle navigation. Cool. Let's see if this works. So if I click the down, then we can see I already had it autocompleted. We can see this is the element. So we're in this corner. If we press to the left, then we have this one. If we press down, then you know what's going to happen, right? Awesome. So it's working, but it's not selecting the element that is supposed to be selected. Let's do that. Step number 4, update the cursor. So we go back to the diagram that I showed at the beginning, and we're going to update it. So every time a node is registered, we're going to add a subscriber. So the node can say like, hey, if anything happens, please let me know, notify me. Let's do this in code. If we go back to the navigation engine class, then we add one method for adding those subscriptions, another one for executing all those callbacks called notify all subscribers. And we call this method exactly after we found one of the elements. We update the use hook function. We update the value that we previously defined and is focus with a new hook function that will keep the state whether that element in turn is focused or not. And again, with the help of a useEffect function, every time the component is mounted, first we check initially like, hey, am I focused? Yeah or not? We update the state. And we also subscribe. So like whenever the navigation engine called the handle navigation, then I just check, hey, is it me who is focused? And if so, then we just add it. We just update the state. Cool, we're pretty much done. Let's just do a quick demonstration. So it's going to the top, down, it's going down, left, we click on OK, and again. So perfect, it's working. I was afraid of the live demo. So this is just the beginning, because trust me, from here, it just gets a lot more complicated, a lot more funnier. For example, your application is not going to be a perfect shape matrix. Instead, where you're going to deal with a more complex arrangement where you have the sidebar or the different columns. So literally, you need to deal with those corner cases. What about those annoying and inconvenient pop-ups that tell you, hey, do you want to buy premium? This is an interesting case because you need to focus the attention on just 2 elements, accept or buy. Although all those navigation nodes are behind, you just need to focus on those 2. And finally, one of my favorite ones is called circular navigations, where you want to soft the constraints in some areas. For example, the sidebar menu, if the user is hitting down, and reaches the bottom, just for convenience to want to reach it to the top. Trust me, this is a total game changer. But we're not going to continue because we're out of time. But if you feel curious and you want to continue the party, here's the link of the repo that I used for this presentation so we can continue upgrading it. On the other hand, if you feel inspired and say, like, yeah, I want to create my first smart application for the smart TV, there is the link of the library that you can use so you don't have to build this from scratch. However, if you've been thinking like, oh, this is way too complicated, you can do it in a much easier way, please get in touch. My personal goal of this talk is like to create a small community, because building application for a smart TV is not easy. So let's get in touch. Let's help each other. But that's it for now. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Here you have again the links to the QR codes of the links. And I really hope to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergio. I've really enjoyed it. So much that I have learned. Maybe I will build an app for my TV soon. Anyway, now if you do have questions, remember to go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord and ask your questions as well. But we have so much more for you today. Remember, if you have a job that you want to look for, you can go and check out some of the jobs from our amazing sponsors at reactadvanced.com/jobs. There are all sorts of front-end developer jobs, especially React jobs. So definitely go and check them out. All right. We have another wonderful speaker. We have Alexa. He's going to be talking about Remix and embracing web standards to redefine modern web development. It's hard to keep up with the way the world of web development is going, so I'm really excited to listen to this talk and find out if there are some things that I need to do to learn to sharpen my skills. Alexa is a DevRel engineer at Storyblock and specializes in Jamstack and headless architecture. So I'm sure they're going to have some amazing learnings for us to take away. Remember, if you have any questions, speaking of Alexa, that is so funny. She is a legend. But anyway, for now, go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord and make some noise and leave some claps. And I'm going to turn off my Alexa. Take the stage, Alexa.
Hello, I'm Alessandra Spalato. I'm a developer relation engineer at Storyblock. I'm super happy to be here. And my topic today is how Remix is embracing web standards to redefine modern web development. So first, let's dive into the evolution of web development. Web development is all about transforming data into HTML and delivering it to the browser for rendering. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Remember when web development was all about server-side rendering? You make a request to the server, the page would be rendered using a templating language and then sent back to the browser. JavaScript was like the cherry on top, used sparingly to have a dash of interactivity. But then, like a plot twist in a movie, JavaScript frameworks like React, Vue, Svelte, Angular, and meta frameworks like Next, Nuxt, Gatsby came into the scene, and with them the concept of universal JavaScript was born. This is like the superhero version of JavaScript. It can run both on the client and on the server. All right, so now let's talk about the elephant in the room, the challenges we face in modern web development. Scalability. Your app always needs more users, more data, more complexity without crashing. New frameworks are popping up every week. It's like a fashion trend. So keeping up with the latest and the greatest can be exhausting and time-consuming. Performance. Nobody likes a slow website. Browser compatibility. We need our apps to work seamlessly across all browsers. UI and UX. This is all about our users. Developer experience. This is about us developers. We want our tools to be powerful, but also to be intuitive and enjoyable to use. Security. We need to protect our users' data. Okay. Don't worry, I'm not here to talk only about problems. We're here to talk about solutions, and this is where Remix comes in. So what's Remix all about? Imagine if a server-rendered framework and React had a baby. This is Remix. It got the scalability of a chameleon. It can handle complex application, but it can also scale down to the point where you don't even need JavaScript on the page. And the best part, it's built on web standards, so it's like speaking the browser's native language. It has a server-client model, so you can only send the necessary data to your user and enhance your app speed and scalability. And this is achieved by filtering data on the server side. It's built on web standards, so it's like a universal adapter working seamlessly across different browsers. JavaScript It's here for user experience. It's like the icing on the cake. It enhances the user experience, but the app still works great even without it. It avoids over-abstraction. Learning a new framework can sometimes feel like learning a new language to discover it's only spoken on a tiny island. So with Remix, you're learning the language of the web, not just a single framework. So as you get better at Remix, you're actually becoming a better web developer. And also by sticking to web standards and best practice, it helps to keep things secure. So now let's dive into how Remix streamlines our development process with web standards. First off, Remix loves URLs. URLs are the backbone of the web, the address of every little piece of content on the internet. Remix embraces this and uses URL to manage routing and data loading. Next up, we have the Fetch API. This is our tool for data handling. And now let's talk about HTML. It's the language of the web. It's been around since the dawn of the internet. Remix uses HTML to its full potential. And last but not least, we have HTTP caching. By leveraging the browser's built-in caching mechanisms, Remix can drastically improve the performance of your web application. So let's talk about URLs. In Remix, they are kind of a big deal. They're not just addresses, they're the backbone of your web architecture. So imagine a URL as a path, and each segment of that path corresponds to a nested layout in your UI. In Remix, you can collocate your UI and data handling code in the same file. We're talking about full stack components. Remix also optimizes your client-side navigation. It knows which layouts will persist between two URLs. So it only fetches the data for the ones that are changing. And on top of it, Remix can prefetch all resources for a page when the user is about to click a link. So next time you look at a URL, remember, in Remix is not just an address. It's a powerful tool that shapes your web architecture, optimizes your navigation, and streamlines your development process. So now let's dive into the Fetch API in Remix. It's like your personal postman, delivering data from the web to your app. It manages request and responses objects, your outgoing and incoming data messages. We also have headers, which are similar to the address on an envelope. They carry additional information about the request or response, like the destination or the type of data being sent. The fetch method takes your request, delivers your response, and can be called from anywhere in your app. Loaders in Remix are functions that fetch data from the server for your components. There's a backbone of your app's data flow. And Remix adds requests, response, headers, and fetch to your loader's global context. This means you can use them anywhere in your app, just like you would in the browser. And lastly, we have helper methods like JSON and redirects that streamline working with the Fetch API. So with the Fetch API in Remix, handling data is as easy as sending a letter. So now let's dive into data rights or mutation in Remix. The magic is based on two basic web stuff: HTML forms and HTTP. Again, Remix is taking us back to the basics, but with a modern twist. When we talk about creating, deleting, or updating data on our website, we're really talking about form submissions. And this is not just about your big complex form like the user edit profile page. Even the little like buttons are forms in disguise. And the Remix form component adds some special feature to the usual HTML form. After a form submission, all the loader on the page automatically refresh, showing users the latest info without needing to refresh the page. With form, your page doesn't reload after a form submission, providing a smoother user experience. And then we can use hooks like use navigation that give us access to the pending form state. So we can build a user experience as smooth as butter, think loading indicators, optimistic UI, and all that good stuff. So in Remix, action functions look after form submissions and loader functions take care of getting data. HTTP caching is a powerful feature that can really improve your performance of your web application. It's like giving your app a memory. Instead of constantly asking the server for data, your app can remember some of it, reducing the load on your server and speeding up response time for your users. In Remix, HTTP caching is used to its full potential. But what about updates? Well, HTTP caching in Remix is smart. It knows when to update the data. And this is where cache control comes in. So you can define cache control headers right in your root modules. For example, you can set max age 300 to tell the browser to keep the cached data for 300 seconds. So with HTTP caching, your web app becomes faster, your server gets less stress, and your user stays happy. It's a win-win-win situation. In this example, the headers function is exporting an object with a cache control property. The value of this property is a string that tells the browser how to cache the response. The max age directive specifies a maximum amount of time in seconds that the fetched response is allowed to be cached. In this case, it's set to 300 seconds or 5 minutes. So this code is essentially telling the browser, hey, you can store this response and use it up to 5 minutes without checking back with the server. And also you can find many other directives in MD and docs as, again, this is a web standard. So now it's time to code and to build into a project and to drink some water too. So I don't know about you, but building a global search for me has always been super tedious. And when I discovered Remix and I built that for my blog, I was amazed by how simple it was. So I created a tutorial about it. So you can get here with this QR code, you can grab this tutorial and you will have access to the repo and to everything to rebuild the project that we are going to build. So let's explore this project. So this is the little website I built for that. So there is 2 pages, a home and an about page, and a blog page with some posts. Now, if I open a post, I have a headline, an image, and text. And here I have this search button that opens a modal window with a search form. And here I type my query. So I type Remix. I hit enter. So we see briefly this search word, and we can see that our query now is passed in the URL, and it displays the results filtered by page and post. Okay, so this is a repo also. You have it in the tutorial, but you can see it there. And this is the tutorial. Okay, let's dive into the code. And yes, and this is built with Storyblock, my favorite headless CMS, which has a visual editor. So we have here the pages, we can modify it here. And here is the blog. And in my page, I just have a a body field. So this is where we are going to search if our query is contained. And in our blog post, we have a headline. Okay, this is here. We have a headline, an image, and a text field. So we need to search if our query is contained in our headline or in our text field or in our body field for our page. Okay, so this is the code. We have this search result file, and this is the root where we will find our results. We have our search form, okay, which is placed into the index, into a model which is built with headless UI, and then all that is placed into our header here. And yes, and the results are displayed in the search result page. So let's deep dive now and explore our search form. So we have our form here, so the form component, and here it says that it behaves like a normal form, except that the interaction with the server is with fetch instead of new document request. And so this is why our page is not reloading when we submit a search. But who remember how a normal form behaves? It seems that I was not remembering, because this is what I was doing. I was using the post method, and then I was using an action in my root file here. Okay, so this action is here. And from there, I was getting the form data from the request and redirecting to the search result and passing the query to the URL. But in fact, what I was doing here, the basic form does it naturally. We don't need the post method, because the form has a get method by default, but we need an action, and this is action we need to set up the search result root. I don't know if we need the TSX. And that's all what we need. So just with that, our form is going to process in the URL defined in the action attribute, and then it will attach the value from our form, so our query, to the URL. So I was doing something, I was overcomplicating something that the basic form does naturally. Okay. So let's continue. Then I have this overlay that is opening to have a better UI when we have a slow network and display the word searching. So for that, in my index, I have defined an open overlay and set open overlay state. And when I have open overlay, I show here my searching word. And here I'm using, not in the header, I'm using the use, where is it? Sorry. Sorry, I'm a bit lost. So no, this is on the search form. And okay, I got go back to the search form. So I have the use navigation hook that I initiate there with use navigation. And then if the navigation state is not hidden, I open my overlay. It means that my form is searching, and if not, I close the overlay. And then when the navigation state is loading, I also close my my model. Okay, so let's see how it works in the website. So here I'm simulating a slow 3G, okay? And now I go to the console and I open. So you see navigation state idle. I type remix. I enter. Okay, it's loading. Okay, so we have an error here. So I think I have made a mistake with my my action. Anyway, what I wanted to show you, it's also a bug because I was overcomplicating things and I was feeling something was not right. And a few weeks ago, I was giving this talk at React Rally in Salt Lake City, and I crossed Ryan Florence, the creator of Remix, and he showed me what I was doing wrong. So now I'm going to show you all the right code, and I wanted to show you that because of our React instinct, we are complicating things. Okay, so let's go to the right branch. Okay, I have some changes. Okay, so here we have the form done the right way, you know, with, oh yes, I forgot the S at search results. That's why it was bugging. Okay, so action search results, and we have no method or anything, just that. And here I just need my use navigation, and I initiate it here, and then I create is searching variable. So if the navigation state is not hidden and the navigation location path name is search result, it means my form is searching. So I create a use effect. And so if, yes, if it's searching here, I show my overlay, and then in use effect, if it's not searching, I also close my my modal window with the search. So what I want to show you is we have to unlearn all that things that we want to put the state everywhere because of this React instinct, and we don't need it because we are using web standards and this use navigation is already doing everything. Okay, so now we're on the search result page and we are going to go back to the slides. We need to extract the query from the URL. So let's go back to my slides. Okay. Okay, so to extract, yes, we need to extract the query from the URL, and then to filter the story. For that, we will use the Storyblock Content Delivery API, which is the REST API from Storyblock. So to extract the query, we use the URL constructor to create an object representing the URL defined by the parameters. Then this object includes a search param property, which provide utility methods to work with the query string of the URL. And now we need to fetch our stories. The stories in Storyblock are all the content items, so the pages, the post. And for that, we use the get Storyblock API from the React SDK. So this will return all the story, but here they are not filtered. So we need to filter them. And for that, we use the filter query parameter to filter the story by specific attributes. So we are going to search within the body field for the pages, the headline and text field for the pages, and we use the like operation to check if a custom attribute has a value that is similar to our query. And we use an asterisk before and after because we want to retrieve all the fields that contains our query. So then by default, we have by default, everything is connected by the AND operator. So we want the OR operator. For that, we use the -- OR keyword. Okay, and so this is all the code from our loader. So this is in the search result route, and we pass this filter parameter in our request here to retrieve the filtered stories. So this will return all the filtered stories. And now we just need to display them. So for that, we retrieve them using useLoader_data, which is a remix hook that gets the data from our loaders. And then we filter our stories by component to separate the pages and posts. And then we have all the data to display that in our page. And voila. So wrapping up, we've seen how using web standards in Remix makes building a global search a breeze. But it's not just about making our lives as developers easier, but also about delivering a top-notch user experience. So with server-side filtering, HTTPification, and all this good stuff, we are making our app faster and more efficient. JavaScript is here to enhance the user experience. And the best part, we're doing all this while sticking to web standards, ensuring our app is robust and future-proof. So it's a win-win situation for both developers and users. So I invite you to check the Remix documentation, which is really good. And also, if you want to win the Egghead subscription, you can scan this QR code as Storyblock is organizing a raffle. So scan the QR code and fill out the form by December 31. So thank you. Here you can scan this QR code and get all the slides. Have a nice day and see you around. Bye.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to say the word because I don't want to wake her up. But that was an amazing talk. I really, really enjoyed it. Remember, if you have any questions, go over to the Q&A Piccard track on Discord, and I'm sure that she will answer them. All right, let us continue with our day. Remember, if you have a picture that you want to share with us, go over to the hashtag ReactAdvance and share it to us on Twitter. We will be giving a winner soon on the conference Twitter page. So make sure you also follow the conference so that you can find out if you won prizes. Now, although that was the last talk of React Advanced 2023. We still have more content for you. We still have so much more for you. We have lots of workshops. So if you're a full ticket holder, make sure you use every bit of that and what you have on offer. You have some of the best trainers giving workshops for you to sharpen your skills. And once again, we would like to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors for all of the great support and the great support of the React community and for our conference as a whole. A massive thank you to the organizers behind the scenes, behind the cameras, who GitNation. Thank you so much for organizing this event and allowing me to be a part of it. So a big thank you to all of them. Now, if you enjoyed this event and you'd like to check out other GitNation events, definitely go and check them out. And you can subscribe to get more great talk recordings as well. Check out talks that have been given at many other past events as well. So go over to portal.gitnation.org. All of today's and Friday's recordings will also be uploaded there as well. Full ticket holders will get early access to them, and free attendees will have access to them in a month's time. All right. Now, hopefully I get to see you again at one of our other events. You might want to save some of these dates. On June 14th and 18th, we are going to be having React Summit in person in Amsterdam in 2024. I'm hopefully going to be there, fingers crossed. Hopefully I get to see you there as well. We'll also have a GitNation on June 13th and 17th, also in Amsterdam. I'm super excited for that. And in order for those events to be amazing, Let us know how you felt about this event. Leave your feedback at reactadvanced.com/feedback, and it helps us keep making these events better and better and better. Remember, you can fill it out multiple times if you need to, or you can fill it out later as well. But we have come to the end this day of virtual React Advanced. Really enjoyed it. Hopefully you've enjoyed diving deep with us, and we will see you next year. Cheers!
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once, and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Ably allows developers to build real-time chat, collaboration, broadcast, and data synchronization experiences into their applications. Our Spaces product allows you to build collaborative features including avatar stacks, live cursors, and component locking, all in a few lines of code. Find us at the Ably booth or at ably.com.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Content powers our digital world. With Contentful, create content once and reuse it again and again. When you press publish, it goes live on all devices and channels. Contentful, the leading content platform for digital builders.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with Content.ai.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.